This video is going to explore how fascism dies. Maybe you're out there worried about fascism and you want to know whether somewhere inside its political philosophy or its statecraft lie the seeds to its destruction. I'm here to tell you that there are a lot of reasons that fascism went away, ones that we might find encouraging, ones that might help us to tear down some of the mysticism and the mystique of fascism, and to surprisingly find it not all that scary in the abstract. But of course, the problem is that this might lull us into a pacifism in seeing evil and thinking that it will destroy itself, that it will take care of itself on its own, and that there's no active participation that's needed from us to resist evil. That is something we are going to actively resist today. We're going to spend some time in Italy, Spain, Britain, France, Hungary, Romania, but we're going to start in the place you'd most expect, right here in Germany, looking at these reasons that Nazism in Germany failed after the fall of the Weimar Republic. And we're going to look at Germany beginning in February of 1933. Now, if you recall from your history class when you were a kid, maybe middle school or high school, I'm not totally sure when they teach these things anymore these days, you might have heard about the Reichstag fire. This is something that takes place about a month after Adolf Hitler is appointed chancellor by the Reichspräsident Hindenburg. Under mysterious circumstances in February of 1933, the Reichstag-Gebäude, that is the Reichstag building, the place where the Parliament of the Weimar Republic meets, goes up in flames. Now, according to the official story from Joseph Goebbels, he alerts Adolf Hitler. They go together to the scene of the fire. They're taken aback. Oh my gosh, the Reichstag's on fire, and they pledge to do whatever it takes to bring order and stability back to Germany. Of course, that's the official story. The pretext that was used then to bring the entirety of Germany under the heel of the Nazi Party, and then from there to build up to World War II and the total moral destruction that followed from there. Now then, the specific way that the Reichstag went up in flames is still a mystery to this day. Of course, there are suspicions that the Nazis, perhaps the Sturmabteilung, the SA, we're going to come back to talk about the SA more as we go along. Perhaps they set the fire themselves as some sort of a false flag operation. Perhaps it was exactly as we traditionally get the history, that a mentally unwell communist by the name of van der Lubbe set the fire all by himself, and just the inertia of the flames ended up bringing the whole building down in fire. The Nazis tried to paint it out to be a large criminal conspiracy of communists, but in the end, it's only van der Lubbe who's going to be actually prosecuted and convicted and executed for the crime of the fire at the Reichstag. But as I just alluded to, the Reichstag fire was actually not the point of the Reichstag fire. Whether it was planned or whether it was just used as a convenient excuse, the complete and total control of Germany by the Nazi Party rolls out from this moment. Hitler became chancellor in January 30th of 1933. He was appointed by President Hindenburg at the behest of a non-fascist politician named Franz von Papen, who was convinced that Hitler could easily be controlled from within the cabinet of the Weimar Republic. That by appointing Hitler as chancellor, what President Hindenburg was not doing, according to von Papen, was signing up Germany for the apocalypse that would come to take place over the next decade and change. What Franz von Papen, who had previously served as chancellor, was offering Hindenburg was a path to a unified government that could oppose the communists, the social democrats, and bring a sense of order to the streets. This is often called the Herrschaftskompromiss. I'm going to make a cut here to write Herrschaftskompromiss on the board. Okay, I think you know what the word Kompromiss might mean in English, compromise. Herrschaft is a little bit like authority or taking the reins. So the authority compromise is the ultimate evil that was wrought upon the world when conservative politicians like Franz von Papen, Kurt Schleicher, and President Hindenburg of the Weimar Republic decided that the best way to navigate the choppy political scene of the Weimar Republic in the early 1930s was to go ahead and bring in the fascists, the NSDAP, the National Socialists under Adolf Hitler, into the chancellery. Now, why would they do this? And why was this timing absolutely perfect for Herr Hitler? The reason they would do this is because ultimately the conservatives in the Weimar Republic feared the political left more than they feared the fascist right. And, as you might obviously expect as well, many of them had sympathies to the reactionary elements of the fascist right as well. After World War I ended in 1918, the Versailles Treaty came about and was signed in 1919 for the Germans, signed under quite a bit of duress as they were forced to pay reparations, take on a war guilt clause, lose part of their territory and population. There was fear within Germany. There was an attempt actually to have a Bolshevik-style revolution right there in Germany. There were moments after World War I when the idea of Germany going revolutionary right towards the fascists was just as likely as Germany going towards the revolutionary Bolshevik left. The Bolsheviks had just taken power in 1917 inside of Russia and began the process of creating the Soviet Union. There's going to be a civil war before all that's officially settled, but it's not far-fetched to think that Germany, and Red Berlin in particular, a place of great socialist agitation, the place where Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht were murdered for their agitation on the political left. Nonetheless, there's plenty of reason to think that Germany, after World War I, might have had its own Bolshevik-style communist revolution. Now, that is, and it goes a long way to explaining why it was that political conservatives were willing to go along with some radical elements in the fascist party, because it is, again, the paramilitary wings of the National Socialist Party under the Sturmabteilung, the Storm Division, the SA, that is in the streets, particularly in Berlin, turning red socialist Berlin into red Berlin, the Berlin of spilled blood, of fights in the streets between fascist paramilitary, communist paramilitaries, even the social democrats, the reformists of the left, the non-revolutionary left, are going to have their own paramilitaries in this period of time, 1920s Weimar. It is a time of intense political instability to go along with all of the economic instability that I'm sure you've heard about that took place in the Weimar Republic between World War I and the rise of the Nazis. Hyperinflation, unemployment, the loss of industrial capacity in the Rhineland, the new culture in places like Berlin, where women's liberation took hold, where people were beginning to liberate themselves from the shackles of more conservative pre-war society. To fascists and to the reactionary right, these were the signs of decadence, of weakness, of parliaments being ineffective, of, as Hitler will write in Mein Kampf, of perpetual peace actually being the source of weakness. And when the Great Depression intervenes to bring all of that economic, cultural, political milieu, that chaos all together into the perfect storm, what we get is a series of divided elections that bring about the end of the Weimar Republic. There is an election prior to the November 1932 election in which the Nazis hit their high watermark of 37%. And I believe in the November 1932 elections, the Nazis actually only receive 32 or 33% of the vote. And the reason I bring that up is because the timing for the Nazis is ridiculously fortuitous. And this is going to be something that plays out several times for Adolf Hitler through his political career out and inside of power. The Nazis in July 1932, in those elections, get 37% of the vote. In November of 1932, they get something like 32 or 33% of the vote. So basically, if you can read my scribbles, I know you can't because I can't even read my own scribbles right now. 33 is a lower number than 37. Congratulations. You will pass William Fox's intermediary math course if you can get that question right on the test. And there is a genuine panic among folks like Joseph Goebbels that the decrescendo of the Nazi movement, that loss of momentum, is not just like the political ups and downs that a normal political party might have, right? If today, traditionally in Germany, let's use political parties of modern democratic Germany of the last decades. The Christian Democratic Union, a big party of the center-right, the Social Democratic Party, a big party of the political center-left. Throughout Germany's democratic history, maybe they'll get more votes in one election, less votes in the next election. They might come to power, they might leave power. But for the most part, none of that is an existential crisis. Those movements in polls, those entrances and exits from government are part of a normal functioning parliamentary democracy. You govern for a while, people get sick of you, you're voted out of power. A new party governs, the SPD, right? Then people get sick of them, so they swing back to the Conservative Democratic Union. Maybe, as we're seeing now, the votes start to splinter. But the point is that to a modern or just normal opposition party, a normal Volkspartei, a normal political party in a normal political system, losing an election or losing, 5-6% out of your vote tally, what's the big deal? You'll just be back for the next one. But that sort of logic does not apply to a fascist movement, a movement which is convinced that its leader, its Führer, in this case Adolf Hitler, is a messianic Nietzschean Übermensch who has the vision to bring the country to a rebirth. If you are someone who's going to build a new society, a new man to bring the country into a rebirth, the idea that you might lose momentum on their way to your revolution, that sounds like an existential crisis. That sounds like the seeds of doubt in your movement. And it is Roger Griffin in his book, The Nature of Fascism, which says that the central core of fascist philosophy, of fascist political theory, is the palingenetic myth. The palingenetic myth. Palingenetic myth. Now, this is built out of pretentious, fancy words. No shade on Griffin. His book is awesome. It's one of the most important and seminal works that I keep coming back to whenever I cover fascism. Palin, in this case, is ancient Greek, I believe, for again or once more. And genetic is not like DNA, but rather from the concept of genesis, which is to be born, to create something new. So functionally, the word serves as a myth of being born once more. In Nazi thinking between World War I and World War II is that Germany has, for lack of a better term, and in much more racially offensive terms, lost its mojo. That what Germany actually needs to survive in a world of social Darwinism, of a world with survival of the fittest between great societies, between different bloodlines and racial groups, right? This is the racist ideology of the Nazis. In a world of all against all, a basically Hobbesian vision of a state of nature between nations and races, how do you survive? You survive by creating a strong nation. We'll talk as we go along about what that means in specificity, but for now, know that creating a strong nation to a fascist means basically building society up from the ashes of its destruction, being born again, as Goebbels will put it, being a phoenix rising out of the ashes. Now, if you are a phoenix rising from the ashes in the eyes of your supporters, and they see you rising, Mr. Phoenix, and your wings are flapping and the flames are going, right, and Dumbledore's rooting you on or whatever, and you see the phoenix, and then the phoenix kind of drops a little bit, like it's going back down into the pile of ashes and loses a little bit of its hyper flames, you might be like, is that a phoenix or is that a hallucination? And functionally, politically, for the Nazis, between these elections, which you'll notice, the political instability is so great that they're only separated by a matter of months, July to November. That's wild. But because of that decrease in vote, the mystique of the Nazi Party was threatened. And so you might expect that when Hitler, the leader of the Nazi Party, was invited to simply participate in a future cabinet of Franz von Papen after these elections, to bring a couple members of the Nazi Party with him into a coalition government that runs Germany with more established conservatives or Catholic center party folks. He might jump at that opportunity, but Adolf Hitler does not. He holds out and says, no, the only job I will accept, the only place where I belong, is in the chancellorship itself. It's a big gamble. It's a big gamble because it's a big gamble, but there's logic to it. The gamble is, of course, that if you hold out for the chancellorship, you might never receive it. Up until this point, the government of the Weimar Republic has been functioning via emergency decrees that are allowed within the Weimar Constitution. A functioning government is really not present, and so really there's just as much of a chance that these emergency decrees will continue and that Hitler's gamble, his gambit to say no, chancellor or nothing, will simply not pay off. But on the other end of the spectrum, had he accepted a place in a more normal cabinet to Franz von Papen, the mystique of the Führer, the mystique of the great leader of Adolf Hitler, then would have also potentially declined through participation in the normative state. And so Hitler takes this gamble, and now we can come back to this Herrschaftskompromiss, this compromise of authority, this compromise from the conservatives to invite Hitler to become Chancellor of Germany, to use a more modern phrase, normalize and empower the Nazi Party and Adolf Hitler. In doing so, President Hindenburg, Franz von Papen, they do a great favor to the National Socialists, who we now can see very clearly were in a moment of political peril, when their whole mythos might have broken down. At that very moment, when the momentum is being lost, the conservatives come in, and on January 30th, 1933, President Hindenburg returns their trajectory upwards by offering Hitler the chancellorship of Germany. Now, if this were a video about how fascism comes to power, as opposed to how fascism loses power or how fascism dies, I might take a moment here to delineate how the exact same Herrschaftskompromiss, but obviously in a different language, played out in Italy in 1922 when the king, Victor Emmanuel, offered the prime ministership to Benito Mussolini after the March on Rome. But since that's not what this video is, and since we'll be touching on Italy a little bit later, I won't go on that long delineation. The important difference between the Italian and the German case is that King Victor Emmanuel, the one who puts Benito Mussolini in power in 1922, is going to be the same King Victor Emmanuel who removes Benito Mussolini from power in 1943. Those surviving institutions will be one of the keys to understanding how fascism dies, even if we are opposed to the concept of monarchy in our personal politics. But we'll come back to that. The king in Italy survives and takes Benito Mussolini out of power, or at least participates in that process. Hindenburg, the president in Germany, in the Weimar Republic, is going to participate in bringing Hitler to power in 1933, but he is going to die in 1934. I spelled Hindenburg wrong with a U. President Hindenburg, at the time all of this is going on, is becoming pretty senile. He's quite old. He is probably not a big fan of the he is not a fan of the Weimar Republic. He is not particularly interested in democracy or this new system that the Weimar Republic is bringing about. He'd probably be good to bring back the office of the Kaiser and conservative authoritarian rule like had been seen under Otto von Bismarck. But one of the mysteries of history would be whether Hindenburg, had he been a younger man in this period of time, might have intervened in a way similar to Victor Emmanuel in Italy after a decade or a decade and a half of Nazi rule to bring Hitler out of power. Because Hindenburg is so old and dies in August of 1934, what actually in effect happens is that one of the power centers, one of the institutions, one of the figureheads of the German state itself and the mythos of the nation of Germany disappears, goes away. And so what happens after that is that Adolf Hitler becomes not just the Reichschancellor, but he takes on the office of Hindenburg and becomes the Reichspräsident simultaneously. There's no replacement for Hindenburg. There's no elder statesman that comes in to be the Reichspräsident after Hindenburg. Instead, Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party make him both the head of the chancellery and the state and its governance, and the figurehead, the president of the German nation. But before he dies in August 1934, a year and a half after the Nazis formally come to power, he is going to lend his name to a few of the ways in which Nazis and the government under Adolf Hitler begin to assert total control over German society. And the first time he does this is right after the Reichstag fire. On February 28th, 1933, President Hindenburg is going to assent and sign the Reichstag fire decree, an emergency decree perpetuated by the Nazis under the pretext of the fire being a grand conspiracy, the first signs and inclinations, perhaps, of a Bolshevik-style left-wing revolution that must be put down right that moment. Now, was there a grand conspiracy of communists in this moment behind the Reichstag fire, beginning to foment a Bolshevik-style insurrection that would bring them to power to build a equivalent to the Leninist state that's now being constructed in Russia? Was that taking place right here in February 27th, February 28th of 1933? I'm sure that was the aspiration of the KDP, the Communist Party of Germany at the time. That was certainly not, at least we have no evidence that that was actually some sort of imminent plan. More likely, and almost guaranteed to be the case, is that the Nazi government was exploiting the crisis of the Reichstag fire to get Hindenburg to sign this Reichstag fire decree, which would begin the process of pushing down and suppressing their enemies, most notably, and target number one, the Communist Party of Germany. Wrote down a few things that the Reichstag fire decree did on the 28th. It canceled free speech out of the Weimar Constitution, the right to assembly. It even violated things like property rights. And this is going to facilitate the suppression of the Communist Party, of their presses, of really all political opposition that are going to come tumbling down over the next months. But let's focus on the communists and what is going to be the consequence of their suppression very quickly. Okay, so the Communist Party begins to be suppressed. I mean, will that have consequences in the next elections that I'm sure are coming, the free and fair elections? Well, there will be one more election in Nazi Germany before that whole shebang is put to bed. But the more immediate consequence is far more important, which is that the Communist Party, the KPD, the Kommunistische Partei Deutschland, is unable to participate in a legislative vote on March 5th, I believe, 1933. So not long at all after the Reichstag fire on February 27th and the Reichstag fire decree on February 28th, a vote takes place in the parliament, the still existing parliament of the Weimar Republic. Just because the Nazis took power on January 30th doesn't mean that the Weimar Republic was just suddenly gone the next day. It still existed. However, its ultimate destruction begins in March of 1933 when the Nazis put on the floor and Hitler attends the debate of a law, the Enabling Act. The Enabling Act is a law in the aftermath of the Reichstag fire and the Reichstag fire decree, which, among other things, was a proposal that the parliament of the Weimar Republic, that the Reichstag, will simply not meet for 4 years, will simply cease to meet for a period of time. Now, if the Nazis were dum-dums, and they were evil, but they weren't dum-dums, what they might have done is put a law together that said the Parliament of the Weimar Republic is hereby canceled and it no longer exists. And that's functionally what the Enabling Act did. But on the paper itself, what was actually written was, we're just taking a little break. The cabinet and the chancellor can pass emergency decrees for the next 4 years without this pesky parliament that had been infested by Judeo-Bolshevik communists. Their words, not mine. Conveniently for the Nazis, in order to pass this enabling act, in order to meet a quorum, the Communist Party and its arrested and suppressed deputies will not be participating in the vote on March 5th, 1933. To amend for such a big vote, I think a 2/3 majority was needed. And not only that, but a 2/3 majority of the possible quorum. And so by removing and having the Communist Party not only not present, but not counted in what would have been a needed total for a parliamentary quorum, the Enabling Act was able to surreptitiously be passed outside of what might be the perfectly encapsulated procedures we'd find on paper when looking at the whatever the Robert's Rules of Orders equivalent were for the Weimar Parliament. So we already have the Reichstag fire decree saying no free speech, no assembly. We're having crackdowns on the Communist Party. We are now in the form just a week or so later under the Enabling Act, where a vote is about to be held on whether the Reichskanzler Adolf Hitler, in work with his cabinet, which will gradually become more and more dominated by Nazis, can simply legislate on a whim without the need for a parliament which, if this law passes, will be gone for 4 years. And I'm sure in 4 years it will be right back and will have lost no authority whatsoever. And to make sure that the vote goes the way that the Nazis want, the SA, the Sturmabteilung, which again I put up in the corner because I told you we'd be bringing them up quite a bit, the paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party is not only like around, but they're, if memory serves, they're like right outside the chamber with like, you know, the stereotypical, like even dogs and things. They're brandishing weapons. They're intimidating and jeering at members of the parliament that are coming in to vote, creating an atmosphere of hysteria, of intimidation. Because, you know, the Nazis, with their 33%, didn't just get, even with the removal of the communists, didn't hold full control over the Weimar Parliament. There are still pretty large major parties. There is the National Conservative Party of Franz von Papen. There is the Center Catholic Party. There is the Social Democratic Party, chaired or led by Otto Wels, who's going to give a pretty brave speech opposing the Enabling Act. The last opposition speech in all of Nazi Germany, the end of the Weimar Republic, will come right here in a speech in which Otto Wels says something to the extent of, "You can take away our votes, but you'll never take away our dignity." For this, he's jeered. During Otto Wels' speech, Adolf Hitler actually personally interrupts him, and his supporters obviously jeer him down. The vote passes, and the Nazis find collaboration with other right-wing parties, including the nominally Center Catholic Party. And though Nazi control over the state, full control, was not a light switch that could go on and off, this is about as clear as it gets right here, March 5th, 1933, when at this point, the momentum of the Nazi apparatus has hit a critical mass in which it will not be slowed. Right now, right here, we have the evidence of Germany heading towards a perpetual totalitarianism. Later this month, we're going to have book burnings. We have the day of the Potsdam Day, which is organized by Joseph Goebbels, where Hitler gives a speech at the place where unification took place under Otto von Bismarck in 1871, and basically revives the imagery of the Third Reich as a inheritor of the Second Reich of Otto von Bismarck, and the First Reich. All this is in quotes, heavy quotes. If you're just listening, I'm doing air quotes. The First Reich of the Holy Roman Empire. Opposition parties are going to be arrested. Opposition newspapers are banned. An election is going to be held in which the Nazis use the power of the state to push their own agenda and receive over 40% of the vote. A hereditary farm law comes in 1933. More and more of the cabinet is replaced by loyalists of the Nazi Party. The sterilization law to prevent quote-unquote hereditarily defective people is passed in 1933. From the perspective of the Enabling Act and from the perspective of anyone with any kind of moral compass or opposition to authoritarianism, it's all downhill from there. Okay. That's the story we all know. That's the story we've all come to expect. That's the story that brings us the stereotypical image, the unbreakable, stereotypical, inevitable image of fascism of Nazism. That once this juggernaut, this Leviathan, enters power, it only snowballs from there. That there's no going back. That the imagery, basically, we all buy into the imagery. We all buy into the propaganda that the Nazis will put out from now. The famous film Triumph des Willens, Triumph of the Will, in which Hitler flies in on a plane looking powerful and attends a massive rally. The Tag from Potsdam, the Potsdam Day rally, where Nazi Germany is affiliated with the First and Second Reichs of the so-called First and Second Reichs of the Holy Roman Empire and the Second Reich, so-called, of Otto von Bismarck. The all-powerful party with rows of young, clean-cut, short-haired, whatever, people in brown shirts, right? This propaganda of a state that is untouchable, well organized, in which the Führer, the leader, Adolf Hitler, this visionary Nietzschean Übermensch, this idea that if you can think it, if you have enough willpower, you can make it happen, and that the entire Nazi state is based around this unified, rowing in the same direction mythos that will bring about not just employment and economic recovery, but a powerful remilitarized Germany that will face the world as a major power and threaten all of its enemies, internal and external, even if those internal and external enemies are imagined ghosts, at which Adolf Hitler, like Don Quixote, as Ian Kershaw portrays him, the Don Quixote swinging at windmills. Even if all of that is what we can see in retrospect, it is the imagery that we have in our minds today, the ones that we get in our middle school and high school class of, the Hitler at the Nuremberg rally is giving his fist-pounding speeches, fully in control of himself and the state. The image of a clean-cut Berlin for the Olympics in 1936, right? In a way, we buy into that imagery, and in a fundamental way, and the reason I have gone on this long detour, or at least perceived detour, maybe to you, and I even had some doubts myself as we went along, but I'm here now. The reason we went along this little detour is because that image of the inevitability of fascism and its ultimate power, and most importantly, its ultimate control over its own destiny, is wrong. It is dead wrong, particularly in the case of Nazi Germany, its fascism's most extreme iteration. But as we will see, it is also wrong in every other place that fascism has manifested in ways quote-unquote pure and more watered-down versions. And so it is now time to break the spell a little bit with Nazi Germany and look at how this political project fell apart. And not just fell apart via invasion in the 1940s, but began to fall apart really within months, within years of taking power. The seeds of its destruction and its overextension are clear, are extraordinarily clear. We're going to look at next. The very first reason that fascism failed, at least in the case of Nazi Germany, one of the reasons that we will go down is the economic flight forward. I wrote it down here. See towards the bottom there. Economic flight forward. A narrative and a historical argument most commonly associated with Tim Mason, with William L. Shirer, who at least brings up some of this stuff in his book, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, and most recently, and perhaps most seminally, by Adam Tooze in his book, Wages of Destruction, which it's a long one, but I highly recommend you check it out. So I'm going to clear the board, and we're going to tear down the Nazi mystique, a mystique that deserves to be torn down. Okay, I just cleaned the board and wrote a few things down, and I topped it all off with the word Gleichschaltung. Now, you don't speak German, unless you're German. If so, hallo, wie geht's dir? If you don't speak German, then you need a little explanation here what the Gleichschaltung means. Gleich is one word, Schaltung is another word. Gleich means same or identical. Schaltung basically means switch or change. So therefore, Gleichschaltung means the switch to everything being the same. And in the case of Nazi Germany, the overall Gleichschaltung was an attempt to bring all aspects of society in keeping with the ambitions of the Nazi Party. This is part, and a big part, of why it is that Nazi Germany was called not just authoritarian, not just fascist, not just morally depraved, on it goes, but because it was called totalitarian. And it is stacked up against only one other totalitarian. It is stacked up against one other regime, really only in the pioneering work of Hannah Arendt, The Origins of Totalitarianism, that is Stalin's Soviet Union. And we could add to that list eventually Mao's China and Kim Il-sungism in North Korea, but those are, iterative of Joseph Stalin. Even more than Benito Mussolini, in fact, infinitely more than Benito Mussolini and fascism in Italy, Nazi Germany represents the farthest extent that totalitarianism will go. And what that means in terms of a goal, what totalitarianism we can think about, what we can think about totalitarianism as in a political context of Nazi Germany, is an attempt to take all aspects of life and to bring them into the whims and the project of the state. It is in The Doctrine of Fascism, Giovanni Gentile, in the 1932 work, I believe, who says that the individual doesn't really exist except insofar as the individual is part of the state. The state and the nation is where the individual is reconciled, where the individual finds meaning. This is pretty profound and, if you ask me, deeply disturbing, because what that means in practice is that the goal of totalitarianism, the goal of the National Socialists, is to remove private life from individuals. What happens inside the four walls of your own home is now also the area for the state to intervene. And so totalitarianism, you should think of, when you think of it, think of total, right? Think of the idea that in an authoritarian system, perhaps in a more classical authoritarianism governing system, the government wants to have full political control over the executive, what Montesquieu would identify as the three sort of branches, or the three parts of governance, right? The judiciary, the legislative, and the executive, the lawmaking and the law executing, and the deciding on what the law is in the courts and how the laws are applied to people via the law enforcement, the police, or via the courts, right? That's pretty intense in and of itself. But a totalitarian regime goes beyond just controlling the functions of government and political power. A totalitarian regime goes beyond that into the realm of the cultural, controlling art, controlling the social, controlling how people interact with each other. In the case of Nazism, controlling, or at least attempting to control, and making progress in controlling even how people enjoy their leisure time, their vacation, their hobbies, their sports. So in Nazi Germany, the Gleichschaltung that takes place starting after the Enabling Act of 1933 and continuing on really until the outbreak of World War II, but let's say that a lot of these systems are in place by 1936, 1937. The Gleichschaltung is not just about taking the organs of the normative state. We'll come back to what a normative state is, but for now, let's just say taking the aspects of normal governance, your normal bureaucracies, your parliament, your bureaucratic workers, right? Taking all of them and getting them in line with your governing policy. That's one aspect of the totalitarian Gleichschaltung. But beyond that, there is an attempt to integrate the wider private economy into the goals of the Nazi state, controlling art. Hitler, the artist himself, had strong opinions on modern art as a disaster of decadence, as he would put it, and therefore to create good, quote-unquote, Aryan art, right? And there would be parallel institutions within government to make that happen. Controlling leisure. How do people spend their free time, whether they're in sports organizations, whether you have the Hitler Youth in, Boy Scout-esque organizations? There is an attempt later in the regime to create Kraft durch Freude, productivity, or we'll say, sorry, I made a cut. Suddenly my translator brain's not working. Kraft is kind of like, let's call it efficiency and work ethic and productivity through Freude, through joy. So that means creating subsidized vacations for German workers who are going to be, under the Nazi regime, paid lower wages. Actually, are going to have stagnant wages. So there's a desire to control how people enjoy their free time, control their vacations. There is an attempt to create a hereditary farm law. Not an attempt, there is a successful hereditary farm law passed pretty early on in the Nazi regime in 1933, which is going to control who is allowed to own land. You have to have quote unquote Aryan German heritage going back into like the 1800s in order to rightfully control land. If you are perhaps of mixed race or you are Jewish, you will have your land expropriated from you, and you will become either a refugee or a serf. A neo-serf, a neo-feudalism, as one historian described it. And in fact, over the course of the regime, many farmers and many small businessmen and many workers will find themselves to be neo-serfs under the totalitarian Gleichschaltung of the Nazi regime. For anyone who would go against this sort of totalitarian statecraft and state building, this attempt to bring everything in line with the vision of the Führer, of the leader, you also have the first camps built and assembled by the Sturmabteilung, the SA, again, that paramilitary which has been so instrumental in building Nazi power as the literal fighters for Nazi political power in the streets of Red Berlin in the 20s and early 30s. They stood there with their torch parade and went on a march when Chancellor Hitler first came to power. They stood at the exits, right, at the entrances and exits of the Reichstag during the vote in March 1933 for the Enabling Act. And I've personally been there myself, to Dachau, which is northwest or relatively close to Munich, one of the first concentration camps of the Nazi regime, a place that at least initially was not there to perpetuate the final solution, but was there to be a place to take people who opposed the Gleichschaltung, who opposed the Nazi regime, most notably people who were communists or social democrats, at least at the very beginning. Eventually, there were execution chambers built on Dachau, and in my visit there, they explained that they were not used, that was a late addition to the camp. Most of the Nazi industrial killing took place outside of the borders of pre-World War II Germany. In any event, if you oppose this vision of the Nazi regime, you might be sent to some of these initial torture chambers in the streets of, nondescript buildings of Berlin, where you could, hear the screams from February 1933 on as the SA perpetuated deep evils upon people. You could be exported to camps, etc., etc. And one of the places where this Gleichschaltung didn't come into complete heel was through the Nazi decision with the Catholic Church to have a concordat, basically a treaty between the Vatican and the new German government that said that the Catholic Church may continue to exist in Nazi Germany as long as they remain loyal. And there's some stuff in the behind the scenes, actually, where Nazis are trying to build something that would be called the Reichskirche, the Reichschurch, where even perhaps the crucifix itself would be replaced with the swastika. That didn't pan out. The church has a mixed and difficult history that I can't get into right now with the Nazi regime. Both the Protestant and the Catholic faiths have a mixed history with the Germans. But via the Concordat, there is at least an acceptance of the Vatican of Nazi power. And that in and of itself, for our purposes, is part of the Gleichschaltung, the part of bringing all parts of the state, private, faith-based, leisure time, agriculture, and the last thing we need to touch on, the economy, into heel with the Nazi party. The Nazis were, and fascism itself was born out of a actually more left-wing anarchist political theory. My brain fart. Syndicalism. Now, syndicalism will end up becoming the purview of both the left and the right. You're going to have syndicalists like the C&T during the Spanish Civil War. George Orwell is going to go fight. He's going to go to Barcelona, and he's going to find a bunch of anarcho-syndicalists running the city of Barcelona. Running the city is perhaps a stretch. Barcelona was at least when he arrives, a decentralized place where everyone is calling each other comrade, where in theory the bourgeoisie has been eliminated. The idea of radical revolutionary syndicalism is, rather than having a top-down revolution, that the workers' trade unions and people generally out and about, bottom up, will take power through direct action, right? It's a bottom-up revolution. And when this political theory of syndicalism and the idea that workers will all get together in their unions and actually create a new society merges and finds its way into fascism, first in Italy and then in Germany, in the broadest of brushstrokes, the way that it enters fascist thought is different. In Germany, in specificity, there is a syndicalist, more left-wing wing of the NSDAP, of the Nazi Party. But just to cut to the chase, when the Nazis take power, what they actually promise is a form of corporatism. This is different from syndicalism, corporatism, because, well, first, let me just tell you that corporatism does not mean what you think it means in a modern context. If the Nazis claimed that their policy goal was to build a corporate state, that did not mean that they wanted to build giant, Amazons and Walmarts or whatever, AG Farben and Siemens in Nazi Germany. At least that wasn't the stated goal of corporatism. Corporatism in a fascist sense is the idea of taking the two big classes of a nation, the proletarian workers, the industrial workers, taking the bourgeoisie, both the big boy bourgeoisie and the middle bourgeoisie, the petit bourgeoisie, the ownership class, those who own the means of production, and rather than setting them against each other and expecting that clash to result in something, as you might expect in a Marxist dialectic and understanding of history, what the fascists said is that the role of the state is to create corporate structures, corporative structures, corp as in body, like corpulence, right? To create a body that will take the interests of the workers, the interests of the ownership class and the industrial class, and reconcile them together for the good of the state, the good of the nation. Corporatism in this vision, in the Nazi vision, was about taking all of the German industrial workers, taking all of the German industrial owners, and basically banging their heads together and saying, work together to help rebuild and give a new birth to Germany, to create new men, to create a strong industrial state. Therefore, corporatism fits into the Gleichschaltung, the switch to making everything the same, in that corporatism, from an economic standpoint, from the Nazi standpoint, post-1933, when they're building this vision of theirs, is to have everyone rowing in the same direction in the economy as well. And one of the main goals of German Nazism is going to be autarky. Autarky. I've seen it spelled with a K, sometimes with a CHY. I really don't think it matters. Autarky is the idea that a nation state, a modern nation state, can sustain itself without imports or exports. Basically, it's a self-sustaining economy, culture, people, nation. I should just stick a pin in this. At some point, I should address the concept of the modern nation state, but I'm not going to go on another detour right now to do that. For the purposes of the Gleichschaltung and corporatism, you take the workers, you take the industrialists, you bring them together to decide what is good for the state, not good for their own individual interests, but for the general will itself, borrowing a term from Rousseau as the fascists did, the general will as envisioned by the Führer Adolf Hitler, who says what we need is X, Y, and Z. Workers, industrialists come together and figure that out. You have the German labor front that will eventually come, and in practice, corporatism will not look like this like kumbaya meeting between the industrialists and labor. In fact, the industrialists are going to have some tensions with the Nazi Party, but they're going to get off pretty well during the years of fascism. The workers and the peasantry, or the more rural agricultural people, they're going to live a much more difficult life, in which it's hard to change jobs, in which wages are being forcibly kept down, in which you can't switch jobs without taking a little notebook and getting permission from both the state and the party and your employer and all these overlapping powers. Your freedom is going to be declined considerably during the rule of the Nazis. But in the purpose of this discussion for the Gleichschaltung, just know that corporatism and the goal of the economy is to get everyone on the same page, just like it is with art, leisure, agriculture, and even in the realm, at least the attempted realm, of religion itself. All of this comes together to play into what is one of the two most totalitarian regimes in world history. You think about all these things together, all of the Nazi party, not all of the Nazi policies that go along with them after 1933, the idea of what will be in orthodox narratives about the Nazi party, sort of Keynesian-style economics to alleviate unemployment, to build the Autobahns, which were really a project of the Weimar Republic, the racial sterilization laws, the hereditary laws regarding sterilization, the racial laws of Nuremberg, 1935. I could go on and on and on. You think about all of these different policies and attempts to bring everything in harmony in Nazi Germany, and now it's time to tear all that down and to remember that there was one policy I haven't mentioned yet, which really is the end all and be all of the Nazi state. It is not actually one of the policies is the racial policy, but let's set that to the side for just the moment. That comes later. In the early days, in the early years of Nazi rule, in the early years of Nazi Gleichschaltung and totalitarianism, when Nazism is looking its most ascendant, there is one policy above all policies that is the policy to which all of these things are pointing. Do you know what it is? I've probably mentioned it in passing so far. In 1918-1919, as Germany lost World War I, as the Versailles Treaty was imposed on Germany, and they signed it under duress to lose territory, to lose a part of their industrial capacity, to take on a war guilt clause that said that they exclusively were at fault for the outbreak of World War I. There was one other little thing, a couple other little things that went on in the Versailles Treaty. One of them was to say that the Rhineland, that is part of the German state that borders France, Luxembourg, Belgium, will be demilitarized. And there's a broader demilitarization of Germany that says that according to the Versailles Treaty, their armed forces may not be over 100,000 in terms of a standing army. That is part of a larger demilitarization of Germany that is confirmed via the Locarno treaties and other acts, but most notably by Versailles in 1919. And upending this restriction becomes the number one priority of the German state and of the Nazi governance and of Adolf Hitler himself after taking power in 1933. Guns before butter becomes the big label. And if we wanted to give this policy a single word, it would be remilitarization. Remilitarization. Now, I am going to follow in the footsteps of some notable historians here. I am not going to claim this thesis for my own, but I am going to talk to you next about remilitarization in detail, because it is the flight towards remilitarization that is going to be one of the reasons that Germany falls. So according to the Versailles Treaty, Germany is held to 100,000 standing army. As soon as Hitler takes power, he makes it his explicit goal, though not publicly to all of the world, but within his government, he makes it his explicit goal to build that up within even just like a year or two to 300,000. Let's just put 300K to save some space, because by the time Germany invades Poland in September of 1939, the invading force, and I've double checked with a few different sources and I've gotten different numbers, the German armed forces in total that are participating in the invasion of Poland is something like 1.5 million soldiers, a absolutely massive amount of soldiers in Germany, and the amount of GDP of Germany that is going towards its military, that is GDP being gross domestic product, that is the percentage of the economy itself, the total economy of Nazi Germany that is going towards the military and war, is cut because I couldn't remember the number, but I want to say it's something like 68% of the entire German GDP. I'm going to put the number here on the screen if I can find a specific number. Someone can tell me down in the comments. It is the majority of the German economy. It is not just the majority, but the vast majority of the political energy of the German state being pushed towards remilitarization. So then Germany has two competing goals in theory, but they're put as non-competing, which is autarky and remilitarization. The goal is not just to get out of the restrictions of Versailles. It is not just to build a armed forces that is capable of defending Germany, but that is capable of taking land. And I'll come back to that in just a second about what the motivation is there. I'm sure you've at least heard some of the motivation before, but it's not good enough in the vision of the Nazis, in the vision of Adolf Hitler, to simply remilitarize via, for example, importing materials to then build airplanes and tanks, importing cotton to then create uniforms, importing oil to then power all the machinery of the war state. That's not good enough. And what is actually desired is a remilitarization that is self-sustaining via autarky. Autarky, as we said, is the ability of a state to simply exist without external inputs, right? Without exporting food, without exporting energy, without importing raw materials. Should have been saying importing that whole time. The idea is that the country can simply exist without any aid, right? And that's something that a lot of politicians of a lot of different stripes, both on the left and the right, the center, the liberal, the authoritarian, on and on it goes, fantasize about and work towards. It's something that's kind of becoming more in vogue at the time I'm recording this video, but it is almost always a fool's errand to try to become fully autonomous as a country. And in the case of Germany, in the case of Nazi Germany, it is this ideological pursuit of autarky at the same time as remilitarization is going on that is going to be a reason the Nazi government falls. Let me show you why. What do you need to build a military? You need people. Germany's got some people, though, as we'll see, not enough people. But let's go ahead and write that down, actually. People. You need human beings. You need oil to do modern warfare, and related to that, you need rubber. You need iron ore, can't say that right. Iron ore. You need steel. What else? Cotton. I should cite some sources here just for the sake of being super ethical. I've actually seen YouTubers talking about this particular situation without citing their sources. I think that's a grave mistake. One of them is Adam Two's Wages of Destruction, I already mentioned. Another is Tim Mason's 1995 work, Nazism, Fascism, and the Working Class. It's an essay collection. Ernst Frankl, The Dual State, is going to be in here. He's a pretty seminal writer. Mommsen, essay for the German Historical Association. And then lastly, Richard J. Evans, The Third Reich in Power, which I think I have here on my shelf. No, that's not it. The Coming of the Third Reich is the Evans book I at least have in paper form here on my shelf. So what do you need? So that's enough citing sources. What do you need for remilitarization? You need raw manpower and you need raw resources. Now, Germany, at the moment the Nazis take power, is integrated into the global economy. And in fact, the global economy in the wake of the Great Depression is actually already seen its trough, has already seen its bottom. It's not its zenith, but it's denouement. I don't know what the pretentious word would be for that. The point is that it's hit rock bottom. The Nazis are actually going to take power as the economy is beginning its recovery. And actually, that presents an issue because as the global economy begins to recover, demand for all of these resources begins to increase, and therefore it becomes more expensive to get them off the global market. Add to that the fact that in Nazi Germany, there is an insufficient amount of foreign currency, foreign exchange reserves, as they're called. Foreign exchange reserves, that is literally like having dollars or whatever, a British pound sterling in your national bank, or quite often a gold and silver to purchase things from abroad to bring them in to use in consumer goods that you'll then export back outright. You're integrated in the global economy, or to, in the case of Nazi Germany, hyper focus on remilitarization by bringing these things in for the purposes of building tanks, airplanes, military equipment, guns, uniforms, etc. You can see where, all of this starts to come together to create a war machine. And so super rapidly at a level that's unconscionably unsustainable. Historians like Mason and Adam Tooze and others argue that Germany began to spin down its foreign exchange reserves at a startling rate. Within a year, Germany is beginning to flirt with the idea that it has no foreign exchange reserves to purchase things from abroad to build its war machine. I actually have a specific number here that Tooze gives, I believe. Yeah, 1933, 400 million Reichsmarks, equivalent of foreign exchange reserves. A year later, 1934, that is dropped to less than 100 million Reichsmarks equivalents, which would be the equivalent then of like a week, or maybe stretched out a series of weeks of imports from abroad. And so very quickly in 1934, a new plan is developed to start to control the imports and exports command-wise, centrally by the Nazi state. If you took a basic economics course, which I did, and economics, particularly economic history, is not my expertise, so I will make mistakes here, and I encourage you to correct me in the comments when I do make those mistakes. In a command economy, you learn in your basic economics course, right? The government says do this, do that, to what would otherwise be private industry, and tells the economy overall from a central place what should take place, what must take place, right? And in the case of Nazi Germany, everyone is being slowly Gleichschaltunged, right? Sameified, same switched to all row in the same direction of remilitarization specifically. And so a massive bureaucracy comes into place to tell companies whether or not they're allowed to import things from abroad using foreign currency, how they will go about doing those importations, and to which products those importations will be assigned. What do I mean? Well, in the first years of Nazi governance, exports, so products manufactured in Germany itself, consumer goods, for example, reduced by about 15%. Why is that? Well, it's not just because of this prioritization of remilitarization and things, companies and individuals choosing to create less consumer goods and more military goods. It is a direct result of the fact that over time, the Nazi government, when a iron ore shipment comes from abroad, right? I believe steel and iron ore and oil come from places like Sweden, which will remain neutral in World War II, or from the Balkans, right? When rubber, oil, cotton, all these things I have listed here, when they start to come in, the government itself will dictate via a massive formula, like a bunch of paperwork and bureaucracy, to where those imports will go. And the priority will always be, beginning in 1933, 1934, will always be to the military remilitarization process. If you're importing iron ore for a consumer product, the chances are the bureaucracy is going to rip up that application and you're not going to get your iron ore for your widget factory, right? But if you're building military widget for a military rifle or for tank, right, then the odds are that the government's going to say, great, go ahead and do that importation. This whole economy is building in one single direction towards the abolition of the restrictions of the Treaty of Versailles that have been placed on Germany, towards remilitarization at all costs. And as the foreign reserves, these foreign exchange reserves as currency for the purpose of bringing in exports are dwindled and in fact hit zero at certain times, the government comes up with these bizarre workarounds to try to make things work. For example, they issue a dual currency functionally. The name is slipping my mind, but basically they gave other countries pieces of paper that said, like I said, currency, but vouchers effectively to buy German exports. So the idea was like, if a country wants to get some exports from Germany, they will trade things, they will send things off to Germany, and in exchange they will get not their own currencies, right? Not what's the currency in like Sweden or Denmark? Is it kronig? Somebody in the comments can tell me. You don't receive the currency of your country from Germany. What you receive is papers with which you can then buy more German exports. And so in this way, Germany starts to try to work around the fact that they no longer have gold in reserve, that they no longer have dollars or pounds sterling or francs, French francs, right? Within the economy itself, to prevent inflation, there is yet another parallel paper currency that is given around to industrialists with a return rate, a fixed return rate, so that the government can pay industrialists for their military products without actually printing more Reichsmarks. And the idea is to prevent any form of inflation, to hold the Reichsmark in an absolute valuation. And the reason that the Reichsmark is so pathologically held to a stable rate by the government, and the reason they're so afraid of the idea of printing money and creating inflation, is because of what took place during the hyperinflation of the Weimar years. If you've ever been in your history class, you know that there were moments when during the Weimar Republic, the German currency was so abysmally hyperinflated that people were taking giant piles of cash to buy their daily shop, to buy bread, to buy, basic resources. And people had to resort to things like the black market. Yeah, what else? You don't like Nazi economic policy? Me neither. Yeah. And production assistant has come to say hello. She has strong opinions about Nazi remilitarization. The parallel currency thing serves a couple different functions. The first is that it allows the government to print money without actually printing money, unofficially. So it's not that there's more Reichsmarks in circulation, it's that there's these alternative parallel currencies, right, that are used specifically by other countries to buy German exports, or within the country itself domestically for industrialists to purchase, or rather for the government to purchase from industrialists military products without actually handing them Reichsmarks. So because the idea is not to have more circulation of Reichsmarks, and because there is a complete and total lack of foreign exchange reserves and precious metals like gold, the German resorts to these things to keep the remilitarization process going. Now, industrialists and capitalists aren't super thrilled about receiving fake money, basically, but it has a fixed return rate. And the reality is that you either play ball with the Nazi state or you're out. And obviously, you want to be in with the Nazi state if you're an industrialist. You don't want to lose your ability to make money. And importantly, it shouldn't be overlooked that, industry did make out pretty well. Whew. Sorry, I had to put the cat down. Industry did make out pretty well during the Nazi government. And those who say that fascism itself was a last resort of capitalism, that's something I've addressed in other videos. I don't believe that that is a truth, at least not in terms of capitalism coming up with a master plan, like the bourgeoisie coming up with a master plan to create fascism. But the idea that fascism and capitalism work together at times, that the industrialists in the Nazi state made plenty of money and plenty of profits, and that labor unions were crushed, that the Communist Party and revolutionary socialists were put down in the Nazi years, is absolutely true. And for that reason, before the 1934 elections, industrialists made large contributions to the Nazis, not really beforehand, which I think speaks to the point that I was just making about how it not being some sort of master plan. And I think that's the best way to look at it, is that there was that Herrschaftskompromiss in which conservatives and eventually then, the industrialists and the capitalist class basically literally collaborate with the Nazis, bring them to power, allow them to take on these unlimited amounts of powers within the state. And that ultimately, when it was no longer feasible to exert any independent control, when you had already kind of gotten everything that you might have wanted, which is the pushing down of labor and the ability to have some pretty stable profits backed by the state. Once you've gotten all those things that you want, and the state and the central government's lack of proper planning and their unrealistic targets begin to eat up all the benefits and begin to create an unsustainable situation, it is only then when you realize, these industrialists, that it's way too late and that fascism, to use Ernst Franco's words, has won in that dialectical challenge. And that kind of fits into the Nazi survival of the fittest narrative as well. What Franco was describing was a bit of a Marxist dialectic. That is that there's, two competing things, two competing theses, right, that then become a synthesis, right, that there's conflict and there's resolution. But if you even look at it in a fascist perspective, that there was the capitalist class, there was all of the private individuals out there, that the entirety of the state came to heel under the general will of the Führer. So however way you slice it, fascism and the vision of the NSDAP and Adolf Hitler won over big industrialists, over capitalists, and of course, over all of those that came before that particular group was made subservient to the Third Reich. The workers, the regular old citizens, people who were quote-unquote racially impure, the disabled, those who might want to exercise some free speech as a social democrat, on and on the list of those repressed goes. So exports are down, imports are up, even though the goal is autarky. Gold and foreign currency reserves down, and the overall aim of the economy is something that we might call the Wehrwirtschaft, that is the war economy. Wirtschaft, economy, Wehr, defense, or militarization, in this context, the military economy. The full remilitarization of Germany, despite the image you have in your mind about German policy, Nazi policy of remilitarization being one of several policies of the Nazi government, is indeed what I'd like you to realize here is the one and only policy, really, of the German Reich. Everything else is aimed towards that remilitarization. By 1936, the wheels are starting to come off this whole project. Let me switch to a new color so we can distinguish these things. Let's use blue as after all of the stuff I've fit up on the board so far. By 1936, all of these little schemes are starting to look rather silly. The foreign currency reserves are depleted completely. The economy is running extraordinarily hot, despite the fact that workers are forced to remain in their workplace unless they can, get the permission to move along. Despite the fact that unemployment is now low and close to zero, there's some issues that are beginning to emerge. Let's start with the top of the pyramid first. The economic minister Schacht goes to Adolf Hitler and puts together a presentation. Basically, he gets his little PowerPoint out with a laser pointer and he's like, look, economy overheated. Look, foreign reserves low. Look, mein Führer, look, everything is looking pretty rough here, right? And the proposal is we should slow it down, right? We should let some consumer goods be manufactured again in a little bit more of a liberal, free market-y way, because then we'll, all of our companies will start to have foreign countries purchasing goods and they'll bring in foreign currencies and we can then build up foreign currency reserves again. The economy, which is running super hot, will have, labor divided in a more free market-y, liberal economics, laissez-faire way. People will go where they're needed. It'll be a little bit less command. Inflation will cool off because the government won't be spending and creating, right, these bizarre schemes to spend money that it technically isn't spending with proper Reichsmarks. We just need to cool it a little bit. We need to cool it or we're going to have a runaway inflation. This whole system is going to come collapsing down. Now, a few things. If you're a run-of-the-mill authoritarian and you hear this, you might think, this guy is challenging my power. I don't like him. He's out. Right? Adolf Hitler does do that and does assign the economy more broadly to a plenipotentiary named Göring. I'm sure you've heard the name Hermann Göring before. Göring. Goering. So that stereotypical authoritarian thing does happen. There's a second problem for fascists in particular, and in particular Adolf Hitler. This is part of the pathology of fascism, actually, that a massive part of fascist ideology is something called actual idealism, or let's just call it, for the purpose of our conversation, actualism. And that's highly associated with the concept of the will, not this will, not William, but the will as in the desire to do something. In the 1932 Doctrine of Fascism, let me see if I can get this from my cat. Sorry. Actual idealism, most notably associated with the thinker Giovanni Gentile, someone who basically gave the philosophical background to Italian fascism, who secretly wrote the Doctrine of Fascism in 1932, actually a decade after the Italian fascists have been in power. Something about the timing there might indicate that some of this is, cleaning up the mess afterwards, or trying to put a rational or philosophical spin on some of the things the fascists had been doing, right? Coming in behind to sweep up. But let's leave that to the side for a second. All of this is published under the name of Benito Mussolini, the Duce, who probably wrote part 2 of the Doctrine of Fascism, but who definitely did not write part 1, the part that's the most philosophically dense and relevant. And within the Doctrine of Fascism 1932, we find the actual idealism of Giovanni Gentile. Actual idealism basically says that reality exists inside of thoughts. Reality exists inside of thoughts. Truth, he says, is a, quote, spiritual attitude. Truth is a spiritual attitude. What the hell does that mean? In the context of fascist thought, there is a belief that if you can dream it, vision board style, if you can dream it, it can become reality. That the only thing standing between a rebirth state, that palingenetic myth that we talked about earlier, the only thing standing between that happening and the decadent, broken, parliamentary, liberal, bourgeois, Bolshevik, whatever things that metropolitanism, all the things that fascism are opposed to, the thing that stands between the broken world of the fascists see and the new man and the new world and the reborn nation is the power of will itself. The Nazi propaganda film Triumph des Willens, Triumph of the Will, was part of this belief, this deep belief that if somebody says, I can't, they just don't believe enough to make it reality. So here is Giovanni Gentile in the Doctrine of Fascism, that fascism stands for a principle which becomes the central motive of man, sinking deep down into his personality. It dwells in the heart of the man, the action of the thinker. Dwells in the heart of man, the action of the thinker, of the artist and of the man of science, soul of the soul. Fascism and the fascist state, quote, permeates the will no less than the intellect. This is, I think I made this joke before, this is the 1930s hustle culture. This is the influencer on YouTube or on TikTok who says, the only thing standing between you and $1 million is your ability to force yourself via brute force to wake up at 4 a.m. because obviously any business plan you put together at 4 a.m. is better than one you put together at 4 p.m. Now then, am I suggesting that anytime you hear a politician say, let's make dreams real, right? Let's have a vision and let's make it reality, that they're fascist, right? I didn't watch like Bob the Builder and you hear like, can we build it? Yes, we can. And be like, he's obviously Bob the Builder, a Nietzschean Übermensch and a fascist, right? Like that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that instrumental to the fascist project, deep down in the belief system that is propagated by fascists, in particular Giovanni Gentile and Adolf Hitler, even earlier in Mein Kampf, is that life is a struggle, a perpetual struggle of the will to create reality, to shape the earth. Okay, now come back here to the situation where the economic minister Schacht in 1936 has told old Mr. Hitler, hey, everything's running hot. Everything's looking bad. All our schemes are starting to fall apart. We're developing a labor shortage. There's going to be a labor shortage of about 1 million workers later on as conscription begins to happen as well. So all the people working in agriculture, all the people working in industry are starting to be depleted as well by the military itself being trained for that rearmament, that remilitarization. All of these strategic things that are necessary for autarky are starting to compete with one another in a limited German population. Everything's looking bad, Mr. Hitler. We already said that a normal authoritarian might take that as a personal affront and just hear like your plans aren't working and be like, I'm offended, right? But now that we know about fascist actualism, this actual idealism, right? This belief that the thing standing between what we want and what we currently have is our belief, our willpower, our desire to make it happen. Therefore, what Hitler heard from his economic minister is, I don't have the will to carry through your policy. What Hitler believed was that this bureaucrat, this person with parliamentary instincts, right? This cold, rational, materialist person was preventing him from achieving the ultimate goal of remilitarization. That the actual thing that was missing was not more sound economic policy, was not a new person who just would carry out the policy different and not insult the Fuhrer, but was rather someone who had the will to carry through, to make dreams real. If that doesn't sound rational, it's because it's not rational. And part of what fascism is, and we explored this in my video on fascism, is that fascism is a bit mystical. It's a bit, yes, revolutionary in the sense of building a new thing out of the current status quo. It is, in fact, a political philosophy that at its core, at its most pure or ideal, to use more, wishy-washy terms, is something that believes in building out of thoughts, right? If you can dream it, you can make it real. And that is why when Hitler heard this from his economic minister, that everything ain't working so great, Hitler made a decision that made all of this infinitely worse. I just got my other paper out. So you could have a path here, right? It's 1936. Hitler has options, right? In one path is a path to, we'll call it economic liberalization, right? Laissez-faire, cooling off of the economy, slow down, right? Slowing, a desire for consumer products, right? To let consumer products then drive exports that then drive the arrival of currencies from abroad, right? To devalue the currency on a more natural thing, to allow some inflation, right? But we know that Hitler is pathologically opposed to all of these things because he believes that what actually needs to happen is someone just needs to believe harder in the plan to remilitarize. There's another reason, we could give a rational reason, that I think it's completely fair to look at Hitler and say this man was irrational. I'm not doing apologetics for him or trying to just make everything that seems irrational rational. I think Hitler, we should just take that at face value, that there is a high amount of irrationality going on here. But one other rational reason we could give for this is that if you slow down, once again, just like earlier when the Nazi vote declined, right, the risk is that the mystique starts to wear off. You start to look like a normal, non-prophetic politician, right? Your political project starts to unwind. If you need to go through a corrective period after a period of intense command economy that's been run haphazardly and crazily, and we'll get to how Nazi governments actually worked in detail very soon. It's another reason the Nazi project fell apart, another reason fascism dies. If you go through a corrective period, people are going to start to ask questions, right? People are going to start to say, hey, why are we going through a corrective period? And you tell them, good things are on the horizon. And as we all know, who have been alive for more than one election cycle, what voters, or in the case of Nazi Germany, where votes are not happening anymore, what citizens under a political regime don't want to hear is, just give it a minute. Your life sucks right now, just give it a minute. Can you see that better? I hope that that's visible on screen. So what does he do instead? Hitler names Hermann Göring to be a man who, by the way, has no background in economics whatsoever. He gets rid of his traditional normative state economic minister, Schacht, or at least he demotes him. I can't recall exactly. Göring is made the plenipotentiary of something. Plenipotentiary, that says plenipotentiary, just so you know, of the four-year plan. Plenipotentiary of the four-year plan. It has a different name in German, but basically the thing that Hitler decides to do instead is to have a political lackey, Hermann Göring, a man with no economic background, a man who dresses extravagantly, who lives a corrupt life, who is perhaps a man building, right? He's living the self-motivation, hustle bro dream of like running, being an important person in Nazi Germany by the force of his will, right? He tells Hermann Göring, let's build autarky even faster. Let's have a 4-year plan in which our remilitarization and our entire agricultural economy and the prosperity of the German Reich, the ability for us to pursue all of our goals, will be prepared by the end of 4 years. Hitler, in a memo in 1936, says, quote, the final solution, not that final solution, Hitler's always using apocalyptic language, okay? The final solution lies in extending living space and or the sources of raw material and food stuffs. 1936, extending living space and or the sources of raw material and food stuffs. So what is the point of the 4-year plan? It is to create the facilities and capacities to end the aforementioned imports. Aforementioned is what I wrote in my own notes to help me remember to look back up a few lines on the page to see that imports were rubber, oil, cotton, iron ore, animal feed, wool, fats. That's split over the Third Reich empowered by Evans and the Wages of Destruction by Tooze. That instead of modifying, Hitler doubles down. Instead of saying things are too hot and we need to adjust, Hitler says, no, we need to have more will. We need to replace all of our imports via sheer force of will in the next 4 years. And you'll notice that the memo that I just quoted, Hitler says we need the space and the raw materials to do so. And I have resisted using the phrase Lebensraum, living space, up until now, but now is a good moment to bring in, we talked about the seeds of self-destruction here, whether fascism dies of its own accord, whether it overextends and evil dies on its own. That was kind of the question we've teased here. Well, here's one potential part of an answer for Nazi Germany, and that is that from the earliest moments, from the moments in the Landau prison, I believe it's called Landes prison, in 1924, when Hitler is writing his book, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, he's writing about something called the need for Lebensraum. And whether or not Hitler comports perfectly to the ideal version of fascism, whether he, in terms of like being like close to like the essence of fascism or like a dictionary definition we could come up with, whether or not he does that or he fits into some other totalitarian mold, one thing is clear about Hitler. He had basically two policies that stayed with him through the entirety of his political career, from his earliest moments in leadership of the NSDAP in the 1920s until his death, his suicide in 1945, and that is twofold. One, the elimination of the Jewish people and the unwanted folks, quote unquote, the unpure, the pestilence is the apocalyptic language he uses, calls them. Yeah, I know, Mein Kampf is bad. I know, Hitler's bad. Jeez. And the second is, she's really crazy today. I think, so one policy is the elimination of the Jewish, quote unquote, race, or in the phrase of Chamberlain, not the prime minister, but the son-in-law of Richard Wagner, the anti-race, right? The Jewish people who represent all of the things the Nazis hate, right? The scapegoat for decadence, for ruin, for the surrender in World War I. That's one policy, but relevant to what we're talking about right now. The second policy, the one that stays with Hitler all the way from the 20s through the 30s into the 40s until the complete and total collapse of the so-called Third Reich, is the idea of Lebensraum, living space. Lebensraum. I don't think you need a translation. Room, life room, living space, living room. From the very inception of Hitler's political career, he believed that for German society to actually survive and thrive, it needed not just more physical space for German people to take up a giant empire or a giant Reich, as we would say in quotations. It is not just about physical space. It is about the resources and the food that are available in those places to which Germany would expand, which sets up the economic flight forward and the problem. I wonder if you can see where this is going. In 1936, there is a contradiction, a blatant contradiction. Hitler tells Göring, make us self-sustaining in 4 years. This guy, Schacht, wanted to liberalize. That's dumb. We need more willpower. Let's instead make you, Hermann Göring, the plenipotentiary for the 4-year plan to create autarky within 4 years. And at the same time, in 1936, the memo says, the final solution lies in extending living space and/or the sources of raw material and foodstuffs. How can it be that on the one hand, the problem is will to do it, versus the fact that Hitler is saying we can't do it without Lebensraum? That's a contradiction. We need more willpower. Let's have a 4-year plan. Let's become kriegsfähig, that is Krieg, war, fähig, capable, kriegsfähig, war capable. Let's become war capable. Let's become autarkic. Let's replace all those imports that we're striving for with our own domestic production in rubber, oil, wool, cotton, steel, iron, or I already said, whatever. Let's replace all those things that we need for the remilitarization in 4 years. But also, we can't actually do that until we have the Lebensraum. Right? Those two things are fundamentally opposed to each other. Those two things don't make any sense. We need the willpower and we need the space. Well, which one is it? And just to be clear, it's not like you could have a politician that says we need both things. Hitler is not saying we need one and two. He's saying we need willpower. And then completely separately, right? He's saying we need willpower. We don't need anything else other than willpower. We don't need anything else other than willpower, but also we need Lebensraum, right? We don't need anything else, but also we need that, okay? Which brings us finally to the answer to our question, at least one part of it, the thing that I've been building up to now for a couple hours, which is the very fundamental reason that Nazism died, or at least the number one thing that we are going to list off first is what Tim Mason, the historian who wrote a book on the Nazi regime and the working class, a series of essays called The Economic Flight Forward. Because lo and behold, as the years go by after 1936, as Hermann Göring becomes this plenipotentiary for the 4-year plan, as Nazi Germany continues to finagle all of these weird rules and play with the currency. As it turns out, the economic minister in 1936 was right. Everything is going to just get worse and worse and worse. Like I said, there's going to be a labor shortage of 1 million workers, right? And this is going to be not just a basic economic problem. Sorry if I just popped the mic. It's not going to just be a basic economic problem. It's going to start to resurrect what Marxist historians are going to call another contradiction, right? We have this contradiction of we don't need anything but will, but also we need living space, right? There's a second contradiction here, which is the fact that in order to get this far, the Nazis had to push down what in the Marxist paradigm we would call the proletariat. Has to push down the labor unions, has to push down the social democrats, has to push down the Communist Party, has to push down, communists with that revolutionary Bolshevik twinge to them, right? They're not just Mensheviki or international IRs or whatever. They are Bolsheviks, right? Push all of those people down, and forgetting about all those political parties for a second, just pushing down the working class in general, holding wages stagnant, keeping people in the jobs that they have against their will potentially, even if they want to move, because we're all Gleichschaltung, right? We're all pushing in the same direction. You can't go anywhere. You can't leave your job without permission. The state needs you here, right? All of the incentives being forced upon the workers are being rewarded with more power for that class? No. Cheap vacations, right? Remember we talked about Kraft durch Freude, right? Cheap subsidized vacations? Sure. Does that make up for a lack of career freedom, a lack of high wages, a declining amount of consumer goods available in society? Does all that get made up for by a cheap vacation, right? In the sense that, you're being reconciled with the state as an individual. You're part of the big German nation. I mean, maybe for a little bit, maybe under duress and fear, but not forever. And as the 30s start to tick by, Tim Mason points out to us that there is a now new contradiction, a contradiction of the stated goals of the nation and the material realities of the workers. I'm going to get a new piece of paper. I'm going to feed my cat or give her a pet. I don't know if you can hear her meowing in the background. I'm going to clear the board. I'm going to talk about that. By the way, I should mention that earlier I stated that Mason wrote in 1995. That's actually when this book, this series of essays collected, I believe by Jane Kaplan, was published. Mason was writing on Nazi governance and this contradiction and the economic flight forward in the 60s and 70s. Just wanted to make that clear. And speaking of Jane Kaplan, I'm going to be recapping a little bit about what she says in the preface to this collection of essays. And one of them is that she says, step one is that class conflict in the Nazi Reich remained endemic. Conflict of classes. Now, this is language that is clear if you're a Marxist historian or someone who's experienced with like the dialectic theory, but it's what I was just saying a second ago. It's that Germany and the NSDAP claimed that what they wanted to build was something called the Volksgemeinschaft. And what that word literally translates to in English is community, Gemeinschaft, community, and Volks, that is the people, right? Or the nation, right? In the context of fascism, you have the Volkswagen, the people's wagon, right? This promised automobile from the Reich. And actually it's a pretty good example because a lot of people paid for Volkswagens in the early portion of the National Socialists, the NSDAP rule, never received them because a lot of the supplies and materials had to be repurposed and pushed towards remilitarization, right? So anyway, the idea was to create a classless Volksgemeinschaft where, again, remember we talked about corporatism, industry and workers, bourgeoisie and proletariat, whatever vocabulary you prefer. All of the different stakeholders, to use a DC term in society, are reconciled through the state. There is no longer no class. There is only the Gleichschaltung, the switch to the same, everyone rowing in the same direction. But there's a contradiction there, right? Because life sucked. Life was actually not that great for workers in Nazi Germany. There is an image, and again, I told you I want to bring that mystique of fascism and sort of clear some of that mystique away, right? There is a vision that we have when we have history classes, when we see propaganda from the era of the so-called Third Reich, in which we see workers being productive, when we see this big industrial Germany, when we see the Autobahn, right? The project of the Weimar Germans that then the Nazi government took over. When we see Germany in historical footage, and when we get it in history books, and when we think about the imagery that's being projected by the Nazis, we think of this huge monolith that solved the economic crisis through some sort of quasi-Keynesian economics that made everything better, right? And you hear that stereotype of like, oh, the trains ran on time. Like there were lots of people persecuted. There were torture chambers. There were concentration camps. There was intense racial violence through like the Nuremberg laws of 1935, but the trains ran on time, right? Now that's first of all, that's messed up. All right. I think that's pretty obvious. Okay. That logic of like, well, any sort of repression is validated if the trains run on time or like material conditions are good for the vast majority, right? That's the difficulty in politics in general. When we talked about Greek democracy in a previous lecture, we talked about how the Athenian Greek democracy, we idealize it, and democracy in general, people's power, right? And like the abstract is great, but then sometimes when you get into the nitty gritty, you see that, Greek society was a slave society and women weren't involved in the democracy of Athens, right? So it's perhaps an inspirational starting point for political structure, but the actual Greek polis was not, right? And it's tough for us to see in our minds when we think about something like democracy, with which we generally have positive perceptions. It's a little easier when we talk about fascism and we say, or some apologists would say, material conditions were great. And yeah, how you make an omelet, you can't break eggs, right? That's what these sort of deeply immoral apologists would argue, right? Neo-Nazis, modern fascists. But what I wanted to point out is that even that's not true. Right? Wages were stagnant in the Third Reich. Workers were part of what historians are calling neo-feudalism. The economy is actually not what it seemed. The Nazis were just particularly good under the Reichspropaganda Ministry under Joseph Goebbels at portraying themselves as the ones who did all of the good things, who saved the economy, right? But if you open the hood and take a look, it actually wasn't all that great. And over time, that creates a contradiction. It creates, if you like, either an organic pressure from the labor force upwards, or if you want to use the terms that Mason does in terms of the Marxist dialectic, you can say that the proletarian began to realize that they needed to reassert themselves. And so Mason points out that what actually starts to occur as the Third Reich goes on is that the class conflict begins to reassert itself in the form of absenteeism. That is to say, people calling out of work because they can't switch their jobs. They're probably unhappy. They might think that they're worth a higher wage and they can't get it. They can't go without permission from their employer and from the state itself. So what do? You call in sick, right? To just, just as a pointer, you just don't show up at times, right? There is in private industry a secret sort of pay package or secret wage structure that starts to come to the fore, where employers who are desperate in critical industries realize that they can't just tell people that the wages are actually stagnant as the state requires, as the Volksgemeinschaft and the corporatist structures demand, that actually employers start to incentivize really skilled laborers to come work for them. They do under the table payments to make that happen. People just relocate anyway, right? People start to switch jobs anyway. They start to rebel, labor-wise, not like literal rebellion. And finally, you have, I had a brain fart there. Finally, you have productivity that just kind of declines anyway because people are unhappy. They start to work slower, right? Your targets are missed because what's the incentive if your wage is going to be the same no matter what you do unless you come up with some sort of secret agreement with your employer, right? So as the government is making this 4-year plan push to autarky and saying like all we need is willpower, the willpower of the proletariat in this formulation from Mason is already ebbing and flowing. The class consciousness, the class conflict never actually went away. And unlike the beginning of the regime when you could just push down labor unions, when you could ban papers of workers or ban certain political parties, there's no such institutions to target anymore, which means that when this endemic class conflict rears its head in these sort of passive resistance ways or these black market ways, these under the table ways, how are you going to target these things? There's no party headquarters to shutter, right? There's no leader of the opposition to imprison. They're already in the camps. They've already been sent away. They've already been made illegal. You can try to crack down on some of this stuff, but like the secret wage thing, well, the companies themselves are doing that, right? And if you start to clamp down on this stuff or try to, punish people who get around certain things and find certain flexibilities for their lives and start to, resist the totalizing vision that the government has for this Volksgemeinschaft. If you start to punish those people, what do? You end up making things even worse. So the government, through this contradiction of promising a Volksgemeinschaft, and yet there is no such thing. It's a self-serving myth, a self-interested myth, as Mason puts it. That's a direct quote from him. What you then have is a government in between a rock and a hard place. So that's one contradiction. The second we already discussed, the idea that there's the only gap between the vision that the Third Reich is building and what is currently is willpower, but also we don't need anything but willpower, but also we need Lebensraum. There's a second contradiction. There's a third contradiction, which maybe is not separate, but I've been talking for a couple hours, so I'll just say it anyway, and we'll see if it actually comes out being separate and contradictory. The third contradiction is that the vision of the economy and the political project is good, right? The Reichspropaganda Ministry under Joseph Goebbels is like, look at all this, and the world is believing it to a certain extent, right? The 1936 Berlin Olympics, right? They went off and people were like, great, right? There's there's pushback. I'm not saying that the whole world was like Nazi Germany, great, right? But there was a perception among a lot of people and a lot of naive people, particularly in places like Britain and France, that we're worried about this, we're anxious about this, but maybe, just maybe, actually what the Nazi political project is what it claims to be, which is a rebuilding of Germany to a proper status of just a European power, and that ambition goes no further, right? That the anti-Semitism is just a tool, and the anti-Semitism is pretty big in France anyway, right? And there's a naivete about it in Britain that says, I mean, what do we care? What, populist appeals are made. Like, if the German economy is doing great, maybe that's just what Mr. Hitler wants, right? He's going around pretending to want peace, making speeches every time he does something aggressive to reassure those across Europe that actually his ambitions are limited, right? He makes an informal agreement with Britain to cap his navy at a certain size compared to the British fleet, right? So he's playing a double game in public, and people are buying into this vision of the economy and the political project being good. But we know behind the scenes two things. One is that it has grander ambitions, and that if you just look at Mein Kampf, you can see the man is a psychopath who has clear goals of eliminating all of his enemies, of expanding Germany. And, of course, what we now know is that the political project and the economic project were actually not going so great. That the image created by the regime was actually wrong. Right? That everything's running super hot. It's unsustainable. And this particular piece here is the biggest contradiction of all. You have an economy running super hot. Without all of the gamesmanship, you'd have runaway inflation. You have reserves gone. You have a labor shortage. You have remilitarization stalling because productivity losses are happening and raw materials are actually not self-sustaining, even if you had a much longer window to make it happen. And then there's a last little factor here that I want to bring up. William L. Shirer brings it up in his work, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. William L. Shirer was actually covering Nazi Germany within Nazi Germany during the rise and the fall of Nazi Germany. I got to make a cut so I can get this book back on the shelf. And Shirer points out in his book that, quote, time was not on Hitler's side, because, quote, the industrial alliance can combine. What is the industrial alliance? The industrial alliance will, as we know, eventually become the US, Britain, France, and their empires, of course, and, of course, another big bad. In fact, one of the biggest bads to Hitler, the USSR, the Judeo-Bolsheviks, quote, that he calls them, right? All of them have a combined GDP, all of the potential enemies, the enemies that maybe don't even realize yet that they're Hitler's enemies, right? Except for the USSR, they know, but everyone else is kind of naive about it. All of them have an industrial capacity that far outstrips Germany, and were they ever to unite, Germany would be in trouble. Combined, their gross domestic product is 4 times larger than Germany. And were they ever to combine their forces to oppose Germany, even if Germany were to team up with, say, Italy and Japan, and maybe take Romania to use as a puppet state and ally themselves with Hungary and even if Hitler were to basically find other allies, if these folks were to decide to oppose Nazi Germany and to take remilitarization seriously, Germany would be in the long term pretty screwed. And in particular, Adam Tooze points out in Wages of Destruction that Hitler had a particular infatuation and fear of the United States, that he saw the world order early hinging on this forthcoming superpower, this industrial giant, the United States, that if the US were to build its world order, even if everything else were to stay the same on the European continent, that soon Germany would be under the thumb of the Americans. That, to Hitler, was unacceptable. And as Hitler begins to take actions, remilitarizing the Rhineland, taking Sudetenland, splitting Czechoslovakia and taking 2 more provinces, basically ceasing to let Czechoslovakia exist, the Anschluss with Austria, the eventual invasion of Poland, the taking of parts of Lithuania. as these things start to build, and as diplomats and as the other powers on the continent, particularly Britain and France, realize that actually Hitler is not just going to stop there, that the project actually does have grand ambitions, that Mein Kampf was actually Hitler saying what he wanted to do out loud, and people should have believed him rather than believing in the demurring and the distractions. As they started to remilitarize, though, all of these contradictions become much more acute, because that means if you want to solve those contradictions, you have to take action now. As Shirer put it, as I just quoted, William L. Shirer writes that time was not on Hitler's side here, that the longer these contradictions are left to exist, you have domestic problems, of course, you also have the external threats, and that therefore there's only one thing left to do. And as Mason puts it, the only thing left to do is the so-called Flucht nach vorn. Flucht nach vorn. I think someone, a Deutsche, soll es nicht sein vorne? Soll es nicht vorne sein? Whatever. The Flucht nach vorn is what Mason labels something that translates to the flight forward. And that's what this whole section has been, the economic flight forward. The only solution to all this in Hitler's mind, at this point, you've doubled down and you've doubled down. You had a chance, maybe an off-ramp in 1936. You didn't take it. As the decade starts to come to a close, 1938, 1939, start to get really acute problems. Time, the clock is ticking. The only thing to do is to go to war, is to expand into the Lebensraum, into the living space that Hitler had been talking about since the 20s, to take, like we said, Sudetenland, Czechoslovakia, parts of Lithuania, eventually Denmark, which is next to Sweden, which has things, materials that Germany needs, to take parts of the Balkans, to install puppet states, to go to war with Poland, and eventually, as we'll find out, the USSR itself, the big bad that Hitler temporarily aligns himself with to maybe rationally split off the Soviet Union from the rest of the Allies. Because if the USSR were to team up with these other liberal democracies, these empires, then Germany would be done. And so there is only one path, and that is the economic flight forward to war. What is happening here is different than what you think. It is different than the standard narrative. And I'm sorry to keep belaboring this point. I've already made it, but let me just make it slightly differently. If you thought that World War II was Hitler unleashing his master plan, you'd be wrong. He's always said he wanted Lebensraum since the 20s, but this is not a master plan. This is correcting the course under intense duress. That is to say that if Hitler doesn't start World War II, if he doesn't expand, if he doesn't go get those resources, if he doesn't go get that space, those raw materials that he can't import any longer, if he doesn't get the physical labor force, the population that will eventually become slave labor, right? If he doesn't do those things, the whole project will come tumbling down. It is under duress at the very moment that Hitler invades Poland, September 1st, 1939. Tim Mason writes that without this flight forward, there would be no possibility of increasing repression. That is, the society's already repressed. There's no more repression to be had without undermining the project even further. There was no possibility of avoiding economic crisis. The signs of it, the cracks are already showing. They were already showing as early as 1936. Without this flight forward, Mason writes, there is no chance of filling the gaping holes everywhere in the economy with booty. I do declare, Mr. Mason, you have a way with words. Okay, without this flight forward, these contradictions cannot be resolved. There's a labor shortage, invade a place, use that labor. There's unhappy workers, invade a place, use those unhappy workers. Who cares? They're subjects now of the German Reich. There's a lack of imports, invade somewhere and get those raw materials directly. There's a lack of foreign currency reserves, invade France and take their gold. There's a lack of will. Let's just keep pushing this whole project forward. The economy's not going great. Let's expand and use the resources and the place to incorporate into Germany to make this political project keep going, because if we stop, we die. What's that line from Bob Dylan? You gotta stop swimming or you'll stink. You'll stink. Gotta stop swimming or you'll sink like a stone. In this case, the Flucht nach vorne says you gotta keep swimming or you'll sink like a stone. In fact, you're already sinking. Oh, the times they are a-changin'. That is the very first reason that fascism died, because it had within the political project of remilitarization in Nazism, you had a perpetual need to continue to go. You either continue to go or you stop, and then fascism dies anyway. In this case, they continued to go, and fascism failed because eventually it was overextended. And in fact, this did come to pass, that the four powers that Hitler eventually takes on unified, and because they were so much larger than he was, even with the allies he built in Italy and Japan, they were able to take him down. And it's actually the argument of Ian Kershaw in one part of his Hitler biography, Nemesis. We'll be talking more about Kershaw in just a moment, who says that even at the end of 1941, so remember, the war's not even over until 1945. End of 1941, even though the war dragged on for 3.5 years, the gamble for world power was lost. That even early on, years earlier, super obvious that eventually Germany was going to be overpowered. There's another reason fascism dies, and another reason Nazi Germany dies in particular in brutal fashion, and the reason it goes to such extreme lengths and just goes into the deep depths of moral depravity. That is another reason we're going to talk about why fascism dies. But for now, we should just come full circle and see that the policy of Nazi Germany, the one that overrode all the propaganda, all the energy, all the imaging of the Nazi political project, was in fact remilitarization, the stripping down and the violation of Versailles in a manner in which the political project could eventually get that Lebensraum, that space that Germany, all the way back in Mein Kampf, said was absolutely necessary. And it is therefore the Flucht nach vorn, the flight forward, that guaranteed one way or another, either the Flucht nach nirgendwo, the flight towards nowhere and you die, or the flight towards forward and you die. You got one choice or the other. Fascism goes down either way in Germany, either through moderation and maybe the loss of the mystique, right? I don't want to dip too far into alternate history. But what actually did happen was that the Flucht nach vorn, the flight towards forward, brought the end of the Nazi regime. It is one reason fascism dies. Okay, so now it's time to talk about something we've hinted at so far, which is that the Nazi government was not as it seemed. And another reason that fascism dies then is what we'll call radicalization. Now, Robert Paxton, in his book, The Anatomy of Fascism, goes through, I don't know why I held up my notes on it. I'll put a picture of the book up on the screen. I used it in my last video on fascism. It's a great work. That and Griffin's are two really good books to use. Stanley Payne is a third author who's written on fascism extensively, in Spanish fascism in particular, quite often. You visit those three historians, you're going to have a really good idea of fascism and how it works. And in Paxton's Anatomy of Fascism, he uses a historical method in which he talks not about the essence of fascism, which is what Griffin does. Griffin talks about that palingenetic myth, right? The essence of fascism is the myth of rebirth and ultranationalism. Paxton talks instead about the 5 stages of fascism and how it develops. There's the first stage, which is like the substrate, the prerequisites of society, liberal democracy failing, embarrassment and shame, right? The second is the birth of the political movement, the obsession with decadence and decline, and in the case of Nazi Germany, with racial purity, this blood and soil, this organism of the state that they perceive. The third step is getting power, that Herrschaftskompromiss we talked about earlier. The fourth step is using power. The fifth step is a little bit of what comes when we either get the Flucht nach vorne, the flight forward to expansionism and radicalization. Radicalization is one path in step 5, or we go the Italian path, which we'll cover later, in which actually there's entropy in the state and the fascist project kind of dwindles. Okay, Nazi Germany went through a period, instead of dwindling, right, instead of taking that path in 36 when things might have slowed down, Nazi Germany instead chooses and is not chooses. Germany is set upon the irrevocable path of radicalization. That's what we're going to talk about next. I'm going to clear the board and we're going to talk about the fifth step of Paxton, that is radicalization. Nazi Germany goes through a period of cumulative radicalization. We're going to explore some Nazi policies in the early years of the Third Reich that explain it, that talk about how actually when we think about Nazi Germany and we think about the powerful Hitler sitting atop and micromanaging and pointing out things, do this, do that, actually that's not the right way to look at it. I hope that whet your appetite a little bit. I'm going to clear the board. We're going to talk about radicalization.
Oh, hello. Okay, so you might be noticing the lighting is slightly different and my voice sounds slightly different. Maybe not, but probably. That's because I burned to a crisp yesterday and we are now in day 2 of filming. Hello. I thought since I took a break, it would make sense to give you a little bit of a roadmap of where we're headed, and also to introduce you to 2 sub-themes that I think are super important for contextualizing and thinking about the problem that we're facing together, about how fascism dies. There are 2 metaphors that I want you to think of. You know I'm a metaphor guy. One of them is the metaphor of ocean waves. This is different than the metaphor of ocean waves I've given before, so bear with me. The second is the snowflake. It's a metaphor that I am borrowing from a historian named Bruce Cummings in his writings on the Korean War, actually. So the first one is, I want you to think of really any political movement, but in this case, fascism, as a wave. You can think of it as a big wave crashing on the shore, or even like a tsunami coming. And I want you to think about the way that a wave crashes over the shore and it goes up to a certain extent and it fizzles out, right? And you get that foam left over. So I want you to think of the political movement as that water that's rushing up onto the beach, and think about the farther that the water gets up on the beach, like the more effective the political movement has been. So what would we do if we are a society, or we are building political institutions or electoral systems that can take that wave oncoming and diffuse it in a manner in which the water does not reach as far up onto the beach, right? So when a fascist organization comes, they say, we want to build a new man, have permanent struggle. We want to oppose parliamentarism. We want to have the cult of the leader. We want to have, in the case of Nazi Germany, pretty intense and horrific racial policies. We want to build corporate governmental structures to deal with the disputes between the working class and the industrialists. We have a desire to become autarkic, right? Now, some of those things are a challenge to bring forth just from a logistical standpoint, but let's just think about the fact that for the most part, these are, for the 99% of them, these are policies that we're going to want to oppose on moral grounds, right? Like, is autarky immoral? No. Right, but racist racial policies, they need opposition, right? That's part of why we're exploring these concepts. So think about that wave coming, and think about some of the older institutions, for example, of the state that we might put up. Think about the responsible and effective political opposition that we might have to stand in that movement's way. Think about the civic organizations and maybe the religious associations, or the things in society that would help people to find satisfaction and a relief of their ennui or enemy that would not be then needed to be filtered through the state or through the fascist party. think about the changes in material conditions that would tell the average citizen there's no real crisis to be solved. We don't actually need a strong man, right? Think about all those things as like a big sand dune that is right there on the edge of the water that's going to be crashed into by the big wave, right? Or think about, walls or levees or structures, for example, that might be there. And think about how when that wave then crashes over, if fascism does in fact make it all the way to shore, it's going to potentially be faced with some of those obstacles and therefore perhaps not get as far up onto the shore as it might desire. Now, the system that we've been talking about so far, Germany, makes it a little bit harder to visualize because in Germany, some of those obstacles simply did not exist. For example, the Reichspräsident Hindenburg could have potentially been an obstacle to the one-man rule of Adolf Hitler in some alternative universe, right? He could have been someone who believed in democracy or believed in the new Weimar Republic. Of course, he didn't. And therefore, he could have, and again, he did not, but he could have then opposed Adolf Hitler. But even if he had, he was an old man, and he died in August 1934, having appointed Hitler to be Chancellor of Germany in January of 1933. And so therefore, even if Hindenburg had survived and seen the political project go further and decided, hey, I want to take Adolf Hitler out of power, well, he wasn't around to do that, right? The Nazis also walked into a place that was a relatively fresh and new republic, the Weimar Republic, with, a normative state, but one that was more readily co-opted, and a people who were exhausted from the economic crises and the insecurity of the previous years, who were angry about the Versailles Treaty and the reparations and the war guilt clause. I don't need to rehash everything that was going on in Germany at the time, but you get the idea that all those defenses simply weren't there. And so when the Nazi wave washed ashore, well, it got pretty far up and ended up like a tsunami doing some pretty major destructions way beyond the beach. We're going to, as we progress through our video today, look at some fascisms that simply did not make it that far up on the shore. The Nazi example is the most extreme example. It is the most totalitarian of the fascisms. It is the one that was carried out to its most violent extreme. And it is the example that we're starting with because, well, the last time I covered fascism, I ended with Germany, and so I feel like I didn't give it a fair shake. So this time I'm trying to make sure that I emphasize Germany early on and often. And it is the most complicated version to explain because on the surface, if you're not looking carefully, if you're squinting at it, bird's eye view, it might look like a successful, inevitable fascism. And it's only when you look under the hood, as we've been doing so far, that you start to see that some of the things that look like success are actually the way that political system was perpetuating itself to failure. Okay, so as we go along, think about some of these things we'll discuss in places like Italy, Spain, France, Britain, as obstacles on the beach to that big wave of fascism. The second thing I wanted to talk about is a bigger question regarding historical determinism. It is an issue that I can't solve for you today, but is the concept that I think I alluded to earlier. It is the problem that George Orwell addresses in some of his essays on fascism and democracy written during the World War II era. Of course, George Orwell went to Spain, arrived in Barcelona, and joined the POM militia to fight against fascism. And he wrote in Homage to Catalonia that the reason he did so is because he felt that it was absolutely necessary to take action against fascism as it was succeeding all over and had been racking up wins. And so he wrote something to the extent of, when are we, the democracies, when are we, the political left, going to give fascism a defeat? And so he decided to take it upon himself to go join a direct action militia, an anarchist militia in Barcelona, to do just that. Now, of course, we look at that action. In general, we say, if you see something wrong in the world and you take action against it, that's what we expect, right? That's kind of like the logical thing to do. And yet, that's not necessarily the case
for people who are actually put in that position, particularly when we think about the big liberal democracies of Britain and France between World War I and World War II. They were often caught in a paralysis between wanting to oppose the fascism and also being stuck thinking we really don't want to fall into another war. Our populations are exhausted. And that sort of paralysis might lead you to the kind of thinking that says, well, maybe fascism, maybe evil burns itself out on its own. Maybe if we see something bad in the world, the answer is to go isolate ourselves and to not take action because something that bad will burn out of its own accord. And Orwell addresses this. He says, people believe, quote, don't resist evil, and it will somehow destroy itself. But why should it? What evidence is there that it does? What instance is there of a modern industrialized state collapsing unless conquered from the outside by military force? Don't resist evil, it will destroy itself. Why should it? What evidence is there that it destroys itself, right? It's basically Orwell saying, why do you all believe that history moves in the direction of something better, right? Now, he's addressing perhaps the lazy attitude, the indifference in Britain and France. He's also addressing an opinion that came from orthodox Marxism, particularly the Comintern, that fascism was this final paroxysm of capitalism, that fascism was basically capitalism's last thrash to save itself, that it was the desperation of the capitalist class that then takes the violent black shirts, the paramilitaries of fascism, and unleashes them against the socialists and the communists to stop a Bolshevik-style revolution. Now, there is some truth in that, and that the fascists were absolutely opposing a Bolshevik-style leftist revolution. But what, in my opinion, and what Orwell is probably taking on here, especially considering how anti-Stalinist George Orwell was taking on the idea that history is going to simply progress in a scientific materialist way that will inevitably mean that fascism will fall and communism will rise. This was, in fact, some of the ways that led a certain level of naivete in the opposition in Germany to fascism in the 1930s among communists who basically were like, well, today Hitler will take power, but then the natural progression of history will go on and we'll have our turn. And that is, in my opinion, quite dangerous. And I think Orwell makes a good point to take on the liberal democracies in their apathy, and of course then the more orthodox Marxist in their sort of, let's call it passivity or passenger status when it comes to experiencing history. And when we talk about experiencing history, I have here, actually, there are lots of Marxists today. If it's not clear with like Mason, and I'm about to quote Bruce Cummings, I think Marxist historians have a lot of things to contribute. And so when I criticize like the orthodox Marxist position, it's not saying that there's nothing to be found in the dialectic, just to be clear. This is from volume 2 of Bruce Cummings' History of the Korean War, or the Origins of the Korean War. Which you might think, why are you quoting something on the Korean War right now? Well, it's because he has in here a great metaphor on the snowflake that I wanted to point out to you. It's a second water metaphor. So, this one deals with historical determinism. I'm going to read a little bit of this excerpt. I hope you'll, I'm going to try not to read too much so you don't get bored. Okay. So, Bruce Cummings writes, among the most inaccessible of scientific secrets is the reason for the breathtaking symmetry of snowflakes, combined with their seemingly endless variation. As each flake falls to the ground, it obeys an unknown dictum that mingles randomness and determinism. None will be as another, yet all will have harmonious structure. As one piles on another, the unique constituents transform the whole into a field of soft beauty, covering the ground with uniform brilliance. It has snowed. So this is the opening of a history book. By the way, historians, take note. You don't have to start every history book with the most boring preface and introduction humanly imaginable. But second, just to start to think about this metaphor, what he's saying is that when a snowflake falls, right, and this isn't perfectly scientific, I realize, but when a snowflake falls, it's going to take on a uniqueness based on a unbelievable number of factors. Things in the atmosphere, the wind direction, the actual temperature outdoors, the order in which it fell, right? He says at any instant, the snowflakes depends on many things, such as temperature, humidity, impurities in the air. Snowflakes meander along different paths amid unmeasurable variables. But then Cummings goes on to say, well, there's actually attempts in the scientific world to actually give explanations on how a snowflake is actually not unique. How when you look at it, it looks like this perfectly unique thing, but we might be able to algorithmically predict the path the snowflake will take, the shape the snowflake will take. It's not actually as undetermined as you think. A snowflake is perhaps, if we look carefully enough and investigate and think rationally, a snowflake is itself determined. It's determined by all those factors. And if we can just quantify them enough, if we can just get our supercomputer to look at it and run the calculations, we can figure it out. You might see where this is going right now. It's the question that faces every historian and faces every political scientist, really anyone who tries to understand how the affairs of humankind, of mankind, become what they are. And you'll hear people say, I have a scientific, way of looking at history that can tell you exactly what path it's going on. And that led to some apathy between World War I and II on the political left, for example, that had disastrous consequences. And so it makes sense instead to hold a little bit of humility when it comes to politics and history and trying to make predictions and trying to say exactly what will happen and why. The reason I'm bringing this up, of course, is because I've entitled this video something very ambitious like How Fascism Dies. And it might, if you're not paying attention, or if I don't explicate this subtlety, you might think that what I'm trying to tell you is that fascism will handle itself, is that history is determined in some way, that fascism, as it does in Germany, burns itself out kind of naturally. And that is not the impression I'm trying to give. And especially as we move into this next little section on Germany, we talk about its self-perpetuating radicalism. What I don't want you to come away from it thinking is that, if I see a super radical political movement, I should just sit tight and let it handle itself. William C. Fox said, actually, history is determined and there's nothing for me to do but to wait for this moment to pause or to go on. Right? That's not what I'm telling you. So, Bruce Cummings says, we take all those super individual, seemingly unique snowflakes, and together, when they pile on the ground one by one, we can say it has snowed. He goes on to say each political event is both structured and random. Each is both regular and unpredictable. Each sums up the history it has experienced and goes beyond it. Each is subject to unpredictable interventions, called choices. Each comes from a particular field, and each event piled on another also creates a political field. So what he's saying is that in the realm of history and politics, just like the scientist tries to look at the snowflake and makes algorithmic determinations, right, and says there's actually nothing about the snowflake that can't be computed in some way if we simply had the ability to take all those variables together. And they might be true. That might be true. It might not be true. It's beyond my pay grade, but it's hard to do. In any event, it's probably insurmountably difficult. The same thing then Cummings is saying, who is a Marxist historian is nonetheless saying, if you think you can simply scientifically dialectic your way to predicting history, you're making a fatal mistake. When you take all of the little events and choices and factors of history and put them all together, maybe, if you had an all-seeing, all-knowing historian or political scientist or sociologist, right? If you had, the technology and the foresight of the main character, Harvey something from Isaac Asimov's Foundation, right? You could try to put all those pieces together and come up with a psychohistory. But anyone who claims to do that, or anyone who says that they have the answer to a way of seeing history or looking back at history and saying, X, Y, and Z, therefore A, B, and C. These people are probably not worth your time. Those people are probably not worth your time. So just like the snowflake is hard to predict and analyze, history, politics, these are hard to predict and analyze. And so I did just want you to, as we move along, remember that even if history is inevitable, even if, cause and effect is an unending chain, right? That once one atom moved 13 billion years ago, the atoms that move in me were predicted all along, even if that's the case, and that there is no room for action, even if there is no room for individual choice, right? We can't behave as though that's the case, right? And we simply don't have enough information on a rational way to know whether that's true or not. We can't base our analysis or our decisions about what actions to take in the future on, let's call them, metaphysical abstractions of that nature. What we have to do is, unfortunately, live in the world of the subtle, live in the world of the non-black and white, live in the world of imperfect choices based on incomplete information. So when Orwell says, "Why should evil destroy itself? What evidence is there that it does?" Well, we're about to look at some evidence that evil does in fact have some suicidal tendencies to it, particularly when we're speaking about Nazi Germany. But we should not consider that to be inevitable. We should not consider that to be something that we can simply sit back away from and not resist. Now is a good moment to transition into speaking about the next reason that German fascism died. We're speaking about how fascism dies, keeping in mind all the caveats that I just gave you. One of them is that it becomes basically self-destructive and suicidal. It becomes a snowball going down a hill that can't be stopped. It becomes so extreme that it ultimately destroys itself. It is a process that has been coined as a phrase, I think first by Hans Mommsen, called this process the process of cumulative radicalization. Cumulative radicalization. That is the gradual, or perhaps the runaway, increase of the radical nature of a regime over time. And it builds and it builds and it builds. In his Anatomy of Fascism, Robert Paxton, in his Anatomy of Faction, Robert Paxton wrote about the 5 stages of fascism. One of them is, having an environment in which fascist thoughts can percolate, perhaps through crises of the economy, economic, cultural issues where people feel like they're listless in life and that parliaments and liberal democracies aren't living up to their promises. People looking for identity. A book to really see some of this is Hannah Arendt's The Origins of Totalitarianism. When she talks about the concept, she adapts Marx's concept of alienation to partially explain why it is people are drawn to totalitarian regimes. The second phase in Paxton is that phase where the movements themselves are born, political parties are born. The fascist party in Italy, the NSDAP in Germany, the Falange Española, the Spanish phalanx, which we'll get to, in Spain. 3 is the taking of power, of course. So you have the Herrschaftskompromiss in Germany. You have the King of Italy, Victor Emmanuel III, offering the prime ministership to Mussolini. The 4th step is exercising power, and we're going to actually be talking immediately about how Germans exercise power as part of this cumulative radicalization, which leads us to step 5, which is it's a step 5 which has 2 paths. One of the paths is entropy, where fascism becomes less extreme. It loses its momentum. Its revolution basically dies off. That is the path that we will see with Italy. The other path, though, is the path of radicalization. So step 5 can have entropy, so the dying down or watering down of the fascist movement, or radicalization. And really the example we have of that is Germany. One might argue that the Legion of the Archangel Michael in Romania also took a radicalization path, but I don't think we're going to, I know I teased at the beginning, I don't think I'm going to have time to really go into it. I might have to do a whole separate video on Hungary and Romanian fascism. They are interesting, but because there's so much outside meddling in them from Germany in particular, and then because of the invasion of the Soviet Union into Eastern Europe, it all gets a little muddled. So it's not the perfect little test tube to be looking at things necessarily. So yeah, when it comes to radicalization, it's really the Nazis, right? That's the example that we have. So Mommsen calls it cumulative radicalization. That's his term, and a lot of other historians then go on to use it and co-opt it, as I'm now doing as well, because citing your sources is important. The intellectual journey is iterative. And the basic argument here from cumulative radicalization is that as the Nazi regime went on through the 1930s and then even to the very end of World War II, it continued to be more and more and more radical and spiral out of control. And the question for us is to examine how that happened. So obviously, if you become more and more radical and you never slow down, you're going to burn out, you're going to become self-destructive. That seems obvious enough, though we will look at it in a little bit more detail. But the question is, how does the runaway train become the runaway train, right? We don't want to say it died because it's radical and it's radical because it's radical. It starts becoming like circular, tautology sort of stuff. So there are two explanations that have been commonly used to explain how Germany became more radical over time. One of them is a little bit more credible than the other, so we'll spend a little bit more time with it. The less credible school of thought is one called intentionalism. Intention being the operative word there. Intentionalism is a historical school of thought that says that the way that the Nazi party and the Nazi state became more radical over time was because of the intention and the direction of Adolf Hitler himself, sitting atop that giant structure, directing top down, being a strong dictator and telling everyone, do this, do that. I want this like racial policy. I want to invade this country. I want to declare total war to make sure that we don't lose and have to surrender. I want you to have a sterilization law and a euthanasia law. I want you to execute this policy and that policy. And over time, then Hitler would be becoming more and more radical as things went on, right? So like in 1943, 1944, after Stalingrad is lost and after the Soviets are beginning to push back against the Nazi war machine, you might say, okay, now it's time for Hitler to go out and say, all right, guys, let's become more radical, right? Let's fight this war to the death. That is kind of what happened, but what the operative thing here, though, is not to look at it and say, oh, it became more radical, therefore Hitler was behind it. That's the actual issue here, is that when someone says, oh, it was all this big master plan from Adolf Hitler, what they're correctly pointing out is that Hitler in Mein Kampf, in the original edition and then the updated edition in 1926, volume 2, as it's called, wrote about taking Lebensraum, living room, for Germans, right? So when the German state built up towards that, it's no surprise. Or two, like dozens and dozens of times in Mein Kampf, he calls, Jewish people and quote unquote inferior racial groups to be pests. He uses the German word Gift, which means poison, 71 different times. I controlled F and looked it up. Vernichten and its various, versions. Vernichten is to eradicate, right? He uses 38 different times. Unshakably, our goal must be the removal of Jews altogether, the elimination of the Jews, quote, virus, quote, pestilence, quote, tuberculosis, a racial tuberculosis, right? In the second edition, he writes, we should have used poison gas at the end of World War I to make sure that we weren't betrayed and made to surrender. Okay, so you can look at that extremely radical language about Lebensraum and about eradicating tuberculosis on society, quote unquote. And you can say, okay, what we see when we look at the Nazi state from its taking of power in 1933 until its total collapse and surrender in May of 1945 is a cumulative radicalization driven by none other than who the regime would want you to believe it was driven by, right? The Führer, the leader, the driver, whatever, Adolf Hitler, right? And that's the image that we get, that we've been discussing quite a bit in this video so far, that the Nazi regime would like you to look at it, would have liked you to look at it at the time it existed and said, wow, that's intimidating. It seems like they have it together, and it seems like they have someone who's pushing it from the top down. So just a couple little quotations that help to push this thought. Tim Mason wrote that intentionalists, quote, are those historians who regard the consistent dictatorial will as the essence of Nazi rule. Consistent dictatorial will, that's intentionalism. Quote, Hitler was a strong dictator with clear, decisive, malevolent goals from the start. Well, malevolent goals, absolutely. Strong dictator, well, we're going to see that maybe that's not actually the case. Right? That everything was like the war itself, then if we accept this premise, then we must see the war as meticulously planned. Mason says as cold and calculated, right? A thing that from the very inception of the regime was then a something that was graphed out, right? Written down and said, all right, let's make this happen against the quote unquote world Jewish conspiracy. So there's a couple issues here. One of them is just a traditional problem in history that we have, and in trying to explain why things happen the way they happen, which is the great man theory of history, right? Which is to say that history is moved by individuals who impose their will on the world. And so the best way to examine history is just to look at what individuals do. I took a poli-sci class in undergrad with this kind of old school military history professor who taught a class on the presidency. And on class 1, he said, okay, George Washington, he did X, Y, and Z. And then on day 3 or 4 of the class, he was like, Chester Arthur, he did X, Y, and Z. Woodrow Wilson, we can go through Nixon and then, George W. Bush or whatever, right? It's just like 1, 2, 3, 4. History, American history, in the way that he was portraying it in that lecture, was just a series of presidents coming along, imposing their will on the nation, and moving along. Now, as someone who, if there's any expertise that I have in history, it is in the American presidency. I do not remove human agency from that equation. I do not say that there is no individual space for action in the American presidency, but I do say that to only look at the actions of individuals from the top down is not the most holistic way to approach political science or historical questions. But there's a bigger problem. If we look at great man theory in this context, we might say, oh, but we don't want to give Hitler too much credit or something, right? That's not a particularly interesting objection to the Nazi Germany state, right? That's kind of like, oh, that's almost just like a preference we have rather than a historical argument. So let's leave that to the side. The real issue here with this intentionalist argument is that Adolf Hitler himself was a lazy SOB. So Hitler himself is the greatest argument against intentionalism because Hitler himself was very clearly not driving the ship in an active way while he was in office. Hitler did not like administration. He woke up late in the morning. He did not convene the cabinet even after 1938 to have meetings. He tended to just let his underlings fight. He let Darwinianism happen, so let his underlings basically fight it out in a Darwinian struggle for power. He rarely put his opinions on paper. He rarely made strong policy preferences in detail. He tended to simply let things run on their own and to sit atop it as the detail-free Führer. And in that sense, the term Führer then becomes quite ironic in that he's more like a passenger with occasional demands. So Mason describes this issue as the opposite of intentionalism, being that the essence of Nazi governance is not deliberate dictatorial will, but rather a consequence of the way in which Nazi leadership conceived of power, how it organized in the Third Reich, a tendency towards, quote, political without administration, or the substitution of propaganda for administration. Okay, we'll talk about, you're probably confused right now, so we'll talk about what that means when we talk about functionalism or structuralism. At some point early in my research, I started calling it structuralism, and then I was corrected and had read in books and whatever. It's like functionalism. It's not structuralism. But then it's like, because I got confused and wanted to keep it straight in my head, I started using it more and got confused again about whether it was structuralism or functionalism. It doesn't matter. It's a term that stands opposite of intentionalism, and that is to say that the reason the Nazi state became more radical over time is not because of the will of Adolf Hitler or his, let's call it whip, right? His crop writing, like telling everyone what to do and like going and making sure that his will was carried out, but rather it was a decentralized radicalization that took place over time as people in the various institutions and the polyocracy of Nazi Germany, another term we'll get to in a second, but basically the radicalization, this cumulative radicalization in the German state was a bottom-up affair, not a top-down affair. Intentionalism says Hitler pushed the radicalization top-down. Functionalism basically says that the state itself, the party members, perhaps the population of Germany pushed radicalization over time upwards towards the leadership, who then just carried that out. And Hitler himself being simply a passenger in that arrangement. Again, this contradicts the image we have in our head of Nazi Germany being a quote-unquote well-oiled machine. Instead, the functionalism school, which I think is the more compelling school, says that actually it was regular old officials, party members, people in plenipotentiary roles who drove the radicalization of the regime over time. And we'll look at some policy examples to see how that played out in just a moment. Think about this 1933 quote from Joseph Goebbels where he says, "Never stand still, always move forward." Now, if you say to someone, "Never stand still," right? You're the propaganda minister in Nazi Germany, and you tell someone your instructions for your administration, you're in the agricultural administration, never stand still, always struggle. You like tell it to some random employee, some bureaucrat, right? What are they going to do with that information? Are they going to do anything specific policy-wise? Yes, but they're not going to know what that is. They're going to have to do some interpretive work. And so when Mason says that the Nazi governance was a substitution of propaganda for administration, that's what he's referring to, is that quite often, particularly from Hitler, the instructions that came down were not increase the outputs by this percent or conduct this purge or this pogrom, right? The instructions were never stand still, struggle, right? And this is part of the mythos of the fascist project. What does that mean in terms of policy? It means that every individual actor all the way down the chain has to kind of take a swing at what they think they're being told to do. And add to that the fact that there was lots of overlapping responsibility within the Third Reich. There wasn't always just one person who was responsible for one thing. Often there was one person who was responsible for one thing, and then there was another person who was informally responsible for that same thing. And so what then happens is that those two people then compete to be the most efficacious person on that piece of policy, and you start to get a rolling cumulative radicalization. Let me give you a quick example. The 4-year plan that we discussed earlier. When Hermann Göring was made the plenipotentiary and told, make Germany autarkic and ready to replace all of our imports within 4 years. Okay, Göring is given these sweeping powers as a plenipotentiary in the government. He's globbed on to the what's called the normative state. If you're in charge of the economy, and that's just the word, right? Think about all the different ministries, formal normative ministries you're then given power over as Hermann Göring. You're given power over what? The agricultural ministry? There's an agricultural minister. They're not gone, but you're now over them. You're now their peer. The labor ministry, right? You're going to have people who work in factories or out on the land to like carry out this plan. So what? Is Hermann Göring above, equal to the Minister of Labor? If you want to handle exports and imports, right? Like maybe that touches a little bit on foreign policy, right? Are you going to then replace the Auswärtiges Amt or whatever it was called in the Nazi times? Hermann Göring is now the peer of like the foreign minister, or is he above the foreign minister, right? This is often the issue of the dual state, first proposed or rather first sort of coined as a phrase by Ernst Frankl in his 1941 work, which I think we referenced before, that you have the prerogative state and the normative state in Nazi Germany. The prerogative state is this Göring monstrosity, right? That's just like on top of other things, just globbed on. You're now the plenipotentiary for the economic autarky. Go have fun, right? Suddenly you're now telling other people who are technically top of their ministry what to do. Generally speaking, the prerogative state is most associated with the Nazi Party itself and the way that it became part of the formal authority of the state over time. For example, if you want to move jobs, you need to have your party card signed off on, right, by somebody, your work card, and you're a member of the Nazi Party as well. And like, so your boss can tell you you're good to go, but then the party tells you you're not good to go. But then the state labor board says you are good to go. Who do you believe? You get these things layered on top of each other. You get this Darwinian competition in the bureaucracy to carry out the will, the perceived will of the people on top. And just to be clear then, the normative state is like all the things that existed prior to the Nazis taking over that they did not just immediately remove, right? So the foreign ministry did not go away from the Weimar Republic. It was simply adapted to the German government, right? And then, nonetheless, it was made subservient, and you have these overlapping authorities. You get the point. Because you have all of this competition that begins to emerge, and to be honest, not just competition, but confusion about authorities, special agencies, special plenipotentiaries. You have an extra police state, right, under Himmler, and Heydrich that replaces or co-ops the normal police functions. So you have the secret police and the normal police, and they both exist. And like, who do you listen to? This is part of the issue. This is part of the polyocracy, as it's called, part of the dual state, as Frankl puts it. It's part of this functionalism theory that the way that Nazi Germany became more radical, cumulatively radical over time, is through the competition and the confusion that came from these different organizations. And so the historian Ian Kershaw, who was Kershaw being an author of several, he wrote Nemesis and Hubris. I forget the other name of his book. He's got like a 2-part biography of Hitler, I think. But more importantly, he wrote a 1993 paper called "Working Towards the Fuhrer," which was an attempt to synthesize this intentionalism and this functionalism. And so I'm going to write that down real quick. I'll make a cut after I've written it down. I'm just going to leave it at "working towards." Okay, "Working Towards the Fuhrer," though, you'll know what that means. It was in 1993. And the idea of the working towards the Fuhrer was that these functionalists, all of these different competing bureaucracies in the Nazi state who became cumulatively more radical over time, did so as a direct function of trying to interpret what were Kershaw's called Delphic beliefs of Adolf Hitler. So he quotes an official who says that we work towards the Fuhrer along the lines he would wish. Right, so this is working towards what you think Adolf Hitler wants without direct dictation from the dictator himself. Quote, "The Fuhrer can hardly order from above everything he may want at some point." Right, so all of these administrators are fighting, trying to win favor with the Fuhrer based on what they think he might want. Right, so the pure functionalist argument says the reason that there was chaos in the administration of the Nazi governance is because there was all these split responsibilities and overlapping things. There was a dual state, there was a polyocracy. What Kershaw is saying in his synthesis of functionalism and intentionalism is that there was indeed all that chaos from below. That is, the functionalists were correct, but the direction in which they were all rowing was the direction they believed the Fuhrer would want. And because there was no direct instruction from Adolf Hitler, because he was lazy and woke up late and didn't really care and let his underlings fight amongst themselves for his favor, those below were simply left to interpret what that was. And generally speaking, if you look at what Hitler was saying, if you look at Mein Kampf and read about all the apocalyptic language that Hitler is using, if you get instructions from Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister, that says, if you're an administrator, never stand still, always be struggling, right? What direction are you going to head, given the absence of complete information, given incomplete data? You're going to simply go crazy, right? And so what Kershaw is saying is that that played out over the course of the Nazi Reich until its very end. That is one of the reasons it died. It's because if you cumulatively radicalize constantly, can a society really sustain that over time? Don't people get just downright exhausted? I was looking through Volker Ulrich's Ascent, another biography of Hitler, and he has these direct quotes from the former chancellor and vice chancellor under Hitler for the first few years, Franz von Papen. And I actually went to go verify this speech that was quoted in Marburg of June 17th, 1934. I could not verify the exact phrasing. I could only find an ambassador's report of what Franz von Papen, the vice chancellor of the Nazi Reich, was saying. Nonetheless, I'm going to quote here. So just know that there's a little subtlety to whether these are the exact words, and then of course they're translated over, so there's probably some distinctions here. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because Franz von Papen, very early on, 1934, brought up the issue that's going to plague Germany for the next decade, which is that, quote, no people can afford constant revolution from below if it wants to survive the court of history. No people can afford constant revolution from below. Cumulative radicalization is going to burn your society out. Nothing can be built with constant dynamism. Germany cannot be allowed to become a train speeding blindly ahead. This is pretty early on, 1934. He's still in the government. He's going to be out of the government pretty soon, but he's still in the government saying things like, yo, you fascist revolutionaries. And remember, that is the key to, I think, understanding fascism and its distinction from simply conservative reactionary behavior, is understanding that fascism was trying to build things, horrible things, but trying to build things, trying to build a new man, trying to cause a revolution. And particularly in 1934, the Sturmabteilung and the more radical wing of the Nazi Party, now that they had power, was pushing towards a, quote, second revolution. And though Hitler's going to tap that particular SA thing down on the night of the Long Knives, Papen is nonetheless somewhat presciently predicting the issue, right, of what is going to cause Nazism to burn itself out over time. Saying constant revolt from below, being a steaming train with no direction whatsoever other than to just become more radical, that is not a way to build a sustainable state. That is a function of cumulative, what will become cumulative radicalization, and will exhaust and drive the project insane. There's sorry, I had to get I don't want to clear the board yet, but I would want to just take a point here to bring up the palingenetic myth again. Remember, this is the myth of rebirth, right? That underlies a lot of fascist thinking. It's Robert Griffin. Darn it, Roger Griffin. Poor guy. Robert Paxton and Roger Griffin. Roger Griffin wrote about the nature of fascism and said that when you boil it down, it comes down to palingenetic ultranationalism. Again, birth. Ancient Greek for again, Genesis, birth. So it is the myth of rebirth. It is the result of a political movement. Fascism is that it is obsessed with the idea of decline, of decadence, of societies losing their sense of unity and therefore desiring a phoenix life like rebirth. And this is one of the things that makes fascism quite different from your other isms, because what this means in effect, when you combine it with the cumulative radicalization we've been speaking about, is if you build your entire political project on continually struggling, right? And if we look at Hitler's Mein Kampf, and he says things like, politics and national life is a, quote, permanent struggle in which we, quote, mercilessly expurgate, right? We embrace a epic in which physical force and not mind is the dominating factor. You say our movement is, quote, more than a religion. It is the will to create a new man, a mutual struggle for existence, a rebirth of the national soul, Struggle assures the resurgence of the nation. He who does not wish to fight and have permanent struggle has not the right to exist. Perpetual peace leads to a degradation and a decline in greatness. If you take that as your political project, where you say what you need is permanent struggle and a rebirth and a cumulative radicalization that then comes from below through the way that you are hands off in governing, then what you get is von Poppen's concern that like a society simply cannot go on like that forever, being reborn and reborn and reborn. You need to think of what will be the steady state, the new order which you're building. This is one of the things that then distinguishes fascism from other revolutionary and other dictatorial regimes. The political scientist and later Nazi himself, Carl Schmitt, wrote in his 1921 book on dictatorship that there were two different kinds of dictatorship. There was the commissarial dictatorship, and there was the sovereign dictatorship. In the commissarial dictatorship, think of Cincinnatus in ancient Rome. There was a crisis. There was a military issue that the Romans had. They went and got Cincinnatus, made him dictator, made him basically plenipotentiary to wield powers and to suspend the rules of law. And why? Because they needed Cincinnatus to return Rome to the status quo. So that's one type of dictatorship, one that takes special powers and then puts everything back in its place and walks away, as Cincinnatus, according to legend, did within 14, 16 days. He was working his plow, was inconvenienced by becoming dictator, according to legend, and then went back to his plow, turned down all of the laurels and extra power that the Senate of Rome was willing to give him because he had done his job. And now that we have the status quo, we're good. The second type of dictatorship, according to Schmitt in 1921, is the sovereign dictatorship. What is the sovereign dictatorship doing? It is building a new status quo. Think of Caesarism. Think of Sulla. Think of perhaps Bonapartism, in which there is a dictator who takes power in order to build a new order, in order to build something new. Did Napoleon Bonaparte say, or Louis Napoleon III is a better example. So Napoleon's nephew, who came in the wake of 1848. There was a monarchy. Louis Philippe then abdicated. During the revolutions of 1848, there was a liberal and in some cases social revolution in 1848 in Paris. And then that all started to fall apart. And Napoleon III came and said, elect me president and eventually I'll become emperor and we'll build a new order together. Now, did Napoleon III say what we're going to build is a return to monarchy? No. What Napoleon III said is what we're going to build is something new, an empire that incorporates the mass politics of 1848. We're going to build a new order. Think of Vladimir Lenin in the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, who said, we are going to take power and then we are going to build communism. Fascism, and particularly Nazi fascism, is almost like a third type of dictatorship in which, through this cumulative radicalization and this constant struggle and this myth of rebirth, what you get is a dictatorship that is not returning to a status quo of the past, nor is it building a new status quo. It is instead constant upheaval, constant radicalization, constant new rebirths, constant unending revolution from below, just letting your underlings do whatever they want to build something, right? But where this train is headed, as Franz von Papen alluded to in 1934, we don't really know. How do we reconcile that contradiction? Well, the fascists say we'll simply we'll rectify that issue via our willpower. Remember when 1936 Hitler's confronted with this bad state of affairs and he said he's got the path, the fork in the road, like we can moderate a little bit or we can just ignore all that and have Hermann Goring build autarky in 4 years through willpower alone, right? When there's a will, there's a way. Hustle, bro, let's go, right? So the fascists thought that they were basically, they could just keep revolutioning, right? And build something amazing. And what they actually did, though, what actually happened is that they kept revolutioning, and then the whole system eventually came crumbling down, with some of the worst moral depravity the world has ever seen being the result. So Roger Griffin writes in 1991, The Nature of Fascism, that fascism, quote, cannot mentally leave revolution and conceive of stability. It must sustain its momentum. It must have new enemies, new action. Points out different revolutions, liberalism, socialism, conservatism, they have part of their vision as being a revolution. There were liberal revolutions in 1848. Broadly speaking, there were, the Bolshevik Socialist Revolution in 1917. What are the liberals in 1848 trying to build? They're trying to build, generally speaking, there's lots of them with lots of different aspects to them, nation states with liberal constitutions, either republics without a monarch governed by laws, right? Or constitutional monarchies governed, again, by laws with simply a figurehead monarch or a monarch with restrictions. Right, so the liberals in that revolutionary context, broadly speaking, had goals in mind, had a steady state, a new status quo that they were trying to build. Vladimir Lenin in 1917, they're going to take power. They're going to build socialism. They're going to industrialize. Stalin, in particular, is going to emphasize heavy industry and the collectivization of agriculture. And whether or not you think that's, let's just put it this way. Stalin was probably the most evil person to ever live. So whether you think his policy choices, beyond his just pure evil as an individual, were good or bad, what you could say at the very least is that there was a vision in mind of, at a certain point, building perfected socialism in which collectivist agriculture is autarkic, in which industry is big, and therefore the state can kind of fall away and you have communism. Right? You can, in the case of the communists and the Bolsheviks, you can also see where they might want to go. It's just not the case with fascism. Fascism, unlike the other isms, their revolution, their vision, their set of images, as Georges Sorel would put it in his work on Reflections on Violence, their image, their set of images is constant struggle, is a phoenix rising from the ashes and then rising from the ashes again and then rising from the ashes again. So we get Ian Kershaw then writing Nazism, the goal, which was national redemption through radical purification and racial empire, was chimeric, a utopian vision. The barbarism and destructiveness which were inherent were infinite, just as the expansionism and extension of aggression were boundless. Griffin says, fascism is therefore doomed by its nature to be an impotent and ephemeral political force. The reborn nation is caught between a monster of entropy through normalization and the monster of self-destructive war. He has some allusions to Greek mythology in there that I won't name to keep it simple for us. So then, having said that, to bring it back to what we were talking about before, in working towards the Führer, everybody thinks that the goal is perpetual struggle. They read Mein Kampf, right? They see, well, the Hitler wants crazy stuff, so let's work towards that, right? And I'm sure many of them were true believers as well. I don't want to take away their moral responsibility for the things they participated in, only to say that when we look at the entire Nazi system, what we can see is that functionalism, that is, Hitler was more hands-off, but simply stated broad objectives, right? And then he had people like Goebbels say, never stand still, keep struggling, right? That bleeds down into the administration. And it's not just random that they radicalize over time. It's a synthesis of the intention, the vague intention, the quote-unquote Delphic intentions of the Führer, and the actual structure of the state combine as Ian Kershaw puts it in Working Towards the Fuhrer, towards that cumulative radicalization that eventually becomes self-destructive, that eventually creates and perpetuates some of the worst evils humanity has ever seen. And since I have the word snowflake up on the board, still, just as a reminder, was all of this determined? I cannot tell you for sure. Was this always bound to happen? Was fascism always bound to fail in Nazi Germany? Was the state always bound to be self-destructive? I don't know. I can't tell you for sure. I can't run the calculations. I can't put society in a test tube and run the A/B testing. That is beyond the realm of political science. And that is the reason why humanities studies come with a certain degree of fallibility, a large degree of fallibility. We cannot ethically take two identical societies, separate them, and run an A/B test. That is the work of fiction. That is an Ursula K. Le Guin book, The Dispossessed, where you have a socialist and a capitalist and another state that I can't recall, where you basically can see in the realm of fiction what happens when you have perfect encapsulations of political theories on a planet, right? In the real world, I love Ursula K. Le Guin's The Dispossessed. My buddy Jared Henderson turned me on to it, and I loved it. It's not real, though. And so therefore, in the world of actual real-life political science and history, we can't run those perfect experiments to know. Okay? So these are all theories, substantive, important, contributive theories, but they're not definitive. The evidence does point to, though, that Nazi Germany was self-destructive in nature, overextended, as we learned via our last lesson, our last discussion of the Flucht nach vorn, the flight forward, that caused Hitler to overextend his economy as such that they had to invade other places to fill in the gaps of raw resources, to make sure that the economic crisis did not become a domestic economic crisis, but instead was resolved by expanding outwards. And we've now seen that there is a structure here in the Nazi bureaucracy that caused radicalization. And so before I move on from Nazi Germany, I did want to give you an example, right? Because I've been speaking in abstractions right now. I wanted to give you one example of how this functionalism and intentionalism played out together. Okay, so I just cleared the board. I want to give a couple rapid fire policy examples just to bring this up. We're going to just reference very quickly the very last reason that Nazi Germany fell, which has to do with a syndrome. Nice little teaser there for you. But before we did that, I just wanted to give a couple examples to kind of prove the point that I was making. So I'm going to give you a couple examples on the dual state and how that looked in practice, and Working Towards the Fuhrer, how the radicalization, the cumulative radicalization occurred over time. The dual state. So very simply, one good example of this is the police being usurped by Himmler, Heydrich, and the SS. I think I spelled that right, whatever. The point being that they, over the course of the 30s, took control of the state police, even though Hermann Göring was the interior minister initially, like who's actually in charge. So you have the normative state, the original police. You have Göring, who's a political appointee, a member of the party overseeing the interior ministry and therefore the police. But then Himmler and Heydrich come along and they're allies. They're like fused at the hip, right? And they're building the Streitstaffel, eventually the group that's going to run concentration camps and have like the Todeskopfverband or whatever, the death cult stuff on their imagery on their hats, right? And they're going to function as normative and prerogative state simultaneously. And you're also going to have the Geheimstaatspolizei, the Gestapo, beginning in 1934, right? Should the Geheimstaatspolizei be in the Interior Ministry or under Himmler and Heydrich and their SS? I mean, I actually don't know how that all played out. But the point is, it's confusing, it's overlapping, and these sorts of dual state mixtures of the political party and the normative state and the prerogative state and Hitler's little plenipotentiaries and special envoys to do X, Y, and Z, right? This plays out all across the Nazi state in ways that make it confusing. But I think you can understand that the dual state's pretty easy, or the polyocracy, right? That's a little bit easier to understand because it's just administrative confusingness, right? So let's look at a clear-cut example of working towards the Führer. Remember, this is the fusion of intentionalism that said Hitler was driving from above and functionalism that says that the radicalization was driven from below. Working towards the Führer says it was a synthesis of those two things, both Hitler giving radical thoughts downward, but vague radical thoughts, and then the from below structures trying to fulfill those wishes without specificity on what they should actually be doing. So the example I want to use is the sterilization law of 1933. This was, and just be warned, this is pretty dark stuff. The sterilization law of 1933 was actually called, let me just check my notes here, the Law for the Prevention of Hereditarily Diseased Offspring. Okay, the basic policy here is one in which people who are deemed hereditarily diseased are worked upon or surgically operated upon in a way that they cannot reproduce. This would be people with schizophrenia, people with Down syndrome. I wrote some of this stuff down. That included children, people with dementia, people who are just long-term criminals, which is obviously extremely vague, and then people with epilepsy. I mean, there's more to it. It's dark stuff, and the fascist logic behind this is based in a couple things. One of them, as you've already noticed, is eugenics. So the idea that if you don't let people who have genetic dispositions towards certain ailments reproduce, then those things will eventually die out. And in fascism, this is brought into fruition via the concept of the organic state, the organic society, the organic nation, I should say, in which the state and the nation itself is not separate from the individual. Right? The liberal state conceives of individuals as autonomous beings, and the state itself as a means by which we cooperate and set laws and restrictions. Right? Broadly speaking, of course, the fascist state says no. Actually, the nation itself is a biological entity, and any weak person, in quotes, in that biological entity is weakening the nation itself. Prior to the taking of power in Nazi Germany, there were already medical professionals, unfortunately, who held views and had concerns that people who had long-term ailments were living lives that were a burden on the state. Now, yes, people with issues in life do cost us as a society money. They also give us things in return, and our lives of deserving of dignity. Just to be absolutely clear, there is a monetary cost to taking care of people, and unfortunately, this led some people prior to the Nazis even taking power, doctors and mental health professionals who are running asylums that are expensive perhaps and are under pressure in the Weimar Republic to cut costs, to start to describe life with these sorts of ailments as life as a burden, quote, unfit life, life unworthy of life. There's a 1942 film, propaganda film, that I found on the Holocaust Encyclopedia site that referred to, quote, das Sein ohne Leben, which obviously is in German, translates to being without life. Living without living might be the better English translation. And so pretty soon after the Nazis take power, there is a sterilization law that is passed in 1933. This is after the Enabling Act was passed, which means that it simply comes from the top of the cabinet, right? Through Hitler signing off on it, right? It was lobbied for by doctors and medical professionals who wanted to do it. It was a collaboration between them and the Nazi state. So you can already see a little bit, even in this very early portion of time, in which there is a desire already out there from below that then pushes the Nazi state to pass a law. Was this already in the plans of the Nazis, and was that lobbying necessary? I don't have the answer to that question. The reason I'm using this example is because of what happened next. As things become less centralized, as the normative state begins to dissipate or be co-opted by this behemoth of chaos of the Nazi state, and as the Third Reich goes to war in 1939, a new policy beyond sterilization comes to the fore. So the sterilization law gives people free license to go out and start sterilizing their patients. Okay, so the policy itself is kind of agitated from below, and then once the law is passed, it's carried out in decentralized fashion. It's not as though Hitler was like, go sterilize that person, sterilize that person. The Führer says, sterilize this person. Instead, medical professionals went out there and they got it done, unfortunately. And then things got even crazier because there was a policy later on during the war of euthanasia of such people. Euthanasia, right? In case it's not abundantly clear, this is the policy of killing people instead of just sterilizing them. I think the number is 250,000 people with variety of ailments or simply labeled perpetual criminals, including thousands of children, are put down like animals. Put down like animals in this period of time. And I'm going to make a cut. And this takes place between like 1939 and 1945 until the end of the regime, basically. What's crazy about the difference is that there initially, and there never was a law that said, let's kill people in this way. That does not absolve any moral responsibility. It actually makes it worse, because what actually happened was that it just kind of started happening from below, and there was a post or retroactively dated letter from Hitler in 1939, that basically said, oh yeah, we're killing people now. We signed off on it. The Führer thinks it's fine. It's already started. People are just being executed. There's no law about it. But when the Interior Minister acts about it in 1940, there's a scrambling, and they say, oh look, here's a memo from the Führer that said it's fine. So doctors, so-called doctors, are choosing their own patients to be sterilized. Later in the regime, choosing their own patients to be executed, to be killed with carbon monoxide poisoning, with only the implicit instructions from the Führer, right? Without him saying, go kill people, without even a law being passed via dictum, right? The cabinet isn't even meeting anymore after 1938. It just is happening. And so therefore, all of these so-called medical professionals are working towards the Führer, right? They're working towards what they think the Führer wants, and turns out they were right, without those explicit top-down instructions. A Gauleiter in Poland who was told in vague terms, Germanize this area of occupied Poland within 10 years, began a proto-version of the final solution of gassing people and killing them because he was told vaguely, Germanize. And so what does that mean? If you have a lot of quote-unquote unwanted people in an area, you might just summarily execute all of them so that the people who come from Germany to now settle the land can do so, right? And it was basically assumed that this would be fine. And this is how that cumulative radicalization then plays out in practical ways over the course of the Third Reich. You can see it right here in the escalation between agitation for sterilization and then a law, and then impromptu and basically unwarranted killing of people without a law that is then post-factually justified. You can see over the course of just a number of years how that agitation from below becomes policy making and chaotic administration and immoral, deeply evil administration from the bottom up. Really quickly, one last example, the Nuremberg laws, the racist laws of 1935. There was a number of, from the moment that some of this stuff is so dark, it scrambles my brain a little bit. I guess that means I'm human and not a Nazi, thank God. The Nuremberg laws. From the moments the Nazis took power, there were random vigilantism acts of violence that were taking place. The Sturmabteilung, the SA, were a big part of that, right? Setting up like torture chambers or burning a business down or harassing Jewish people, right? And this violence became widespread and economically destructive. In a sense, it hurt the Nazi project of rebuilding a strong economy. And so for that reason, and not the reason that it was messed up to destroy people's lives on the basis of their religious beliefs or their racial categorization according to the Nazis, there was opposition to that random act of violence, and there was a desire from below to bureaucratize that violence in a more formal way. And so that is how you end up getting, at the behest of party extremists, you get the Nuremberg laws in 1935 after Hitler attends a big rally at the Reichsparteitaggelände, the big Nazi party stadium basically in Nuremberg, where he's exposed to a lot of these people who from below want to have more radical take-ons of the Jewish population in Germany, of German Jews. And so Hitler basically hurries along a passage of law. Let's see, I wrote it down. The Reichsbürgergesetz, which is the Reich citizenship law that basically started categorizing people into Deutschblutige, that is German-blooded, Mischling, which is a diminutive, pejorative term to say mixed blood, and then Jude, Jew, right? And so you also have the Gesetz zum Schutze des deutschen Blutes und der deutschen Ehre. Entschuldigung für die, das habe ich schlecht ausgesprochen, Entschuldigung. The law says the law to the protection of German blood and German honor. Another law that basically criminalizes being Jewish and in fact enacts reparations on the Jewish population for the damage done to the economy by the destruction of their businesses. This also plays out again after Kristallnacht, the November pogrom, the Regierungspogromnacht, as it's often called today. The idea here is that random acts of violence are then from below perpetrated in a way that then the actual administration of the regime has to respond in a way to bureaucratize that violence. When those random acts of violence were perpetrated, it's not as though the leadership and Adolf Hitler said, "Oh, I didn't want that." He says, "Oh, sure. Yeah, we'll have some of that. And we'll sanction it formally, legally." Right? So people are working towards the Fuhrer, to use Ian Kershaw's words. So here we're back now. And I wrote earlier down all the things I wanted to talk about, all the way that fascism died, specifically in Germany. There's a few things that I'll mention later that contributed, that were more general reasons that fascism dies, but these are the German-specific ones. And there's only one here at the bottom, 1918 syndrome, that I didn't go over, and I will mention it briefly. But let's just recap here, and then we'll move on to Italy. We'll have a little interlude with Spain. We'll talk about a popular front in France. We'll bring it all together. We'll end this lecture one day at some point. The most obvious reason, though, that Germany and German fascism died in Germany was directly because of invasion. And it's not just that, like, Germany was invaded and lost militarily. As we've learned, it's partly because they had to expand to deal with their internal contradictions, and the world then put them down. And specifically, I think it's Finkelstein in his book From Fascism to Populism in History, 2011, who wrote that the real dynamic here is that the other isms, the communism, the liberalism, the democracies, right? They all banded together, all these other isms, to take on fascism, right? So invasion is one way that fascism died in Germany. That's also how, on its surface, how fascism died in Italy. Cumulative radicalization. The German state drove itself to insanity through either intentional or structural or functional direction, top down or bottom up, or a synthesis of the two. There's the palingenetic myth, the perpetual rebirth, another way that cumulative radicalization played out, where there is no endpoint, there's no steady state, there's no status quo that is being sought. It is simply a constant struggle that is part of what Georges Sorel would call the images, the varying the set of images that are in the mythos of the fascist state that don't exist necessarily in other revolutionary ideologies. We talked about that economic flight forward already in the context of invasion. The economy was overstretched, the resource gaps were too intense, so it's either slow down and deal with the consequences domestically or expand outwards, go into the Rhineland. They already had it, but whatever. Militarize the Rhineland, the Sudetenland, take parts of Lithuania, Czechoslovakia, and eventually invade Poland. And by the way, fill those gaps with your ideological opponents, the Soviet Union, who, through the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, increased the amount of trade and resource sharing that was taking place between those two countries until, of course, Hitler decided to invade in June of 1941 and betray Joseph Stalin. And then the last reason, which I'll just mention in brief, and I think it's just a matter of time why I'm not going into this in more detail. I don't want to drive you absolutely insane with every single last little detail, but 1918 syndrome goes on to explaining not necessarily how fascism died in Germany, not necessarily how Nazism died, but why it died in such catastrophic ways. Why it was that, for example, Mussolini wanted to surrender, but Hitler never considered it, which goes back to who Hitler called the November criminals in 1918. The conspiracy that he saw, that quote-unquote stabbed Germany in the back, the Durchstoßlegende, that said that Germany was stabbed in the back in 1918, that they didn't actually lose the war, that they were forced to surrender by a Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy, and that everything that happened thereafter with Versailles, the war guilt clause, reparations, was a distinct national shame that could never be repeated. That the ultimate humiliation that Germany could sustain would be a second defeat. And in a Darwinian zero-sum struggle against a world Jewish conspiracy that Hitler sees out there, what surrender means it means losing that Darwinian struggle to all of the groups of people and the structures of government that you have said are inferior to your own. And so when there's shortages in occupied territories, a hunger plan is instituted to starve out people, to cut rations for Jewish people down to zero, to cut rations down for occupied Polish people down to unsustainable levels, to cause mass starvation in the Soviet Union on purpose. After Stalingrad, to fight in a totaler Krieg, as Joseph Goebbels would put it, to fight to the very death and to never slow down. Let the storm break loose, Goebbels says in his Sportpalast speech, February 18th, 1943. It is why, despite the fact that places like Berlin, Hamburg, Dresden in particular, where Kurt Vonnegut was a prisoner of war and upon which he based his really fascinating work, Slaughterhouse-Five. I recommend you read that work of fiction. It's profound and difficult. Despite the fact that places like Kassel and Nuremberg are being razed to the ground through Allied bombings, that the attitude at the leadership level of the Third Reich was just fight on. Recruit children to fight. Push and push and push, because the only thing that could be worse than experiencing 1918 surrender and the humiliation of Versailles once is to do it again. It is black and white thinking. It is like a therapist would put it. It is the kind of thinking that says that there's no surrender, there's no middle ground. There's either complete and total victory in this Darwinian struggle, or there is complete and total collapse and loss. I'll tell you a little anecdote to wrap up this conversation, an experience that I had in my own life, and I know you don't watch these videos necessarily to hear from me on little anecdotes, but I think this one's deeply relevant. Which is that when I lived in Germany for a couple years, I was doing some freelance English teaching, and I actually was contracted to teach a series of little English classes at a Seniorenheim, that is a senior living center. And it ended up being one of the most surprising experiences I ever had, because most of the people in that class were quite old. Most of the people I was teaching elsewhere were adult learners of English. Previously, I had taught children as a teaching assistant in Spain. So I had experience teaching children. I had experience teaching adults, working adults, right, using like business English. Binglish, I almost called it. This is my one and only time dealing with seniors. And I mean, let's be honest, people who are seniors, they're not looking to learn the language for anything other than their own personal enjoyment. And most of them had already learned English and were simply trying to enjoy something that they enjoyed throughout their life. They're living in the moment, to use a cliche, but that's very applicable here. Now, I had students in there who were young children during the war, or were perhaps born right at the war's end. I had one student who was from West Berlin and had stories of seeing American soldiers and being scared and receiving a bar of chocolate in the post-war occupation, when she thought that occupying soldiers must be scary because of the things that the Soviet soldiers did when they rolled in during the Battle of Berlin. There was a common phrase among women in Berlin during the period of time when only the Soviets were there in Berlin,
before the rest of the Allied powers arrived to take their occupation zone in West Berlin. There's a phrase among women, how many times, when they'd see each other in the bread queues. How many times referred to how many times the Soviet soldiers had, anyway, so this student of mine was telling me a story about how she was scared of American soldiers at first, but then they were kind to her. And she had memories of the Berlin airlift in the late 40s. And as an American, I know that we often look at ourselves as interest-only kind of people, and especially given the times that we live in, our decline from a superpower to a great power, we often focus on the bad things we've done, and rightfully so. I think there's no need to hide from the bad things that have happened and have been perpetrated under American foreign policy. There's no need to make history a fairy tale where we can't look at ourselves critically. But I have to say that, looking at the occupation of Germany after World War II, I can't help but think that American interest in that period aligned with the good. And so I don't mind kind of relishing those kind of little anecdotes. But that's not why I'm bringing up this anecdote in this story. Another one of the students in that class claimed to have been recruited as a boy for Goebbels' Total War. So this would have been 1944, most likely. 1945. He said he was a kid and he had a helmet put on him and he was handed a gun. I don't know for sure that he was telling me the truth. Maybe he joined the Nazi Party gleefully and fought in the war and survived. I could probably try to do the mental math and figure out how old he was. He was definitely on, not, I almost said on death's door. That sounds crude, but he was very old. I had another student who was like slipping in and out of dementia and had been in a POW camp. And well, it's an experience that I will remember hopefully until the day that I die or the day that I'm experiencing some form of dementia and can no longer remember. It's a memory I choose to hold. And it's a memory of a lot of subtlety to me because that man who was part of the Wehrmacht, I guess I could have walked out of the class in that moment and said, I won't teach someone who fought in the Wehrmacht who was a Nazi. But I didn't. And actually, the vast majority of those classes were them telling me stories from the war and me listening. And, if that man was just a boy when he was recruited and forced into Goebbels' Total War, then I think there's a lot of moral ambiguity there. If he was lying to me, there's just part of that story that people tell to absolve themselves of moral responsibility. And either way, I was glad that I was able to sit and listen to all those people with all their varying experiences during the war, including those who were just genuinely little kids and only experienced the occupation afterwards. The point being that the 1918 syndrome, this catastrophic, almost pathological need to avoid another national humiliation that the Nazis had built their entire political project on top of, meant that there was no chance for compromise, no chance to surrender, no chance to cut the whole thing short. The only way the Nazi state was going to fall was through total, absolute, apocalyptic defeat. And they were going to kill as many people as they needed to along the way. They were going to take down as many of their own citizens to suffer along the way as was necessary. And I wrote down a couple historian quotes just to give a little flavor here. Paxton wrote, quote, "Fanatical fascists prefer to destroy everything in a final paroxysm rather than be defeated." Kershaw in Nemesis, speaking about the social Darwinism and the death for the rest, survival of the fittest, he writes, quote, "Its leader, Adolf Hitler, losing touch ever more with reality, hoping for miracles, kept tilting at windmills, ready in Wagnerian style in the event of ultimate apocalyptic catastrophe and in line with his undiluted social Darwinistic beliefs to take his people down in flames." And that is what happened. The final reason that Nazism died was because of 1918 syndrome. It's not necessarily only an explanation of how fascism in Germany died, but why it died and how it died in a final paroxysm, to use Kershaw's words. Now, I'm about to clear the board. We're going to talk about Spain briefly, just briefly, a little interlude. I've planned Spain and France and Britain to be like little interludes in this lecture. We're going to move on, though,
to other forms of fascism, particularly we're going to spend some time with Italian fascism, it's not going to take as long, because these fascisms and their cause of death can be taken more at face value. And that is the reason that I have started with Germany, and probably in the grand scheme, obviously I don't know yet because I haven't recorded it, but in the grand scheme has spent an inordinate amount of time with Germany, is because the reason for its death is in certain ways counterintuitive, contrary to the reason that we might think it died, and needs all this subtlety to understand, right? You look at the fascist machine in Germany and you think it's a well-oiled machine, and then you learn from me in this lecture that it was chaotic in its administration. That's a subtlety that you might not know unless you've spent time listening and learning about it. And it's a reason why Germany and its most extreme radicalized version of fascism that never experienced that proper entropy, as Paxton put it, it is that for that reason and this combination of reasons that fascism in Germany died. I just finished cleaning the board, and I know that Nazi Germany and discussing the Third Reich, and I didn't even get really into the Holocaust, though we did talk about the killing of many innocents, people undeserving of being starved and gassed and sterilized and euthanized, and it's just really brutal. Okay, so let me just tell you right now, the roadmap from here, we're still going to be talking about fascism. We're still going to be talking about serious topics, okay? The seriousness with which we will discuss them will become a little bit more lighthearted, because there is a certain absurdity and things worthy of mockery in other fascisms, particularly Italian fascism. It's not going to be dismissing the moral conundrum of these things. It's not going to be... Sophie. Keep it together. Let's do this. Anyway, what I wanted to say is, like, it's not going to be quite as heavy. We're going to take serious things seriously, but it's not going to be quite as heavy. And so I wanted to give you a fun little interlude. Ways that fascism was at least temporarily stopped, and in one case died in ways that did not require disturbing mass death like the Nazis did. We're gonna let my cat interrupt me constantly. We're gonna talk about 1936 popular fronts in France and Spain. We're going to talk about France first. I'll be transparent with you. It's because it's the one I know the least about. And so if I make mistakes in discussing French fascism, just know that it's something I researched. I read a few books that I cited below. A couple of them I accessed at the Library of Congress. I asked my friend who's French, who's a historian, for a little input and advice, and I'm trying my best here, but France is not my expertise. It's one that I'm continuing to explore and learn about, and maybe one that I'll do a lecture on when I actually really have all the information. The same goes for Britain, really, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Before we did that, I did want to tell you about the sponsor of today's video. Just kidding. There's no sponsor. Enjoy the free education. Okay, 1936, France. In May, there are elections in France. Now, you'll notice, May 1936. What is the political context outside of France for this time? Two pieces of information. One is that there has been, for over a decade at this point, a fascist government in Italy. How did the fascist government in Italy come to be? They were handed power by Victor Emmanuel III in 1922 after the March on Rome. The other piece of context, of course, is that in 1933, you have the Machtergreifung of the Nazis that we've just been talking about for hours. And in 1934 in particular, when Hitler conducts his purge of conservatives and of the more revolutionary wing of the Sturmabteilung in his own party, including some executions of people that were his political allies and contributed to his political rise, there is a sense among establishment types in France and Britain and elsewhere that the Nazis are out of their minds. They're more extreme than you'd think. That fascism itself is something that must be opposed because of its radicalness, something that you might not have noticed with Italian fascism, because, as we'll discuss, it just didn't. Italian fascism just was a lot more vibes based. It's not to say people didn't suffer. It's not to say there weren't harsh crackdowns, particularly when it came to the colonies and the imperial ambitions of Benito Mussolini. Things get pretty dark. There are concentration camps, for example, in Ethiopia, or Abyssinia as it's called, Libya. But you'd be forgiven if you were living in this time and thought Italian fascism was more a vibe and just generic right-wing authoritarianism disguising itself in all this drapery of paramilitarism. What? Do you have some opinions about the totalitarianism limits in Italy? Goodness gracious. Okay, I mentioned earlier as well that some of the orthodox Marxist positions coming out of the Comintern was that anything to the left of Joseph Stalin, anything to the right of Joseph Stalin was fascism. And that there was also a sense within these circles that fascism was this final paroxysm of capitalism, that this was all just the plan, not the plan, but the historical materialist scientific way that had been predicted, and therefore it would burn out and we would eventually get a socialist revolution everywhere just anyway, right? And after the Italian fascists had been in power for a long time, after the National Socialists in Nazi Germany banned communist parties and there wasn't an immediate socialist revolution, as it became exceedingly clear that there was not going to be a spontaneous worldwide socialist revolution as there had been predicted at the very earliest stages of the Bolshevik Revolution in like 1917, 1918, where the official foreign policy of the Soviet state was to wait for everyone else to have a revolution. As all that's breaking down, there's still nonetheless a line in places like Germany that the Communist Party, the KDP, cannot collaborate with the Social Democrats to oppose fascism. That, in fact, what the Social Democrats represent is fascism light or social fascism, that there is no material difference for the Communist Party between the Social Democrats and the fascists themselves. Now, that's ludicrous on its face. The Social Democrats are also socialists. They are from the Marxist tradition. They're most intellectually represented by someone named Edward Bernstein in the late 19th century, who had some substantial and interesting debates with people like Rosa Luxemburg and Vladimir Lenin, Karl Liebknecht. In any event, Social Democrats were, let's just synthesize this as quickly as I can. The Social Democrats believe in gradual building of socialism, that you don't have a vanguard class like the Bolsheviks and impose socialism or dictatorship of the proletariat, but that class consciousness is raised gradually over time, that there's incremental change, and that socialism is a natural development of history. That same sort of thinking of natural development of history or scientific development of history through dialectic is part of the Social Democrat tradition as well. The difference being that they don't want to impose that dictatorship of the proletariat. I realize I've simplified things, but that's the basic premise here. So in theory, a communist party, which is a vanguard party who wants to build from the top down, and a social democrat party, which wants to let history take its natural course, are nonetheless on the political left opposed to the revolutionary right-wing fascist, to conservative authoritarianism, and all of those other manifestations, right? But the official line from the Comintern in the early 1930s was no collaboration, no popular fronts against fascism. And so when the paramilitaries were fighting in the streets, and so there was not a popular front formed between social democrats and communists and maybe even left liberals in Germany against the rise of the Nazis. Well, the communists in Germany were basically wiped out. Many of them fled to the Soviet Union and were then purged by Joseph Stalin during his terror. That's a whole other story. The point being that a lesson was learned. A lesson was learned. Maybe, just maybe, it is not in our interest being the communist interest, to not work together to oppose fascism in certain places. Maybe that actually is a way to get wiped out. And we're going to see this play out in France and Spain. The line of the Comintern begins to shift. 1934, 1935, instructions go out to communist parties across the continent, which are deeply linked to the Communist Party and the Comintern in the Soviet Union, that actually what we should do from here on out, things have gone kind of bad in Germany. We don't want Nazism or fascism just spreading all over the continent. Go ahead and collaborate with whoever opposes fascism and form popular fronts. That is what happens. That is what happens in May 1936 in France. In May 1936, there is a popular front that is formed, a coalition of parties who all claim to be anti-fascist, and various formations of the center left, left, and communist hard left, so to speak, that all run on a joint ticket, agree to collaborate, and are going to put a man by the name of Leon Blum, a Jewish socialist, Leon with an E, Blum, excuse me, everyone, who's going to become the Prime Minister of France after 3 different parties, the radicals, so-called, nominally socialist, but at this point in time, I believe they're center left. You have the socialists, Leon Blum, and then, of course, you have the formal Communist Party. They all band together in the elections of May 1936 to oppose the National Front or the nationalist parties, which they perceived to be fascist. And I can't get into all the subtleties of whether they were absolutely fascist or not. But you have the Croix de Feu, Cross of Faith. You have actual parties that claim to be fascist, etc. Again, I can't get into all the minute details here, but basically the Popular Front of the left in 1936, they win the election, they put a Jewish socialist into office, and in 1936, they ban paramilitary wings of political parties and force things like the Croix de Feu, I'm pronouncing it wrong, I'm sure, to actually reorganize themselves into more formal pro-Republican political parties over the course of time. Now then, paramilitary. Now that in Hannah Arendt's The Origins of Totalitarianism, she talks a lot about the anti-Semitism in France at the time. There's a lot of historical debate about whether France is actually the seedbed, to quote one historian, of fascism. There is a lot of historical debate, even contemporary historical debate, about the degree to which the Vichy government of occupied France during World War II collaborated with the Nazis, and collaborated in a way that was actually proactive when it came to participating in the quote-unquote final solution in the Holocaust and the Shoah. And so there's a lot of subtlety about fascism France that I can't get into in this moment. The authoritarian radical right wing in France had a broad membership, was not minute, and in general, if we look at the conservative reactionary right and the pure fascist right in France, we will see a significant movement that defies the orthodox history that would come after World War II, that France was simply allergic to fascism. That's not true, and this Popular Front, I believe, was a good example of how one might kill fascism, how a movement of fascism or extreme right wing might be opposed in the moment, to kill it in the crib, so to speak, to stop fascism from actually blooming, to stop the possibility of that Heshoffskompromiss that allows the conservatives, for fear of a radical Bolshevik-style revolution, from collaborating with fascists to bring those fascists to power. And then from there, it's a runaway train in Nazi Germany, or as we'll see in Italy, it becomes a hybrid government that has some fascist development and then a lot of ridiculousness to go along with it. Like I said, I have a lot more work to do on France, but just rapid fire, some other things that I came across during my research. These are not my original thoughts about why fascism failed in France. One of them being that the Popular Front brings a socialist prime minister. They band together rather than being eternally split between social democrats, left liberals, and communists. A second reason I encountered was that the conservative establishment itself, the government bureaucracy, didn't buckle under the pressure of the fascists. Another reason is that France's political parties were actually quite big. There was a big movement, but that the moment was just wrong. So fascism in France was perhaps coming to its maturity. There was a first and second wave, according to the historian Susi. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. The second wave, the one that might have brought them to power, just came at a time when Italian and German fascism were looking deeply unappealing and chaotic. And in a vacuum, perhaps French fascism would have simply developed on its own, if not for the fact that things like the Night of the Long Knives happened, and there was just a growing consensus that fascism bad. Another one that I didn't write down but does appeal to me as a reason is that France had a longer republican tradition. It had been a nation state for far longer. It had had an empire, and therefore its nationalism might have been sated. Its desire to have charismatic leaders is certainly part of the French tradition between the Napoleons and Robespierre and the Terror. You have, charismatic leaders, revolutionaries in France. But that, the Weimar Republic was quite young. It lasted from 1918 when it was declared, out a window basically, until it's, it never technically went away under the Nazis. Technically speaking, the Weimar Constitution was never repealed as far as I'm aware. The Ermächtigungsgesetz, the Enabling Act, was simply a way of suspending the parliament and the Bundesrat. In any event, France's republic was much older. The Third Republic would have then been, 80 plus years old if we consider the 1848 revolution and then the empire, blah, 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 whatever. The point is that Republican tradition in France is longer and the moment was wrong. Okay, that's my less than perfectly informed synopsis of why fascism failed in France. One thing we do have to consider is that it never really went away, and that any society, given the right conditions for fascism in Europe, might result in some sort of parafascism or fascism even to this day. The idea that any society is allergic to fascism, I think, is a mistake. The idea that any society is, in particular, allergic to evil authoritarianism that might take different forms and different flavors, right, I think is a huge, huge mistake. And so the orthodox French history that, fascism was just some strange import, right? That it was only considered to be like bizarre German, Italian imports, and that good French nationalists would never want to take the nationalism that is imported from somewhere else. I think there might be some truth to that in terms of the aesthetics and why some people opposed fascism in France. But I don't think it's enough. And I don't think it's safe to say, France could never be fascist. That's outrageously silly. But I did say this was kind of a positive thing, right? We're in the interlude. Okay, here we have it. A popular front that opposed something that they at least were calling fascism, that had fascist tendencies to it, at the very least conservative, authoritarian, and they succeeded, at least for a time, in putting that movement to bed and in banning those paramilitaries. A little bit before that, in February 1936, there were elections in Spain. And I've talked about this quite a bit on my channel. In the elections in Spain, there were also popular front parties, an amalgamation of communist, socialist, left liberal, even I think center parties in the Popular Front in Spanish elections 1936 opposed to the giant National Front. Now, one fun fact about the National Front in those 1936 elections is the actual Falange Española, the Phalange, the Spanish Phalanx Party, the fascist party of Spain, memory serves, did not participate and only got like 44,000 votes in the 1936 election. But again, you had conservative, reactionary right-wing parties in the National Front that were taking on the trappings of fascism in their campaign. So, for example, you had the CEDA party, CEDA, National Front, whose face of this CEDA party was Gil Robles, who used Mussolini-esque advertising up on the streets in Spain to advertise his campaign. He said, "Dadme la mayoría absoluta y os daré una España grande." Give me the absolute majority and I will give you a great Spain. And he's got that Mussolini stare on the billboard, right? If you look at that and you're like, that's not technically fascist, because the historians have lots of subtlety about what fascism is. If you're living in that time, it's not very satisfactory. We could go into the CEDA political party in detail and talk about why it's not technically fascist, but that's beyond the scope of this lecture. The point is that the Popular Front had no real way of distinguishing or knowing these things live in the moment. They again formed a Popular Front, a collaboration of many parties, and ended up putting in a prime minister named Azaña, who came to represent a Popular Front left government in Spain as well, at least until the military uprising of July 1936 under Francisco Franco. So again, it's not a permanent victory by any stretch of the imagination, but you can see that as the 30s progress, there is a sense that there is a learning taking place. How does fascism die? Well, one way it dies, or at least is injured, is via popular fronts. And this is probably the thing that will lose me some folks, via non-ideological purity. If you say my way is the only way, and I won't collaborate with any other anti-fascists, that's the wrong choice. I'm sorry. It's the wrong choice. We'll get at the very end. We're going to go through the whole list and try to take some practical lessons, and we'll talk about how there's pros and cons to that. I did want to leave you with a funny story of the dumbest and most annoying political party name in history that represents a death of Spanish fascism. And it's hysterical to me, and so I want to share it with you. I'm going to just clear the board so I have space, and then we'll do that. We'll get into Italian fascism thereafter and get a little more serious again. If you ever visit the country of Spain, you may see a version of the Spanish flag with purple on it. And you might think, oh, it's just like a remix of the Spanish flag. I guess it is. Technically, it is the flag of the Second Spanish Republic. And the Second Spanish Republic was established in 1931. Established is probably not the right word, because it basically came to be through the vacating of the throne of Alfonso XIII in 1931 after municipal elections went particularly poorly for his chosen dictator, Primo de Rivera, who was the Spanish dictator from 1923 until 1931. Primo de Rivera was actually a conservative authoritarian dictatorship that lasted for about 7-8 years. Right-wing reaction and right-wing politics in Spain generally take the form of conservative authoritarian Catholicism, a big emphasis on traditional institutions, faith. We might call it a traditional pluralism. And that usually also means collaborating with like landowners and just in general being more interested in a steady state of repression of labor unions, of atheistic anarchists, etc. And there is legitimate times in Spanish history, particularly during the Second Spanish Republic, when there were left-wing agitations that ended up resulting in deaths, in churches being burned down, and things that are unseemly and bad. And the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera was on that conservative, authoritarian, kind of boring, rule by decree, just keep the status quo kind of vibe. And that started to fall apart in these difficult eras across the European continent of the 1930s when people voted for different things in municipal elections, and the dictatorship basically collapsed overnight, especially since the king who had brought the dictator to power and given him his plenipotentiary powers then leaves the country, basically vacates without a formal abdication. Now, under Francisco Franco, the military, traditionalist, conservative, authoritarian, quasi-fascist, we'll get there in just a moment, under his rule that lasted all the way into the 70s, the monarchy was actually restored. And so there's a brief period, the Second Spanish Republic, 1931 until about July 1936, in which, and the Spanish Republic falls in 1939, there's a period in which there is no king in Spain, no king or queen. And it is in this period when the left is ascendant, leading up to that Popular Front election that I was talking about, that the right wing in Spain started to flirt with more extreme positions than simple conservative Catholic traditionalist authoritarianism. And one of those was the same syndicalism that we saw in other places, right-wing syndicalism that was related to, but not the same as left-wing anarcho-syndicalism that we would see in other places, including in Barcelona. George Orwell would join that POM militia in Catalonia during the Spanish Civil War. Left-wing syndicalism, generally speaking, is about building the power of the proletarian from below and having a revolution from the ground up. That is, that workers will spontaneously, through class consciousness, work together to build socialism, as opposed to the Bolshevik Stalinist model, the Leninist model that says we build socialism from the top down. When revolutionary syndicalism appeals to the right wing, what is taken from right-wing extremists is a little different in that their syndicalism is about building a corporative state. We talked about corporatism quite a bit earlier. That is the idea that you will have institutions that function almost like intermediaries between the those who own the means of production and those who labor and create worker value and commodities, etc. So you have labor and ownership, like working together in corporative structures. And in the right-wing vision of this, it is for the good of the nation, right? So right-wing syndicalists have a vision of the nation state, unlike the anarcho-syndicalists of the left who have, and I'm just speaking generally here, who have a vision of bottom-up, stateless organization of workers to build socialism. There are still neighborhoods in Spain where you can see C and T flags that are those anarcho-syndicalist movements that never went away. And so when you have right-wing syndicalism, and the reason I mentioned the year 1931 is because in 1931, a right-wing syndicalist party is born, Las Jons. What the heck is that? Juntas, hold on, I gotta make a cut. There we go. Juntas Ofensivas Nacional Sindicalista. I pronounced it pretentiously once, so you can make fun of me for doing that. I'm gonna write down what that actually stands for on the board real quick. Okay. Las Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista. The committees of the National Syndicalist Offensive. Okay, so broad brushstrokes, the Syndicalist Party. And Las Jons is the acronym for that political party. And you can already see it's a bit wordy, and so it's good that they make it Las Jons. And this is the Syndicalist Party that is born in 1931. There is another political party born in 1933, around the time that the Nazis take power in Germany, called the Falange Española. Again, I'm pronouncing it properly once, and now I will drop the pretentious pronunciation. Española. The Falange Española translates to the Spanish phalanx. Phalanx is that like military, like square or rectangle or whatever, where all the soldiers are lined up. I don't do military history. I don't know. It's basically meant to like represent like, the Spanish nation, right? And this is the fascist party of Spain that's born in 1933. Now, why is it not called the Partido Fascista de España or something? I don't know. It would also be FE, but they call this the FE for short. So you have two separate parties, Las Jons, the Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista, and you have the Falange Española, the fascist party, FE. Okay, this is where things start to get a little silly. So at some point, I think it's 1934, because the Spanish fascist party, which by the way, the reason I mentioned the dictatorship earlier, is led by a man named Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera, the son of the former dictator, who is then, as you can imagine, raised by the Falange, the fascist party, to be the next, caudillo, the next leader, the next Führer, the next Duce, right? In Spain, caudillo of the fascist movement. And he ends up going by these first two names, Jose Antonio, to generally distinguish him from his father, the dictator, Primo de Rivera. But because his movement doesn't have a whole lot of momentum, and because it makes sense to kind of combine movements and do some stuff, I don't know all the full details, but in 1934, these two parties, the Falange Española, FE, and the Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista, Las Jons, combined to be the FE de las Jons, the Falange Española de las Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista. Say that 10 times fast. Okay, but it's going to get even worse, because this is actually going to help us understand in a certain way how Spanish fascism, if not died, how it fizzled out over time. Because when the Spanish Republic takes power, 1931, 1932, the prime minister and the left-wing coalition begin to govern. They are properly and democratically elected. There is a sense on the Spanish right that everything's gone to crap, okay? And there is a desire to have an uprising, perhaps a fascist uprising, led by a series of generals. One of them, Francisco Franco, who we know will be the dictator of Spain from 1939 until the 1970s, die peacefully in his sleep. The other is by the name of General Mola, who, when he's participating in the uprising, will go around saying things like, Viva la muerte, long live death. A little bit more fascistic, but he dies. Jose Antonio also dies. And so to shorthand it, the undisputed leader, the caudillo of the reactionary uprising revolts against the Second Spanish Republic in 1936 July, by the end of the year, Francisco Franco is the undisputed leader of this unified right-wing movement to take on and usurp the Spanish Republic and replace it with what? Well, potentially with a fascist regime, potentially with just a conservative reactionary Catholic regime. In the moment, it's hard to know exactly. You have people saying crazy things like long live death, right? You also have a very reserved man named Francisco Franco, who nonetheless is saying things like, what, un estado, un cadillo, like una España, un estado, un cadillo, or something like that, una nación. I can't remember the exact phrasing, but it's like one state, one nation, one leader, right? So you get all these fascist trappings, okay? So if you are someone who opposes fascism and you fight on the side of the Spanish Republic, as many volunteers did, including here in the United States, you had Americans going and volunteering in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. You had Germans, actually, who went and participated on the side of the Republic. You had French people, British people like George Orwell who went to fight on the side of Spain. You had a lot of Soviet soldiers, volunteers sent by the Soviet Union and Joseph Stalin, and equipment, more importantly, in the case of Joseph Stalin, to the Spanish Republic, that all participated in fighting the fascism of the right. And that fascism, that nationalism, whatever you want to call it, was supported by Mussolini and Hitler with money, with equipment, with more volunteers. Even aspects of the German Luftwaffe would be sent over to fight and to basically be tested during the Spanish Civil War, 1936 to 1939. So you're opposing those things. You can't in the moment know that what Francisco Franco is eventually going to build after he's taken power, after he's killed about 200,000 people, is going to be a more settled Catholic authoritarianism over the course of time. He's going to keep that Codillo label. He's going to build weird fascist-esque things like the Valle de los Caídos, the Valley of the Fallen, where the war dead of the Republic and the nationalist uprising, these soldiers and veterans, their corpses are going to, and their bones are going to be buried together. It's very body of the nation style. Nonetheless, in the moment, in 1936, 1937, when you're opposing those things, you don't know that after all of this horrible stuff, eventually it's going to basically settle down into that new status quo, right? A restoration of the monarchy. And remember, I said earlier, we had those two dictatorships, the commissarial, where you return things to a status quo ante, the way things were before. You have the sovereign dictatorship, where you're building to a new status quo, where things will eventually peter out. That's what Francisco Franco arguably is building. And you have things like Adolf Hitler, right, where it's like, it's a third thing, where it's like we're building to more revolution and a constant struggle, right? And you just, right, it's a third thing. And Francisco Franco fills, whether he's technically fascist or not, that's a huge historical debate I can't get into. But what Francisco Franco is building is a new status quo. Okay, how can I best argue this beyond the things that I just said? Well, it's in the name of the party that Francisco Franco builds in April of 1937. He dedicates himself to building a unified right-wing movement. And so, what does he do? Well, he's got more traditional monarchists. You have the big conservative mass movement party, CEDA, C-E-D-A, under Gil Robles. You have the Falange Española. You have the Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista, las JONS. And so what does Franco do? He looks at this acronym and he's like, could be a little longer. It's pretty short. So Francisco Franco forms the Fête y de las JONS. Sorry, I'm making myself laugh. I guess it's not that funny. Previously, it was the Falange Española de las JONS, las Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista. Now we have the FET. What does that T stand for? Traditionalist, right? So now he's taking the CEDA and the monarchist parties, the Carlists. He's putting them all in this giant unified right-wing movement that is now going to be called the Falange Española Tradicionalista y de las Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista. FET y de las JONS. Rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? I think you can see, however, without getting into all the nitty-gritty details, one way that fascism, if not died, was watered down significantly in Spain, particularly after the war. You can see its manifestations as the Falange Española are slowly reduced out of cabinet positions, and by the time that Francisco Franco leaves, there's basically no presence of the Falange in the Spanish government. And the way you can see it is that it started out as the Spanish Fascist Party, then it became the Spanish Fascist Party with the juntas, and then it became the Spanish Fascist Party traditional with the juntas. You can see literally as we start adding letters and this acronym and this name just gets longer and longer, you can literally see that the FE is now surrounded by a TYDELASJONNS, right? So 2 letters are then combined with like 7, 8, 9, 10 other letters to create a monolith right-wing party in Spain. So a slightly comical, if not perfectly accurate way of saying how fascism died in Spain or was watered down in Spain is through this crazy unified party. And seems to me like a good moment before we talk about Italy to just mention the metaphor I brought up to you earlier about the ocean wave crashing over the sand. Remember, in Germany, there were basically no obstacles. And so the fascist wave, that tsunami, was able to go and cause ultimate destruction. Now we've seen an example in Spain here where the fascist movement is met with, if you want to think about it this way, and I know it's a little controversial maybe to frame it this way, but you have not only the popular front on the beach where the fascist wave hits and has trouble, but then the fascist wave also tries to hit over the traditionalist party, the monarchists, the more stable, quote unquote, right wing, just your run of the mill authoritarians, non-revolutionary parties. And when they crash into that beachfront in Spain, what you have over the course of decades is a significant, if not complete, irrelevant making of the fascist movement in Spain. These old monarchist Catholic institutions that go back hundreds of years, whether you're a big fan of them or not, are different from fascism and basically played into the paradigm of watering down fascism in Spain. And that's what we're now going to see as we move to Italy, where, think about it, who gives Benito Mussolini power? Does Benito Mussolini participate in a coup? That's what he'd potentially like you to believe with the March on Rome in October of 1922. But it is the king, Emmanuel III, who says to Benito Mussolini, would you like to take power? And it is King Emmanuel III who, in 1943, as World War II is going bad, takes Benito Mussolini right back out of power along with the Fascist Council. Think of these sorts of obstacles to pure fascism that we experienced, or at least the closest we'll get to pure fascism that we experienced in Germany, when we talk about the first fascist to take power, Benito Mussolini and the PNF in Italy. Okay, I cleaned the board and then I wrote down some things, and this is just a list, so don't worry. I wrote down some policies. We're going to follow the same model with Italy as we did with Germany. We're going to build up the theory of the project, and then we're going to tear that mother down, okay? Unlike Germany, we're not going to dwell as long on Italy because I think we've already sowed the seeds, so to speak, to use that metaphor again, of how fascism comes to fail. And I think basically Italy in many ways is just the opposite of Germany, in that Germany was super radical. Remember, we talked about Paxton's 5 stages of fascism. The 5th stage, you can go more radical or you can entropy and stagnate. And I think it's fair to say that the German one radicalized. We've already talked about that. The Italian one not only experienced entropy over time, but basically, let's just say the fascist project was set up to be pretty mediocre from the very beginning. And I'll just show you what I wrote down as well as reasons Italian fascism failed and died. One of them, same as Germany, they were invaded, and they did a lot worse in World War II than the Germans did. Mussolini joined World War II, it seems more like out of jealousy and FOMO. So when in 1940, when France looked like it was down and out, Mussolini became convinced that Hitler was going to run roughshod and win this war and dominate Europe, and he wanted Italy to have a peace. And also, he was the OG Duce. Why would you let the Fuhrer in Germany upstage you? And so out of a combination of ego and FOMO, I know this is not perhaps the most pristine historical presentation, but basically out of jealousy and FOMO, Benito Mussolini joined World War II and effed around and found out. He FOMO'd and then he FAFO'd. Okay. The second one is exhaustion, disillusion, and just a general limit of totalitarianism. We'll get there. The third is that Benito Mussolini set himself up to not have a successor, and that's going to be something we discuss. And then last, the elites themselves of Italy never went away. That Italy remained a pluralist society in terms of power centers and culture, and never completely bought into the fascist project, even though the cult of the Duce, the cult of Mussolini, did go pretty far. The actual power centers of society never really conformed to the imagery. And as one historian put it, Italy, for all of its trappings, became mostly a propaganda state rather than a fascist state. Before we get there, let me just set the stage for you. World War I, Italy is actually on the winning side of the war. Italy participates in Versailles, and I actually have a board game called Versailles in which you play the different powers. And if you have too many players, you can have one player play Italy, because Italy was on the victorious side but played a pretty minor role in Versailles and did not get much of what it wanted. And one of the things that Italy wanted after participating in the victory of World War I was the annexation of the Dalmatian coast, which is to the east of Italy on the map, came to constitute part of the state of Yugoslavia. And because Italy did not gain territory that it expected after World War I, there came to be in circles of Italy a discussion of the Vittoria Mutilata, the mutilated victory. That is to say that even though Italy won, it did not benefit from the Peace of Versailles. Why did this happen? Well, a big part of it is because Woodrow Wilson, the American president, imposed his vision of a world of ethics and democratic moralism and progressivism via his 13 points on the world. And we don't have time to talk about some of the naivete of that compared to the realpolitik and the balance of power approaches to foreign policy that we might consider to be more, let's just call them realistic forms of foreign policy. The sovereignty and the progressive form of foreign policy that Woodrow Wilson advocated was noble, but perhaps a little bit unrealistic in terms of building a new world order. And so part of that was the self-determination of nations, and the League of Nations meant that what shouldn't happen after World War I is that all of the victorious powers should carve up the globe as they see fit. There were protectorates birthed, and there was a lot of, let's call it, hypocritical paths that were taken. We don't have time to get into. Point is, Italy didn't really benefit from winning World War I. It didn't get to have the spoils that they expected. Couple that with the fact that Italy had unified in the 1860s, 1870s through the Risorgimento, and there was, in general, a pressure on the working class in Italy, just like there was across Europe at this period of time. And as Italy became a nation state, there was also a desire to have mass politics. And remember, part of the legacy of the 1848 revolutions we went through in my When Is It Fascism video was that there was liberal, generally speaking, liberal and social revolutions in 1848. There was a lot of nationalism baked in there. And one of the long-term legacies of 1848 was a sense that the masses themselves, that is the large breadth of the population, what might in other circles be called the peasants or the proletarian classes, whether or not you had a right-wing authoritarian government or a left-wing communist government, any of those would need to, from that point on, at least consider the interests of the masses in politics. And that is the big legacy of the 1848 revolutions. In Spain, which we were just talking about, the CETA, right-wing party, CEDA, was a manifestation of conservative monarchist politics in a mass party. And that's why it took on a lot of those fascist trappings. Mass politics also became pretty important in Italy in the interwar period because you had the parties of the left, the socialists and the communists. You had the Biennio Rosso, the 2 red years between 1919 and 1921, in which there was an attempt to have lots and lots of strikes in Italy. And I want to say there were like 1,600 to 1,800 strikes a year during the period of 1919 to 1921, these 2 red years, the Biennio Rosso. And in reaction to that, there was right-wing response. And Mussolini and his PNF, Partido Nazionale Fascisti, between 1921 and 1922, put on what they called the Biennio Nero, the 2 black years, aka put down the socialists, put down the communists, make sure that there's no Bolshevik-style revolution in Italy. And the right wing was very content to have them perpetrate that violence on their behalf. It is part of why Victor Emmanuel III, the monarch, when the March on Rome happened in late October of 1922, instead of banning the paramilitaries, instead of stopping the March on Rome, which was really just a bunch of people in black shirts cosplaying, in any event, he decided not to back his prime minister Facta, but instead to give Mussolini a call on the 29th of October, and on October 30th to meet with Mussolini and offer him the prime ministership, and to basically invite Mussolini and 2 others into the cabinet of the Italian government, and to have Mussolini be the prime minister and to govern from then on out. Now, Mussolini's fascism is unique from the German fascism in that there was actually a lot more left influence in this version of fascism, particularly before it took power. Now, we know that the National Socialists in Germany took on that name socialist because there was a legitimate left-wing part and wing of the party that then Hitler pushed down and found, quote, inconvenient over time. And I did go into this quite a bit. I don't have time to go on this detour now, but Nazism was, in fact, a right-wing political movement. It was a manifestation of the right. The socialists and the communists were put into concentration camps. Marxismus muss sterben was on some of the banners at Nazi rallies. There was the Night of the Long Knives, when people who called for a second, perhaps more leftist-ish syndicalist revolution to bring down some of the capitalist power structures in Germany were put down, along with other conservatives and people who had opposed the Nazi movement. And actually, big business did quite well and ended up collaborating with the Nazis throughout the Third Reich. In Italy, that syndicalist movement was quite large. Mussolini himself was of the political left. His father, if I'm not mistaken, was a syndicalist. Mussolini himself was a socialist and edited a socialist newspaper named Avanti, and it was only during World War I when he saw the bloodletting and heard about the theory of shared blood and building a new aristocracy of blood, a new leadership, that he began to have his conversion over to the right wing and to have this third way, as we often call fascism, between the left and the right. That was a lot more authentic, particularly at the beginning in Italian fascism. However, fascists took power because of that Herrschaftskompromiss, that authority compromise of the right, taking on the fascists as useful, violent paramilitaries in opposition to the political left. And so the expectation when Mussolini took power was, one, he would be one of 3 fascist members in this overall conservative and even a couple centrist, if I'm not mistaken, cabinet positions, and that he would not replace the monarchy. Benito Mussolini was anti-monarchist and anti-clerical, that is, he opposed the Catholic Church, up until the point when it started to become necessary for him to make compromises in order to take power. If he wanted to have popularity out in the rural areas of Italy, for example, to gain the support of peasants, to become a true mass party, he would need to not go to those peasants who are, by and large, devout Catholics and say, I'm anti-clerical, I'm radical, right? That's just one example. And more important, if he wants the king to appoint him prime minister, he needs to not say, I will get rid of the monarchy. So he changes his position on those things. The corporatist string in Benito Mussolini's Italy does remain, however, and once in power, there is a attempt to create corporate structures, replace the parliament with those corporative structures we talked about that would try to balance the interests of the workers and the owners. And in keeping with that, he bans separate unions, labor unions, that would represent the separate powers of labor in in dialectic with the ownership class, with the capitalist class. It would be in opposition. In the fascist vision, in Mussolini's vision, in the syndicalist vision on the right wing, those things are rectified with the guiding star being the nation itself. Naive, silly. Nonetheless, that's how they attempted to govern. There was a charter of labor that was put forth between 1926, 1927 to build those corporatist structures. The Grand Council of Fascism was one of those creations. Over time, that Grand Council of Fascism would simply be a rubber stamp for Mussolini's preferred policies as the Duce, but other things like opposition political parties were banned under Italian fascism. We're not competing anymore, guys. We're just one nation all unified under the Duce. All right, let me find the quote from Mussolini real quick. Here it is. All for the state, nothing outside, no one against the state. And earlier in the lecture, we did go through Giovanni Gentile, the philosopher of Italian fascism, in the Doctrine of Fascism 1932, talking about how the ethical state is the unification of all interests into one general will. The state itself is the only viable way that an individual can be an individual as such, only when his interests coincide with those of the state. So yeah, free speech, opposition party, unions, nope. Secret police to bring down opposition, yes. Did Italy ever have as brutal of concentration camps for political opposition in Italy? No. Though down here in Libya and Abyssinia, there is an attempt. Which one of them had the prototype concentration camps? Hold on. It was Abyssinia. It was Ethiopia, Abyssinia/Ethiopia. You had ethnic cleansing. You had moving of people into concentration camps. You had about a 50% death rate in those concentration camps. So I'm not trying to whitewash Italian fascism as good. The more dark manifestations of it happened in its empire, in its expansionist places, in its racism. It's more garden variety racism, not the blood purity racism of the Nazis, would take place out in its colonies. It is not until Italy is trying to compete and perhaps mesh its foreign policy with Hitler, with the Fuhrer, that sort of anti-Semitic laws and racial laws come. That comes very late. That comes well over a decade, 15, 16 years into Italian fascism's rule, when those sorts of things, those more stereotypical things that we think of with fascism, began to present themselves in fascist Italy. Okay, so what did the fascists do? Okay, besides just pushing things down and trying to build a corporate structure? Well, first and foremost, they built a cult of personality around the Duce himself. So Benito Mussolini became the face of the nation. He became the guy who walked around shirtless and did sporting activities, went swimming without his shirt on. Everything was for the Duce. The Duce says this, the Duce says that. The Duce is like Duke in English, but in this case, it's not about a royal aristocratic title and much more about the leader himself. So think about an even older version of that word, the Latin. And over time, Mussolini is going to consolidate that power around himself to the point where the administration itself becomes quite difficult. And there are really no other, at least in the administration of Italy, at the very top, no other power centers. Anyone at the very top who started to shine, Mussolini would then switch off the light. I wish I could remember who said that and when. Mussolini told, I couldn't find that particular quote. I went searching through my notes. I take a lot of notes. I have lots of papers all surrounding me. I apologize. I did find something similar, though. In Brutal Friendship by author named Deacon, 1962, a quote is given in minutes from a Mussolini meeting with Hitler, in which he says, "My Führer," so, telling Hitler, he's not literally calling him my leader, but this is at a point when Italy is becoming more and more subservient to Germany and wanting to buddy up. So he says, "My Führer, I have no successor in the fascist revolution. A chief of state can be found to succeed me, but no one will continue the fascist revolution." Robert Paxton says that the Italian fascism was more nakedly dependent on charisma. He's using then Max Weber's definition of charismatic authority. Italian fascism was more nakedly dependent on charisma than any other kind of fascism, and therefore perpetually brittle. Emilio Gentile, in his 1993 work, points out a Carlo Costamagna, who in 1940 quoted Machiavelli. "The well-being of a republic or monarchy depends not on having a prince who governs prudently while he lives, but one who so fashions it that when he dies, it survives." The well-being of a state or a republic is not about a prince who governs well, but one who fashions it so that when he dies, it survives. When we think about this, we might think about instead someone like Vladimir Lenin or Joseph Stalin, who, despite the revolutionary nature of the way they took power, built a structure that then survived at least for decades after they were gone. So that no matter what sort of cult of personality crazy purges were happening in the Stalinist state, it did in fact survive after he died in the 1950s. In Italy, no such thing took place. As things started to go wrong in Italy over the course of fascist government, there was a sense among a lot of people who did buy into the Mussolini cult that if only Mussolini knew how bad the local officials were, how bad the corruption was, how hungry we were during the war because the bread was being mixed with crappy flour because of food shortages, if only the Duce knew, the Duce would take care of it. So people were believing more in Duce, in Mussolini, than they were believing in the fascist project, in the fascist government, in the state of affairs that were being built. So I've kind of gotten ahead of myself, but I guess at this point in the lecture, I'm allowed to do that. You can see there reason number 3, successor, ? As Mussolini got older, and remember, he governs from 22 until 43, and then later in a Italian Social Republic, a puppet state of the Nazis. We're not going to talk about that today. As the proper Duce of all of Italy under the King Victor Emmanuel III, Mussolini governs from 22 until 43, so like 21 years. In 1925, he has a health scare, but he recovers pretty well from that. In the first years of his government, that first decade of his governance, up until about World War II, he's a young man, right? He frowns, he poses with his weird, style. He influences people even to this day, like Vladimir Putin does a lot of photo shoots that look very Mussolini-esque, going hunting and shirtless horseback riding. He presents this image of the new man that he's trying to build in this fascist project, this youthful, infallible human being, perhaps one that doesn't even age, right? Demigod status. So what happens when that man turns gray, when he loses weight from sickness later in his life, when during the war he becomes so stressed out that he begins to become sort of ineffective in just leading his own life, much less making important decisions? When the war starts to turn and his health starts to fail, the crisis of the successor is heightened, because who is going to take over for Mussolini should he die, or should he lose the will to govern? We'll get there. But I said I was going to build up the project first. Italian fascism does do things. So the first thing it does is it begins, like I said, to oppose all these pluralistic aspects of the liberal state previously, build a secret police, build corporate structures and a grand council of fascism. In terms of policy, the same disposition that the German state will eventually have for autarky is present then in the Italian fascism. So one example is the battle for grain. We'll come back to births. The battle for grain and land reclamation projects. So the Italian fascist regime wants to present an image of a stable Italy that doesn't need any outside plutocratic nations. Part of the fascist imagery of itself is as a proletarian nation. That is, as an underclass of nation states, that there are plutocratic nations, bourgeois nations, France, Britain, the United States. Italy is a plutocrat loser nation, not a loser in the sense that they suck, but in terms of like they didn't get the benefits of World War I. They don't have the privileges and the truly expansive empire that the others have. It needs to be rebuilt through conquest, and that it needs to become self-sustaining so that it doesn't need to depend on those plutocratic nations for its prosperity. The battle for grain is one manifestation of that, where land is reclaimed from marshland south of Rome, where farmers are encouraged to grow wheat instead of other crops in order to basically create a nation state that can feed itself without outside imports. Now, when the battle for grain is launched, it does in fact lead to higher wheat yields, but it does so in some very silly counterproductive ways. The first way is that farmers who are told to grow wheat instead of olives, instead of wine or wine grapes and these sorts of things, they're going to limit the amount of exports that Italy can make in terms of luxury goods, and therefore are going to first of all, are going to try to grow grain on land that might not be perfectly suited for it, but in the end are going to create a situation in which Italy is, they're growing more wheat, but they're also hurting their economy. Does that make sense? Add to that the fact that if you want to grow more wheat, you have to import fertilizer. And so, especially if the ground for the wheat is not optimally there for wheat growing, and so therefore you have to, instead of import wheat, you have to import fertilizer. And is that really any more autarkic? Oh, here I go tearing it down again. I'm supposed to be building it up, but Italy never really got in the swing of things. Here's one that did work, and one that influenced the fascists in Germany, is the Opera Nazionale Deportivo, the national recreation work I believe. Opera, like the obra de vida, would be a life's work. I don't know. I'll put up on the screen what opera translates to in English. The OND was a recreation department basically in charge of subsidizing vacations, helping people have a good time, involving the fascist state in a totalitarian way into the private realm by saying your sports club, your pickleball club is now the fascist pickleball club. As we all know, pickleball found its start in fascist Italy and not recently. You have a book club. Well, how about a fascist book club, right? How about we take your fascist book club on a cheap vacation to the coast, right? It sounds benign on its surface, and what it really is, though, is an attempt to create mass politics and infuse the fascist ideology into all aspects of life, both work life and private life, recreation. And indeed, on paper, millions and millions and millions of people did participate in the sort of recreation and things that the fascist state was offering. Was the book club overnight transformed into something that was reading the doctrine of fascism for their book club? Probably not. There I go, tearing it down again. My goodness. In the face of the Great Depression, the Italian government built the IRI. It's about reconstructing the economy, but I can't remember what the acronym actually stands for. Hold on one second. It's the Economic Stabilization, the Istituto di Ricostruzione Industriale, the Institute of Reconstruction Industrial, the Industrial Reconstruction Institute, aka it is a Depression-era Italian government department that involves bailouts of banks and industry and tries to move the economy away from international trade. Interestingly enough, when it comes to fascist command economies, there is a pretty intense way in which the fascist top-down governance became involved in industry. So the fascist government did become a stakeholder. I have a list written down here in steel, mechanical industry, electricity infrastructure, shipbuilding, and minerals. There is a general prioritization starting in the Depression era of prioritizing industry over agriculture, but all of it is funneled in the direction, at least in the narrative, towards autarky for the fascist Italian state. However, it's important to note as well with this example that traditional interests in business ended up holding a lot more control and sway over this process than the fascist government would like to portray, than a corporatist state would like to portray. Wages over the fascist era went down in Italy for workers. Their unions were banned, and the corporate structures did not actually rectify their interests with the ownership class. Instead, the ownership class was basically left to do as they willed with the working class. And when the government started to intervene in the economy in the wake of the Great Depression to take ownership stakes in some of these key critical industries, it's still at the expense of the workers and to the benefit of the capitalist class that receives these bailouts, for example. And I believe it is Bosworth in his book on the everyday life life under the Italian dictator of Benito Mussolini. I'll put the book cover up on the screen, wrote, quote, "In effect, the end of the 30s, the Italian economy was the most extensively state-controlled in Europe, with the exception of the Soviet Union." So the Italian command economy goes further than any other in the sense that it became intertwined monetarily with an ownership stakeholder amount in lots of private companies. One last thing that I didn't write up on the board is that the fascist government tried to put fascist party members down into local governance, and they even created some parallel structures to make that happen. And so you end up having a conflict down in local governance between a government that wants to have a totalitarian control through fascist party members administering down at local level, unlike the liberal state before, which basically let local elites do their thing. The fascist government tries to intervene at the local level, but they fail pretty miserably for a number of reasons. One of which is that the local power structures end up asserting themselves pretty assertively. And the reason they're able to do that in part is because Mussolini empowers that over time, becomes fearful of his own fascist movement, and also because the fascist administrators that are sit down are generally young and inexperienced and don't actually know how to administer down at the local level. And this is where we can start to talk about the limits of totalitarianism then very quickly in Italy. I've already alluded to the fact that a lot of these projects and a lot of these interests and things, I've pretty much listed each one and said why it kind of was a little bit loosey-goosey and didn't work out. That's probably true. Not probably. It is true for the entire fascist project itself. I wrote down as reason 2, exhaustion and disillusion. There was a sense that the imagery and the ambitions of the fascist government were simply not possible. I just mentioned one where it's like you have fascist party members who are young and devoted, but they have no experience in administration. And so when they go down to be a parallel institution with the old ways in local places of running things, they don't fare that well. And if they do end up getting some control, they don't govern that well. So you have a disparity then between the promises, the spiritual rebirth. Remember all this lofty language of the fascists? We're going to use our iron will to build a new future, a new man, a new aristocracy out of the blood spilled during World War I. And it all kind of comes out like a pretty lame little fart. Okay, domestically, Italy doesn't transform its economy. Italy doesn't become autarkic. Italy certainly does not build a giant military power in the way that Germany does. We've already talked about how Germany overextended itself in doing that. At the height of World War II in 1942, Italy's GDP percentage that went to warfare was like 20 some odd percent. I want to say it's 26%. And Germany, for example, I think I mentioned earlier, it was well over 60%, 64%, I think is the exact statistic. I saw it when I was taking a break. Those two percentages come from Bosworth. Yeah, Bosworth's Mussolini's Italy, Life Under the Dictatorship. So Italy does not become autarkic. It does not really institute any sort of true totalitarianism, though lots and lots of people join the party. In fact, I think upwards of half the population joined the fascist party. That's because you had to become a fascist party member in order to get a job. So you might have a lot of people who just want a job who join the party. You have a general watering down then of the ideology of the party. A couple historians called it elephantiasis or elephantitis. They call it elephantitis or elephantiasis. Elephantiasis, basically like the party gets so big that it loses any meaning whatsoever. A parallel example that is interesting would be today actually the Communist Party of China, where the Communist Party membership as of a couple years ago officially hit about 100 million members. Now, that's a big number, obviously. China's also a big country. China has somewhere between 1 billion and 1.4 billion, the official number of people in it. Let's just say for the sake of splitting the difference that the population of China at this moment is 1.2 billion. That's the disparity between people who are like anti-China and really want that number to be nice and low, and people who are in the Communist Party and use the official number 1.4 billion. Let's just split the difference. If the CCP membership is 100 million right now in China, it's less than 10% of the population. And there's a perpetual concern in the Communist Party about purity, about not letting the party get so big that it loses its ideological drive. When Xi Jinping took power in 2012, he had a meeting with senior cadres of the Communist Party to say, one of the reasons that the Soviet Union collapsed is because it lost its revolutionary zeal. It lost its drive. And China had just gone through a period of time under Deng Xiaoping, Hu Jintao, and Jiang Zemin before Hu Jintao, where there was a general liberalization, not true democratization, not true liberalism, but just a loosening from the truly disruptive years of Mao Zedong, when tens of millions of dies when the Cultural Revolution led to intense disruption in society. There was a general loosening in the period that came after Mao. I mean, there's lots of horrors there too, one-child policy, etc. By the way, when someone says, oh, the Chinese Communist Party lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, you have to ask that person in response, what would China have done if it had not had all those brutal tens of millions of deaths? Did tens of millions of people need to be stripped away from all their possessions and put in horrible communes and die in terrible famines in the tens of millions? Did the one-child policy need to lead to lots of forced abortions and sterilizations? Did all that need to happen in order for China to lift all those people out of poverty? Might it have happened without those brutal, horrific policies? Just a question. Okay, but I'm off the beaten trail now. Xi Jinping told everyone, or told his cadres in this meeting, like literally the day, I think it was literally the moment after he was installed as the general secretary for his first term, we need to stay pure. We can't let the party get too impure. We have to keep that ideological rigidity. We have to basically correct for the loosening that had happened after the death of Mao. And part of that is keeping the numbers of the party low-ish, right? And so now with the party growing to like 100 million, there's concerns like maybe it'll get too loose again. Maybe we'll have corruption in the military, like Xi has been dealing with since the moment he took office in his anti-corruption schemes. Okay, bring it back to Italy now. Half the population is in the fascist party. Millions and I don't know. I think Bosworth was the one that said it was half the population. In any event, it was such a large number that being a member of the party just became like irrelevant. So you have a watering down, you have an inefficacious governance, and then you have the material conditions all around Italy getting worse and worse and worse. There is a general discomfort with the closeness that the Duce has with Adolf Hitler. There is a series of military setbacks during World War II. As we said, Mussolini joins basically out of FOMO, but he's not ready for that war. So here I have a quote from Brutal Friendship, 1962, again, Deacon. 1940, Italy possessed 2 searchlights and some 230 anti-aircraft batteries. There were 42,000 vehicles for the whole Metropolitan Army, no modern artillery or tanks, out-of-date equipment. Stocks had not been replenished. Industrial machinery had been sent to Spain, and there was not an effective air force. The Navy was better equipped, but there was no battle experience. They relied on oil supplies through the Suez Canal, which then gets cut off once Britain is in the war, and so therefore Italy becomes completely dependent on Hitler. Actually, a pretty decent overview of how bad the war goes is available on Wikipedia, the greatest source of intellectual altruism in human history. And I have fact-checked this stuff, don't worry, but it's such a nice, concise overview, nice language that's easy to understand that I'll just rattle it off real quick. Italy was set back in the Tunisian campaign in 1943, setbacks on the Eastern Front. There was an Allied invasion of Sicily. Italian home front was in bad shape when Allied bombings were taking their toll. Factories all over Italy were at a standstill during strikes in March of 1943. And people started to go hungry from food shortages and started to get their news from other things like Western radio, the BBC, and even Vatican radio. Italian fascism wasn't all that great in the beginning. And by great, I mean, in my loose language, what I mean is like they weren't that efficacious in carrying through what they wanted policy-wise, nor in creating a totalitarian apparatus of the state. Despite all the rhetoric of building a new man, their Duce was great at building a cult of personality, but as he started to age and get old and associate himself with Hitler, people stopped believing in it as much, and there was no logical successor. And then, as I just recounted, there were lots of military defeats. So really famous example was that Italy tried to invade Greece, and they did this really early on in the war, and they basically got curb stomped out of Greece. And instead of Greece capitulating to the Italian blitzkrieg, instead Greece basically kicked Italy out, and they had to call for help from the Germans. Mussolini participated in the attacks on Soviet Russia with Adolf Hitler. He sent his soldiers, and lots of them died in Soviet Russia, wearing like cardboard shoes during the winter, right? So Mussolini just didn't have his head on straight. By the time World War II started, the whole political project had lost its steam. And I must now bring to you the metaphor that I mentioned earlier, once again, of the ocean wave crashing over the shores. When the ocean wave of fascism in Italy washed over the shores, what was already there on the shores to stop the juggernaut of the dream of the fascist project? Well, first of all, the king himself allowed Mussolini over onto the beach and offered him power. The liberal state did not magically go away. A lot of the functionaries and bureaucrats of the liberal state remained during Benito Mussolini's time in power. The church. Mussolini was vocally opposed to the church before he changed his positions as he approached power in the early 1920s. Eventually, he's going to sign a concordat with the Catholic Church in 1929, recognizing the church's authority and existence and independence, and in return, the Catholic Church recognizes the Italian state. So the church as an institution remains. Local governments, as I said earlier, remain quite independent despite efforts and despite the sending of young fascist quasi-administrators down to set up parallel institutions or usurp the authority of local governance. During the Depression, it was the wealthy industrialists that ended up controlling a lot of the projects that the government then invested in. And one more, the armed forces themselves were never really quite under the thumb of Benito Mussolini. And so in Nazi Germany, what you see is a complete erosion, right? The equivalent of the king is Hindenburg, the president. He allows Hitler in power, but then he dies and doesn't have the opportunity to moderate or to remove Hitler from power. Whether he would have moderated is not relevant to our discussion today. In Nazi Germany, the parallel structures of the state were effective enough to cause chaos and to cause that cumulative radicalization. The totalitarianism was far more reaching and effective, as Joseph Goebbels told people to continue to struggle, and all those parallel institutions from below worked their way up in their radicalization. The revolutionary zeal of the Nazis, that vigilante violence, continued into its governance and then translated into actual policy rather than being imposed from above, as we saw when we discussed working towards the Fuhrer. And though Germany was overextended, deeply overextended as we learned, once it did remilitarize and begin its blitzkrieg out, it was relatively prepared. Part of the blitzkrieg strategy was a realization that they needed to have lightning fast wins because any sustained war would cause them to lose. That's a subtlety that we've already discussed. Relative to Nazi Germany, Italy was far, far, far less prepared for a war. Benito Mussolini went to Hitler before the outbreak of World War II and said, hold up, let's slow it down. I'm not ready at least until 1943, 1944. As we know, World War II basically kicks off September 1st, 1939. Earlier, if you count the Japanese invasion of Manchuria and China, or Hitler's taking of territories prior to that, Czechoslovakia, Sudetenland, and the remilitarization of the Rhineland, Lithuania as well. When Mussolini enters World War II, it is under the expectation that it will be a short war in which he will just sit at the table afterwards with the victorious Hitler, and because he participated for a short period of time, will get his equal share of the spoils, will be able to take that Dalmatian coast he had always wanted, and in fact does annex the Dalmatian coast, and takes part of all of Albania, whatever. He wants to take the spoils of war without actually participating in a prolonged war. And when the war drags on, when the Nazi war machine slows down, Mussolini's parallel war is exposed for the farce that it always was. And when everything's going bad and when everything's falling apart, it is Mussolini himself who has built this cult of the Duce around him, who is uniquely ill-equipped to handle the situation, who begins to fall apart in failing health and psychology. And therefore, in July of 1943, sorry, I grabbed my paper, July 25th to be precise, of 1943, the Fascist Grand Council meets. Remember, the Fascist Grand Council was a puppet rubber stamp organization for the Duce to just approve the policies that he had already implemented and hadn't met in years. They convene a meeting, they talk for a long period of time. The Duce, Mussolini does not, he could have at any moment said, let's disband, let's stop talking, let's move on. The Fascist Grand Council approves a motion in the middle of the night to hand the control of the military back to the commander-in-chief. I don't know if that's the exact phrasing, but basically to hand command of the military back to Victor Emmanuel III. This is an indirect way of taking Mussolini out of direct power in the war, and often you'll hear this shorthanded as the Grand Council removed Mussolini from power. That actually occurred the next day when Mussolini went to meet with Victor Emmanuel III, and the king told him, you're out as prime minister. A old elite, an old institution from the old Italy, right? The monarch of the previous liberal state, reasserts himself after over 20 years of fascist rule and says, you thought you were in control, Mr. Duce, and maybe at certain times you definitely were, but right now you're out. And what's so fascinating is that people had already in Italy lost so much faith in not just the fascist project, but by this time, Mussolini himself. The Allied bombs are dropping on Italy, and people are suffering and going hungry. They're being told by Mussolini in a speech in 1942 that it's your own fault for not doing an orderly evacuation, that you're being bombed, and suffering so much. People have lost faith. People are apathetic. People are skipping work. There are the strikes, that reassertion of the working class in March of 1943. There is, in general, a malaise, a disinterest, a disbelief that was always being exposed through cracks, but being patched over by the propaganda state of the Duce. It all comes crashing down. Mussolini is removed, and basically nobody bats an eye. There's no grand movement of these millions upon millions of members of the fascist party to say, the king has taken our Duce. No, nobody cares. Things just kind of go on as they were. And the rest of this part of Italy that remains under the king is settled into a separate armistice with the Allies as a co-belligerent for the rest of the war. Not going to get into it now, but Hitler basically rescues Mussolini and puts him in control of a puppet state in the north of Italy till the end of World War II. So Italy is invaded. Italy is exhausted and disillusioned. Mussolini has no successor. There's a fruit fly. What the heck? I hate fruit flies. And the elites themselves never went away when the fascists took power. And it is the elite of the king who then takes Mussolini out of power at the opportune moment. And Italian fascism goes out with not even a whimper, but basically a non-event. Something almost boring in that in the UK, right, when a prime minister loses the confidence of the House of Commons, the monarch will call the prime minister for a meeting and will say, I dismiss you as my prime minister. It's very benign, very liberal state, very constitutional, monarchical, and it's part of the ceremony of power in a liberal constitutional state. The same thing happens to Mussolini, the all-powerful, immortal Duce, the new man of fascism. He's called into a meeting with the king, and the king says, you're out, buddy. And then when he leaves the building, he's like ushered into an ambulance and placed under arrest. Then he gets rescued, yada, yada. But it's for someone who is built up as the master of men, right? He is the OG, right? When Hitler comes to power, he's basing his movement on Mussolini. When all of these black shirt things in France or in Spain, right? Like everybody is looking to Mussolini the first to have taken the fascist experiment into power. And it's all just a lot more pathetic than it presented itself. Last caveat, and we'll move on. Obviously, I am not saying that Italian fascism was benign and harmless. Oh my gosh, no. Particularly in the places where the fascist government tried to rebuild the Roman Empire's greatness and built, quasi concentration camps and killed lots of people and implemented racial laws to stop the fraternization between Italians and the colonized peoples, in its desire to abolish any individual interest and subsume them into the totalitarian state. It was nothing benign. And I don't want to portray it as just silly, but I do think it is important at times to not take fascism at face value, but to investigate. And I hope that is what I've been doing during this period of time as you've been with me, which leads me then to our last interlude, when we will talk about one more, very briefly, comical form of fascism in Britain. When I say comical, I'm going to be quoting people who used the aspect of British fascism as farcical to kill it. Another way that fascism dies. I'll talk about that for as short a period as I can, because I'm running out of gas. I'm sure you are too. And then I will move on to our last section, where I will bring all this together, talk about the ways fascism dies in one big, complete presentation, and give you a parting message, which I have not figured out what it will be yet, but I'm sure it will be absolutely incredible and not the result of a man who's losing brain cells through exhaustion. We're getting there, guys. We got it. Sophie is taking a nap on the bench in front of me on her little thing in the window. She's no longer bothering me. And I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. This is my second day of filming. I'm going to bring it all to a conclusion here. Okay, we are in our second and final interlude before I bring it all together. And I did want to talk about jolly old England, about Britain, including Wales and Scotland, of course. And actually, British right-wingism, it gets a lot of energy from opposition to Irish Home Rule. There's a Home Rule movement for trying to create a unified Irish state that is no longer part of the Commonwealth, as it will eventually be called, but initially called Dominion status. And it is Irish nationalism that causes a lot of British nationalism to then rise up and oppose that home rule status. But I think that starts to go a long way to explaining, at least in part, why Britain had only a somewhat comical fascist movement. Not to say that there is no potential for authoritarianism and fascism in Britain, we'll get there in just a moment, but just to say that some of the nationalist movements that are unsated in places like Italy and Germany are sated to certain extents in France and Britain through their empires and through their nation state status that lasts a long time and that has a history that predates quite a bit the actual modern conception of the nation state through their monarchies. There's pro-aristocrat, pro-House of Lords, anti-working class, anti-immigrant strains in British right-wing politics. And in the 1930s, this starts to come to a head at the same time that the fascist movements around Europe are coming to a head. Just like in France, there are British nationalists who look over at Italy and Germany and say, perhaps there's something there for us. And one of those people is Sir Oswald Mosley, and he is the face of British fascism in Britain. British fascism in Britain. Okay, great. In 1932, he founds a party called the BUF, the British Union of Fascists, who also wear black shirts and take on the trappings of the squadristi in Benito Mussolini's Italy. And he does write a book called The Greater Britain, and it is a book that is a political tract that does fairly well at describing the fascist ideology. So I will quote a little bit from it. We're going to take it seriously and very quickly then tear them down and move along. But in The Greater Britain, Mosley says that the job of his political movement, the British Union of Fascists, is to harmonize individual initiative with the wider interests of the nation. So you can hear that fascist language in there, that anti-individualism, that no existence for the individual outside of the state. In fact, he says there are no room for interests which are not the state's interests. So there you go, the exact wording. He says if we could summarize it in 2 words, it would be Britain first. So what his project is he says it's a third way. So he wants to reconcile the, quote, conservative and patriotic elements with the ex-socialists, ex-communists, and revolutionaries. So he says that there's a disorderly revolutionary on the left, but there is a patriotic, orderly conservatism on the right, and he wants to bring those two things together into a third way. And he speaks to the fact that we have no place for those who sought to make fascism the lackey of reaction. And I think that's an important thing to point out, that like when we think of fascism, we often think of conservative reaction. And that's correct. There are certainly conservative reactionaries that end up becoming part of the fascist movement or participating, co-opting it in that Herrschaftskompromiss. But at its purest form, at its intellectual form, fascism is generally anti-conservative and anti-reactionary. It's just an important little thing to note when it comes to Mosley. But the fascist movement in Britain has a few things working against it. One of those things is the fact that Britain won World War I, and unlike Italy, was pretty much good with the outcome. It was like, all right, cool, let's move on. Let's not have another world war. So where's that mutilated victory? Where's that Dolchstoßlegende from Germany, the stab in the back myth? It doesn't really exist in Britain, and that's part of the huge narrative, the groundswell from which fascism tends to manifest. There's not a violent leftist revolutionary threat in Britain as much as there is in Germany and France and Italy, where there are big strikes killing people out on the streets and paramilitaries are starting to fight each other and feed each other. In fact, it is at an Olympia rally in 1934 when Sir Oswald Mosley is giving a speech, and when he's interrupted by anti-fascists, has his black shirts violently confront them, that actually is a watershed moment for the decline of the British Union of Fascists. The Daily Mail, which had endorsed the British Union of Fascists and Oswald Mosley, retracted its endorsement of him as it began to take on the trappings of the more violent fascism of Italy and Germany. In particular, the Night of the Long Knives was a sign to English right-wingers that fascism might be too violent and might turn on the conservatives that helped put them in power. They wouldn't want that, so they write off Sir Oswald Mosley. 1936, those revolutionary paramilitary uniforms are actually banned via the Public Order Act of 1936. So you can't be a black shirt and meet up under this act, and it is explicitly there to maintain public order and to stop the fights in the street, to stop the violence that feeds those fascist movements. So they're cut off from one of their blood-spilling, birth through violence, the beauty and the cleansing nature of violence. All of that fascist rhetoric is choked off because you put on your black shirt, you go out the door, and you're arrested. When World War II starts, of course, and the Nazis become the enemies, right? There is a lot of flirtation. There's some sympathizers of the Nazis within the British royal family and things. It's not again, I'll come back to that. But once World War II starts, the fascist movement is dead in Britain. It will revive in certain ways over the decades, but like Oswald Mosley becomes a pariah because now Nazi Germany, these are all the enemies, right? It's very obvious that the fascist movement is gone for the duration of World War II. So I promise you something a little bit funny. So one of the things that was working against Sir Oswald Mosley is similar to the things that were working against the fascists in France, which is that when he goes around in his black shirts with his paramilitaries and uses the word fascism, the implication there is very much Italy, is very much Germany. And so there is a feeling that the fascist movement, from a political strategy point of view, made the mistake of making themselves look quite foreign. And George Orwell actually writes, kiddingly, that if the British fascists had rolled up with like umbrellas and bowler hats and had taken on some of the trappings of the red, white, and blue Britishness that's a little bit more expected, they might have been more successful. But because they chose to take on the trappings of the foreign import, they did not appear British. So one of the books I read at the Library of Congress was called The Culture of Fascism, 2004, edited by Gottlieb and Linehan. I have it right there. And then Julie Gottlieb wrote an essay. It's like a compendium or like an edited work with several essays by historians. And in this essay, she quotes Lady Astor as saying, "The British people could not stand fascism. It was too farcical." So again, all these really serious black shirts marching and doing their little fascist salutes and their little uniforms, right? It looks dumb to a lot of observers. And we never came across anything that made us such that we would die laughing. Die laughing. Gottlieb goes on to say, the black shirt's central role at the same time, Mosley's fascist all dressed up with nowhere to go. So the idea was like, that wasn't as funny, but I guess I've been talking for too long. Sorry, everybody. It's like a comedian's set. Like towards the end, you're supposed to leave them on a high note, a good joke, and then walk off the stage. But I'm going to rally and give you a good send-off here. The point being that part of the reason, most likely, that Oswald Mosley failed is in part just not being a good cultural fit for some of the irreverence that I think there is in British politics. Now, that leads me to one final caveat, which I think is really important, is that the narratives that Britain and France are impervious and immune to fascism might serve they might be true, but I don't really think that is the case. The second thing is that they might serve like a strategic purpose, which is that if you alienate, if you make something foreign and farcical, if you say part of our identity is resisting fascism and making fun of it, that might actually be a self-fulfilling sort of talking point that you can then build on over time, right? France has had its Popular Front that resisted fascism. Britain has had its Public Order Act and its embarrassment of fascism and its defeat of fascism via the Churchillian soaring rhetoric in World War II. So now that is part of the national identity of these places. France struggles with that a little bit more because of the legacy of the Vichy and the Dreyfus affair, etc., anti-Semitism. But the point is, that if you are a good actor in those political systems and you want to say fascism is foreign, fascism is bad, fascism isn't us, and we're building an identity separate from that, I think that's a useful thing to do if you're running for office or working as a political communications expert, which is my master's is in political communication. I did writing for an ambassador here in Washington. And I think sometimes in terms of like, what should you say as opposed to what is like deep down perfectly true, right? Sometimes you say things, this is a little bit like the ideal actualism, actually, to bring it full circle of you fake it till you make it. You say it till everyone believes it, right? There is no doubt that there is an interaction between rhetoric and material reality at times. Those things interact, in my opinion. And so it does make sense to build those narratives for good things, right? For making the world a better place, for opposing the evils of fascism. But I do want to caveat that I do not think in any way, shape, or form that France is impervious to authoritarianism. I'm not an expert enough on France to talk about that at length. I can talk a little bit more about the UK, though again, I'm not a perfect expert. I look right now at the UK and I see the potential reckoning of the establishment parties. It's something that's going on at the time of recording in lots of Western European places where people are under duress. And I think that part of the reason that fascism failed in Britain is a lot more simple, that not just did they win World War I, but they didn't have that complete hollowing out and economic collapse that was experienced in Germany in the Weimar Republic through the the loss of the war and hyperinflation and mass unemployment. It is not to say that Britain came out of the Great Depression unscathed. It's just to say that, like, if a fascist comes and says everything is terrible, we need a rebirth, we need extreme bloodletting purity, we need all these crazy measures to rebuild the nation and bring it out of its decadence, right? All of the parliamentarians are lying to you. Everything is dysfunctional. You could probably look at Britain between World War I and World War II and find lots of issues, right? But like, everything's broken, but we won the war. Everything is broken, but not everything is terrible, right? Like, material conditions aren't completely demolished. So, therefore, were those conditions ever to be reality? Were there ever to truly be runaway inflation? Were material conditions ever to be truly terrible? Were the promises of liberal democracy ever to be completely under-delivered to an extent where people stop believing in any of the old institutions? Why not? Why not? Why couldn't there be a large reactionary authoritarianism or a modern fascism that comes to fill that space? And as we've seen, all it takes is a compromising monarch, in the case of Victor Emmanuel III, or a compromising president in Germany, whatever. All it takes is a fear of the left from conservatives to potentially invite those reactionaries in. And I think I've gone back and forth on this. I think a lot about the first past the post system in the different constituencies in the United Kingdom. In the US, we call congressional districts. In Canada, the congressional or the parliamentary districts are called ridings. In the UK, the parliamentary seats are called constituencies. And in the UK, if you win the most votes, you get the seat. Now, what that means is that if there's a small extreme party that gets 5% of the vote, chances are 5% is not going to be enough to win a seat. Or if there's a geographically isolated radical movement, it might get one seat, right? But how do you take over the entire political party? However, the same bulwark that functions in that way, where the percentages are quite low, I feel like starts to fail when the percentages of a reactionary party begin to become quite high. So the Labour Party is not a radical reactionary party, but they, at the time of recording, had a couple years ago won an election and had won a, quote, landslide with like 30 some odd percent of the vote. Okay. 30% is not a landslide victory, except in a first past the post system where 30% in any one constituency will beat 20% or 10%, right? And then all the small parties that combine up to 100%, obviously. 30% is enough to win a seat in a lot of places. In Germany, 30% of the vote will translate often to a significant minority in the Bundestag that you can then add to a secondary party to build a majority, right? And Germany also has a 5% threshold where if you don't hit that number, you can't enter the Bundestag. It's another way of keeping extremists and small parties from splintering the vote so much that you have the dysfunction that you did during the Weimar Republic. But just as in Germany, the growth and the alarmingly large percentage that reactionary parties are now garnering, I think it is completely feasible to think that something populist, authoritarian, reactionary, and maybe trending towards nationalist and fascist, or some modern version of fascist, it's not completely out of the realm of possibilities in a place like Britain, where if a critical mass was found and the vote was sufficiently split and you had a reactionary party that could account on votes just as much as in England as it could in Scotland and Northern Ireland and Wales, and put together some sort of a winning coalition through a large minority vote, I don't see why we might not see some damage done to the UK political system were, again, conditions to degrade to the point where extremist politics were making their resurgence. I'm not making a prediction. I'm not saying that's what's happening right now. I'm just saying I think the same thing that holds extremists down in a first past the post system could, at a critical mass, lead to something really terrible. And somebody with actual political expertise in the UK might be able to leave a comment below and contradict me a little bit. I'm not giving you a definitive explanation there, but just to say that it is fun to laugh at the silly costumes of the fascists. It's fun to make fun of them. I think it's an important role. I think humor does play an important role of combating authoritarianism and bringing the powerful down a notch. I think that's an incredibly important role of free expression in comedians in modern society. And as we just saw with Lady Astor, whoever the heck that is in the past, of just laughing and the power of laughter of hurting authoritarians, right? But it's not foolproof. And it's not to say that fascism isn't at its essence dangerous, and the potential for truly apocalyptic, terrible things is not there. So let's make our last stop and bring it all together, talk about all the different ways fascism dies in rapid fire, and potentially some practical lessons of how we can then learn from that to fight fascism. Okay, we're here at the end of the video, and I want to make this last bit practical for you. I want to bring it all together in a way that gives you a toolkit, or at least a holistic way of thinking about how fascism dies and how then we might assist it in dying. I started this video by saying, asking, does fascism contain the seeds of its own destruction? And I said, if they do exist, how can we go about watering them and helping fascism to destroy itself? Now, hopefully it doesn't take the German paroxysm of violence to bring down fascism. Hopefully we have now seen that the inevitability that fascism presents itself as is not true. That in fact, fascism can be combated, it can be watered down, it can be slowed down, and it can ultimately be defeated, even in its most extreme form. Though you hope it never comes to that. I don't know if I've made it abundantly clear, but I will say it again. Tens and tens and tens of millions of deaths, perhaps 100 million plus deaths in World War II, at the very least something like 60 to 90 million. The fact that you have to use such broad ranges of death and destruction, I think, undergird the conviction that something deeply troubling and awful occurred in the years, let's say 1937 to 1945, including the Japanese invasion of China. So I've got Italy up here on the board. I'm not going to go through all this again. I just wanted you to see, okay, Italy, fascism died in Italy. I'm trying to deliver on the promise of the video one last time, make sure nobody thought they were receiving clickbait. If you made it this far in the video and you're like, after all these hours, it's clickbait. Well, okay, I'm sorry. I'm really just trying to make a sincere effort here. Oh, the other thing you might be wondering, of course, is what about Hungary or Romania or American fascism? What about Perón in Argentina? What about fascism in South Africa? Or what about Japan? There's a lot of whatabouts, and there's a couple answers here. One is I think we have to stay focused when it comes to fascism on the specific genre of fascism that was born in Europe and manifested around that continent. I think it becomes more difficult to ascribe certain other regimes as fascist, though we might say they have fascist elements. That's also my intellectual cop-out way of saying I don't know enough about all that. So just behind the curtain here, I'm just a guy who researches things, tries to cite my sources as vociferously as I can, tries to explain the places where I get my information, be it from books I've gotten from the library, be it from the Library of Congress, where I go and I've actually checked out books and read about these various kinds of fascisms. I did actually check out a book on Hungarian Romanian fascism called The Green Shirts and Others, and I checked out a book called The Coming Behemoth or something along those lines about American fascism, and I just didn't feel like I learned enough in that process to really incorporate those into the video. I otherwise might have. And so, to be totally honest with you and transparent, sometimes I don't cover things just because I literally don't have it in me at the moment. I don't have that knowledge yet. And also, don't you want more content from me? I want to make more content in the future. I think American fascism might make for its own video one day. Okay. Having said that, sourcing in this video is going to be in an unpaywalled Substack post, and it's not because I'm trying to filter traffic over to my Substack at williamcfox.substack.com. I just contradicted myself there. But the reason is because I have so many sources for this particular video that it doesn't fit in the video description. So I had to find a place to basically dump all of them in a place with less limitations on character count. So if you want to see everything I used for this video, please go check out those sources. Please read along and join in this intellectual journey. The purpose of me making these lectures is not to be the final word. It is to encourage you to explore for yourself and to read some things and maybe trace the steps that I have taken and come to your own conclusions. In my last video on fascism, I had quite a few people who took umbrage with my characterization of orthodox Marxism, for example. And obviously, I think they're wrong to be mad about my criticism of the Comintern, if for no other reason than like most reasonable people who think that the Marxist dialectics have something to offer to political theory and to politics. First of all, they're correct. I think that Karl Marx is an influential writer for a reason, but the Leninist and then Stalinist adaptations of Marxism are that. Those are adaptations, and particularly the Stalinist purity of socialism in one country and the dictates of the Comintern, I think, are ripe for criticism. Why not? And in saying that the orthodox Marxist position is wrong, is quite wrong at times, especially when it says that fascism is just, as Lenin or Trotsky said, just the all-out war against the working class of the bourgeoisie. It's like the war against the working class by the bourgeoisie is certainly part of fascism, but as I said in my last video, it is only one part of fascism. And the historical subtleties there, for example, that the big industrialists in Germany didn't support fascists really until it became a fait accompli between the taking of power and the last elections in Germany in 1934, when Hermann Goering and Adolf Hitler got all these big industrialists in a room and said, donate a lot of money to us and be part of the 1,000-year Reich because this is the last election we're going to have for a long time. There's a subtlety there that said that the industrials did buy into the project, did support the fascists, did end up becoming beneficiaries of the fascist state in a way that the corporatist problem promises that the workers and the owners would be rectified in the fascist state did not come to pass. And there was, in fact, a war on the working class that then manifested itself in that dialectical contradiction that Tim Mason so beautifully explicated for us earlier in the video. But if you are a single sentence explainer of fascism, I think you're doing yourself a disservice and you're not being intellectually curious. And there are black and white answers to certain things in life. The sky is indeed blue, or at least it reflects the color blue, unless it's cloudy, right? A sky is not always blue. It's definitely never green, except I guess in aurora borealis times, but there you go, right? When you say the sky is blue, there's a lot of subtlety to that. And in any event, there are black and white things. I just disproved my point. There are black and white things in life. The complete and total moral abomination of the Holocaust and the euthanizing of hundreds of thousands of people, including tens of thousands, I think at least 10,000 children, according to the Holocaust Museum here in Washington, D.C. and their website. There's no black and white there. There's no subtlety there. Those were intense moral evils. So don't take me as someone who says that there's no right or wrong answer, only that for most things in life and for most political things, we have to apply a certain level of subtlety and non-certainty. We have to accept that we live in a world in which we don't have absolute answers. Now, The Hindus in their theology, thinking of Advaita Vedanta in particular, think about at the base of everything is a consciousness. Or in Buddhism, in their theology, at the base of everything is an emptiness. Obviously, I'm giving broad brushstrokes here. There is an absolute reality in the dualistic religions, the Abrahamic religions, that there is a material world and that there is a godly realm that infuses everything, but that generally speaking is considered a dualism, right? You do have monistic and mystical forms of those religions, but every faith-based system has an attempt at explaining and reconciling the subtleties of life. And I think that is a, generally speaking, searching for those answers, both in the material world and in the spiritual realm is good. I do it myself. But in political science, we cannot put reality into a test tube. We cannot do that. And in some traditions where an ideologue says there is one and only one answer and history moves along a scientific path that can be predicted, and that we have to basically tie ourselves to the mast of that prediction and that expectation, I think is fundamentally a wrong way to go about looking at the world. And that is not to say that you can't come to political conclusions and have preferences for how the world moves. It is to say that if you ever close yourself off to the curiosity of your own mind and look for absolute answers in troubling times, you in a way are playing into the narratives of the authoritarians, of the totalitarians that say that there is an answer. And I stick by that there is a value in free expression, in pluralism, in the balancing of the interests of groups in modern mass politics, because that is ultimately the legacy of the 1848 revolutions and the arrival at least on the European scale, of mass politics, is that the interests of the masses do matter now. And that is, in my opinion, a good development, but it also comes as a double-edged sword in that the masses can be dead wrong. If you watch my video on democracy, you'll know that the Athenian democracy had noble things about it. The idea that anyone from any amount of wealth could participate directly in Athenian democracy was revolutionary, was amazing. And historical attempts to boil that down and say, oh, there was, other forms of proto-democracy elsewhere is also interesting, but I do think that there is something interesting and special about Athenian democracy. At the same time, a lot of people were excluded from Athenian democracy, women and the slave population of Athens. So we can't just look at it and say it's good, right? We have to look at it and say, were the mechanisms interesting? Were they things that we could look up to and take the best distillations of and aspire to? Right? And the aspiration of including the masses, including each individual person, protecting their dignity, their expression, and trying to make their material conditions in this life those of something above destitute poverty and perhaps even of human flourishing, the reduction of suffering. These are noble goals. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I just wanted to say that there's subtlety here, and I hope that you have come on this exploration with me and gained more curiosity and not less. So let's go through the ways fascism dies. There's a few general reasons that fascism dies that I haven't mentioned yet that I'm going to bring up, and then I'm going to bring up practical strategies. Okay. Italy, we talked about the fact that they sucked at military stuff. We talked about the fact that their project ran out of steam and it died sort of before it was even dead. It was on death's door, just like the Duce himself was rumored to be at certain times as his health failed. And related to that, when Mussolini's health began to fail, and when the political project of fascist Italy and its totalitarianism came and exposed itself as empty, there was no obvious successor. So that when Mussolini was removed from power, there was really no one there to defend the fascist cause. Even though Victor Emmanuel, I don't think I mentioned, he wasn't a liberal. And when he took Mussolini from power, it wasn't because he was like, I want to bring back liberal democracy. I think I read that he wanted to continue the fascist project, but then he saw that basically nobody reacted when he took out Mussolini and changed course. And then the last thing in Italy, as I just alluded to with the king and with other elites, the army, the landowners, the local authority, and of course the working class itself, which asserted itself through strikes in March of 1943. There were elites and there were other power structures and there were other ways that people identified themselves outside of the state and outside of the fascist party that contributed to the death of Italian fascism. That is how Italian fascism died. German fascism, also invasion, all of the isms combined to take on German fascism, the liberalism of the West, Britain, France, the United States, and the communism of Soviet Russia combined to take on the fascism. And that required a certain apocalyptic violence and a total war, because that particular brand of German fascism was self-destructive. We talked about the cumulative radicalization, the way that it worked, and of course the palingenetic myth that never went away, that never allowed Nazi Germany to come into a steady state. We talked about how their movement forward in the early years of Nazi government pretty much predestined them to either atrophy, as Italy did, or push forward through invasion. It was self-destructive and extreme in a way that is highly unique to German fascism. That's how German fascism died. Here's my general list. Fascism dies when it burns out. I do not mean that it gets tired, as in like modern sense of burnout in your career. I mean in the sense of Germany, where it burned itself to a crisp and took millions and millions of lives along with it. Atrophy is the Italian one we just went through. Invasion, when the isms combine. Now let me take this off so I can move around a little bit, be a little bit more interesting. We talked about how in certain places like France and Spain, there was a popular front that joined forces to oppose fascism. And when the left and the center learned its lesson from Italy and Germany, it did not repeat those mistakes when it came to France. And to a certain extent, it did not repeat those mistakes in Spain, but then the reactionary right took matters into their own hands through the coup and the military uprising, military uprising in July of 1936. And the start of the Spanish Civil War. Another general reason fascism dies is because the timing is just wrong. So you have all the preconditions for fascism to rise, but perhaps in France, even though you have revolutionaries on the left, and you have economic trouble because of the Depression, still, because the Night of the Long Knives happened in 1934, and because Nazi fascism is so violent, it loses some of its appeal, and the timing's just wrong. And so I think that's a warning for places that haven't had fascist movements in the past, or let's just say extreme reactionary authoritarianism. There's no reason that if the conditions aren't right, those things won't arrive. But for our purposes today, one of the ways that fascism dies is it just doesn't ever take power. It just has bad timing and it peters out. Watered down is related to the entropy or atrophy. Watered down is just like the Italian fascism washed over the shore, and all of the different institutions of the state and all of the pre-existing conditions in Italy after the Risorgimento created a ecosystem in which fascism could not achieve, at least not in the state that it arrived. Italian fascism could not achieve that totalitarianism that it aspired to. This is just more of a joke, but fold it in, just fold the fascists in. If you are conservative and you bring fascists to power, shame on you. There is something to be said about the fact that having conservative reactionaries like Franco, like Victor Emmanuel III or whatever, that if these institutions don't actually go away like Hindenburg did in Germany, the potential of fascists just being folded in and watered down does exist. So yeah, just fold in the cheese, just fold in the fascists. That's one way it dies. I'm not saying that, I'm not proposing that as a strategy. I'm just saying that is one way that fascism dies, is that it is basically watered down and dissolved as it crashes ashore. One important caveat here, actually two, I'm going to come back to those. Some other aspects that I didn't mention before, brain drain. So Nazi Germany, because of their extreme racial policies, created a lot of refugees, including people like Albert Einstein. or Hannah Arendt, a brilliant thinker. And it's pluralism is not bad, you guys. Having brilliant, smart people from different backgrounds is not a vice. I know it's not fashionable to say right now because we're having a moment where everyone's reacting to DEI and stuff, right? I don't want to make this about today, but like there is a sense that having like quotas and stuff and forcing diversity, I'm not saying that that doesn't have some demerits to it and some problems, right? But the overall idea that demonizing giant groups and giant swaths of people in your society might cause a brain drain, might cause you to be a less dynamic society, must have played into the collapse of German fascism. Another thing that I didn't get to mention before is that fascists, at least in World War II, were really bad at cooperation with one another. So the Allies, the communism and the Western allies like Britain and the United States, they were unnatural bedfellows, but they worked together pretty darn well. It fell apart pretty quickly after World War II ended, after the big bad was gone, but they shared resources. There was cooperation there, imperfect, but cooperation. And the fact that you can see at Yalta and Tehran and stuff, you see the big three sitting together. They invite people like Chiang Kai-shek to attend from China, and that they plan for the future and they coordinate their attacks and things. It's there. And the fascists were just not as good at that, right? Mussolini had his parallel war during World War II where he just went off and did his own thing and then had to ask for help. Hitler always saw, because of his racial view, he always saw like the Japanese as secondary subservient allies, right? He never really respected them as equals or as equivalent powers. His racial purview did not allow that. He always saw the Italians, and the Nazis had a general attitude that the Italians were undisciplined, right? And that played into how they cooperated with them. The fact that you have these nationalities, that fascism at its core is a nationalist project with international aspects to it, but the fact that there's a supremacy and an ultranationalism at the heart of fascism makes it hard to collaborate, right, in a dog-eat-dog world. They were crappy at it, okay? This is an important caveat from Knox. Knox wrote in 2000, and he's quoted by a lot of the historians that I worked with here. I have not read his book in its entirety. It's called Common Destiny. He points out this dangerous thinking that fascism will take care of itself, or that it is ultimately self-destructive, and points out the only reason German fascism failed is because it had to be bombed into oblivion, and that it conquered a great swath of Europe in the process. And it's perhaps only because of strategic errors that they did not succeed in totality. Was Hitler ideologically capable of not turning his back on his Soviet allies and invading the Soviet Union in June of 1941? I don't think so, but I can't give you an alternate history or get into the mind of Adolf Hitler sufficiently to tell you that there might not have been other twists and turns had different decisions been made. Obviously, different decisions might lead to different outcomes. But I think the more important point here is that Knox is saying it wasn't inevitable. It took a great deal to bring fascism down, ultimately. And then the last one is the thing I already referenced, which is that we can't A/B test things. We can't know for sure that fascism was absolutely going to die. And like I said, you can't put the world in a test tube and know for sure how things are going to result. And I want to bring up then the Orwell quote one last time when he said regarding fascism and democracy and general apathy, either the apathy of the Western democracies towards fascism and combating it and nipping it in the bud when Hitler remilitarized the Rhineland, for example, or the apathy of certain Orthodox Marxists and the Comintern under Stalin that said it's just going to burn itself out because it is just a development of historical science and we're up next when fascism burns itself out. Orwell tells us, I think quite chillingly and quite accurately, that that is not the right way to look at it. Don't resist evil, and it will somehow destroy itself. But why should it? What evidence is there that it does? He uses the example subsequently of slavery. He says, we abolished slavery, right? But now on the continent, there is slave labor being utilized by the Nazis again. It's back, right? It was never destroyed worldwide, but here it is. Progress is not linear. Progress does not just move naturally. History might regress and progress, right? These are relative terms. Why should evil die? Whether evil is ultimately destined to die or win is beyond my capabilities as a talker to tell you. That is above my pay grade, but I do think it is important to not take an apathetic attitude. It might never die. The conditions are always possible. We can't run the experiment over and over again, or, God forbid, we shouldn't. Let's go through this really quickly, I promise. But these are some practical things that I kind of compiled as I was making this video. One practical task, this is related to the Popular Front thing. Unify against fascism. Have popular fronts. Don't be ideologically pure when you're opposing fascism. If that is your ultimate goal, to oppose fascism, you're going to have to make some compromises with unlikely bedfellows. That is just how it's played out in the past. And I think it's naive to think that you can hold on to your rigidity and oppose fascism effectively. Now, there is a con to that in the idea that if you unify with people you don't particularly care for, and especially if you have to unify, I don't know, with like a monarchist or something, or a conservative, you might say, well, you know, is a world of conservative authoritarianism that we saw for decades in Salazar's Portugal or Franco's Spain or something, right? Like, is that much better? I can't answer that question for you. I also can't answer the question of whether you resist fascism in a liberal democracy and therefore have liberal democracy limp along as an inefficacious and splintered polity, if that's ultimately good for the long-term goals of human flourishing. Again, above my pay grade. In the immediate sense, a valid strategy, in my opinion, on an election-by-election, case-by-case basis, is forming unifications of the left and the center, and maybe even the center-right, and libertarians, anti-authoritarianism in general, anti-fascists in general. This one's a little nebulous. I hesitated to even put it on the list, but like strong institutions, or at least resilient institutions that don't go away. Old institutions, like we saw, the monarchies of Europe. I am not a monarchist, and I have mixed feelings about the idea that I don't have mixed feelings about the idea that you'd say, well, somebody by birth is royal. That's absolutely ludicrous, anachronistic, and bizarre, right? But look at the institution of the presidency in modern day Germany, which is a replacement of the Kaiser, and it is a democratically elected figurehead who is there to explicitly be a unifying figurehead, mollifying figurehead when it comes to stopping extremism, is there to say, hey, I want you to form a government or you don't, and theoretically retains the option of not offering the formation of a government to an extremist political party should they win the plurality in an election. Having liberal institutions that can be like the ocean front that stops the wave, and if the fascist comes in and says do X, right, to have at least some independent bureaucracy seems important to me, a professional, nonpartisan bureaucracy. I wrote again, there's a con there, which is like if change is definitively needed and you have a bureaucracy and a power structure that is not capable of being flexible in the slightest, you might end up making the problems that brought the fascists the plurality of the vote worse. But in the meantime, I will say that having things other than the pure identity of the state, that places in society where people gather their identity that's not that purist, I can only exist as an individual within the confines of expressing the nation and moving towards the nation, I think is important. I think I wrote that one down here as well. Promote non-state identity. So resist ennui, resist that feeling of hopelessness, of that anomic crisis. And in this case, I'm speaking not of material things, I'll get there in a second. I'm speaking of emotional things, identities that people have locally, family, yes, religious groups, bowling leagues, to use the example from Putnam's Bowling Alone, right? Civic life needs to be more than politics, needs to be more than national politics, needs to be local. If you feel completely alone and isolated on your scrolling machine, I invite you to consider that maybe the identity crisis you're experiencing will not be solved through joining a political movement on the national scale. I think you should participate in politics. I think you should resist cults of personality. I think you should look at your favorite politician and not identify with them. You should say, I like that politician. I don't love that politician. You should make a habit of flipping the bird to your favorite politician when they appear on television. You should make a habit of not defending your favorite politician in an emotional way. You should resist cults of personality. You should resist identity through politics. You should advocate for what you want. You should keep it flat, right? This is just, this maybe is more of like a lesson I've gotten out of my own life, right? So just to be like, pull back the curtain a little bit, I voted for the first time for Barack Obama in 2008. And I voted for him again in 2012. And in 2008, I was super excited to vote for him. And I don't regret that vote. And now I guess if you watch me enough, you kind of piece my politics together anyway. But the point being that, what do you do if you buy into the Barack Obama cult in 2008 and then he bombs a wedding in Yemen? What do you do with that? You have to leave space for the fact that power, when it manifests, even in a liberal democracy, it corrodes the soul, and people do bad things when they take power, regardless of who they are, regardless of how much you like them, regardless of how much they smile and pull at your heartstrings or look like you or have a background that's similar to yours. No matter how unifying their message, I think you should donate to them. I think you should vote for them. I think you should nonetheless retain an emotional distance from them and find identity in other things in your life, because politicians will almost always disappoint you. And if they don't, you should figure out that they didn't after they've left office and left, right? And they're gone. And you can say, wow, that person on balance did more bad than good, right? But you shouldn't worship them. You shouldn't, God forbid, link your own identity with them in the moment when they are rising or taking power or building that cult of personality. You should always be somebody who, if you're a journalist, if you meet your hero in the political world, you should ask them tough questions and not give them free PR. Politicians aren't your friends, right? They might do good things, but they're not your friends. And part of making them do good things is holding them to account over the course of their political careers. Okay? Having non-state identity, having non-political identities in your life, even when you feel isolated and alone. Hannah Arendt, in The Origins of Totalitarianism, particularly part 3 of that book, talks about the alienation people feel from the modern world. As people become more isolated in little pockets, right? They tend to turn towards totalitarian ideologies that give them all the pure answers. And your responsibility as a citizen is to resist that. Resist that. There's no good that can come of it. There's good that can come of participating in politics. There's good that can come in voting, I think, electoralism, pursuing material conditions and improvements. But you have to, I'm repeating myself, you have to avoid that identity. And related to that, offering a tailored message that offers a deeper myth. So again, we're still on the emotional level here of resisting fascism. But if you are in Britain, calling proto-fascists foreign might be an effective strategy to oppose fascism. If you're in France, buying into the legend that France was always allergic to fascism might be a good way to oppose fascism. Was there a giant fascist movement in France? Was the Vichy government collaborative in a way that was actually sometimes proactive before the Nazis even asked? Yes. But we're talking here about how you message against fascism. And I think that's super relevant here, to tailor your messaging. If you are an American and your opposition to fascism is, well, we have to save our democracy, I also think that's an insufficient message, because you're telling someone who maybe has an emotional connection to the fact that everything is broken and is not particularly connected to small d democracy. The history of the American Republic is much longer and deeper than our obsession with the democratic revival of the 19th century and the Wilsonian make the world safe for democracy stuff that we got in the 20th century. And if you're only applying those sorts of not as deep historical movements as a way of opposing fascism, and you're only using those, I think you're making a grave error. You need to offer people a deeper political project. I had a video out on Abraham Lincoln talking about the electric cord of the Declaration of Independence, right? All the people who wrote it, particularly Thomas Jefferson, were hypocrites, but that idea that all men are created equal, all people have dignity, right? That's a deeper myth. And that's a deeper myth that I think has resonance and value for us to latch onto. I think if you just react to the reaction, you're not doing enough. You're not doing the legwork that it takes to create a unified special message that is custom tailored to oppose authoritarianism reaction and fascism in your location, in your political circumstances. You have to be more holistic. But on that note, let me say on the not list, I have here only material that is also to say that if you think that the answer to fascism and reactionary authoritarianism is the other end of the spectrum, which is that it, instead of giving a nuanced emotional response or just an emotional response, you think your reaction is just to be to give left-wing populism and just focus on material conditions. So someone over here says, let's build a fascist project that solves ennui by giving everyone meaning through the state. And your response is, let's have universal health care. That's not good enough. I personally support universal health care. But I'm saying in terms of messaging, in terms of combating fascism, only focusing on material things and not focusing on deeper myths and electric chords and putting together a narrative that combines populist material things with subtle messaging, with like hints of perhaps virtuous nationalism or virtuous myths. Let's not use nationalism. That's problematic, but you get what I'm saying. You have to think bigger than, okay, everyone's joining the fascist party. Let's just talk about tax policy. I think our lesson, one of our lessons is to combine, mix and match things in a la carte fashion to create a deeper myth for people to glob onto, because human nature needs those things and they need to be pulled from the identity of the place from which you are making those calls. Okay, you hate this one, Leon conservatives. I also think it probably should have just stayed on the other page, but you could say to a certain extent that if you are a conservative watching this video, you don't agree with any form of the political left and you want to oppose the, let's say, the violent tendencies of the fascists that are among you in your movement, right? I think, I like I said, I'm supportive of plurality. I don't think that there's anything, or pluralism. I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with being like a moderate conservative or something that wants, life, liberty, and property and nothing else, libertarian stuff. I don't think that's a moral evil or something, right? And if you're one of those people and you're faced with fascism in your space, think about those conservative institutions that might help you to oppose the radicals in your party. Have moderating electoral systems. So I already talked about that. The first past the post and the 5% floor. I'm not going to repeat that because we've been going for a long time, but not having political systems that don't allow for eternal splintering to where you can't actually have governing majorities in your liberal democracy. Again, pros and cons, there's pitfalls, but in general, having a political system that allows movements to rise and fall and come and go. I think this is healthy for the longevity of a system. I'm going to come back to this one. Invade early. So this is more of a foreign policy one, but like if there had been the will and the desire in the 1930s to stop Hitler's remilitarization of the Rhineland and France had just rolled in, if the political will had been there, it wasn't, so we can't really play too much with that. But we can take a lesson from that and say, in the future, if somebody says in Mein Kampf, my ultimate goal is Lebensraum, and then they remilitarize a territory or start chopping off territories of other sovereign countries, we might say, we're not going to let history repeat itself, right? And I do think there's merit, for example, in the opposition to Russia's invasion of Ukraine in that paradigm, where you say, no, it stops here, because we don't believe that somebody who fetishizes the entire Soviet empire in the entirety of places of Eastern Europe is going to stop at one place, Ukraine, right? When somebody says who they are, believe them, and believe that if they had the ability to keep going, they would, and stop them before they can keep going. It's a foreign policy thing that's more for the political class that is actually in power, and for people who vote for that political class and support them when they make those sorts of decisions. Those medium and long-term thinking over the short-term resistance that we have towards warfare. That's a difficult one. It's an ethical thing. I don't want to advocate for abstract wars that I can't see in front of me right now, but you get the idea. This is a good one. Promote a split in the cult of personality. So this one's more underhanded. I don't have an example right off the bat, but the Nazi movement was all around the Führer Adolf Hitler. The Mussolini movement was all around Mussolini. Authoritarian movements often have these figureheads that then rise and everyone consolidates around them. if you can play some dirty politics and influence a secondary leader or encourage the splitting of the movement, pointing out the disparities between certain members and try to promote not a second cult, but a split in that cult or a demolition of the perfect image of the Duce, of the Caudillo, of the Fuhrer, then do that. And I think humor has a big role to play in that. So we talked a little bit about Oswald Mosley in Britain and how people laughed at his cosplaying of Italians. Yeah, I think that there's a role for free expression and free speech in tearing down cults of personality, and maybe that won't work for the truest believers, but if you can get a critical mass of people to not believe and to not buy in and to continue to resist the message, I think that matters. Okay. Ideological purity, we already talked about. Have a popular front. Customize your message. Don't be just material. Have a larger, play into emotions a little bit. Humans need that. I think that's just unfortunately how it is, right? Not everyone is just a algorithm. Everyone has emotions that underlie their political beliefs. These last two are also foreign policy related. So a retributive foreign policy, that is the policy after World War I of punishing a country, setting back a country to their original borders and dissuading aggression is a different matter. I think that's obviously something that should be done. But placing all of the war guilt, for example, on Germany after Versailles was a mistake because lots of people and lots of countries participated in World War I, not just Germany. Germany had responsibility, but asking for policies, and particularly things like economic policy that causes the country to suffer too much afterwards and create instability in their politics post that war, as happened in Weimar Germany, was a mistake. And I would say that it was a better policy to democratize and denazify Germany after World War II and rebuild it into a modern democracy in the 20th century that could then participate on the world stage, and which now is not a perfect policy and has its own risks in the road ahead, but has been a productive member of the world polity. I think that's a different result as a direct result of different foreign policy pursuits of rebuilding that country after World War II, rather than trying to impose Versailles 2.0 on Germany after arguably and definitively a much more disastrous war of World War II and moral depravity that goes beyond the capability of words to describe. There is a world in which everyone looked at Germany after World War II and said, like, we won't rebuild you, you are just too evil. And the world chose differently because there was a belief that a productive polity could be born out of something so destructive. It's intrinsically hopeful, but it's also about not being, on the flip side of that, don't be naive about foreign policy. So people didn't just say, oh, we're going to, Germany, we believe in their general goodwill after World War II. They've learned their lesson, and we're going to make the world safe for democracy, like was the attempt actually at in some of the Wilsonian language after World War I, and ignoring the fact that in foreign policy there are things like realpolitik, if you prefer balance of power, that there's a certain ebb and flow to power vacuums. And this probably goes beyond the extent of this lecture, so I'll just touch on it briefly. But like, generally speaking, in human affairs, it seems like if there's a power vacuum, someone will step into it. It's hard to deconstruct power, or when it comes crashing down, something else comes in its place. And to think about how to balance power, those tectonic plates of human affairs, is beyond my capability to describe. But opposing fascism also means not looking at foreign policy in a naive way. Not assuming goodwill, but not assuming bad will. Assuming that a balance will have to be struck over the course of time to have longevity in political arrangements. So I'm going to finish off just reminding you of the snowflake. Remember, when the snowflake falls from the sky, its trajectory, its eventual shape, and the way in which it will manifest on the ground cannot be determined. We cannot look at human affairs and say they will absolutely go one way or another. And the point of this lecture was to say the different ways that fascism has died and failed, but not to definitively say that was how it had to have happened, how it would have definitively happened, and certainly not to say how it will die in the future. It is just to look at patterns, just to learn, just to take lessons. And just like any individual snowflake will fall and be unique, so too political history is a series of unique people unique movements, unique actors, unique dynamics on the individual, local, international, and on the state of the entirety of human history that we cannot put in a test tube and determine what will be the outcome. The only thing we can do is focus on a guiding star of human dignity, of improvements in material conditions for the people who are alive and living in societies, and to try to respect one another and to oppose those people who tell us not to do those things, to focus on our identities on a single individual or on the enemy, on the other. These are things that we should all oppose. And we should do so in a way that says our opposition may not work. We might take all the lessons and oppose fascism and still lose. Jean-Luc Picard, Star Trek The Next Generation. You can do everything right. You can make no mistakes and still lose. That is not failure. That is life. And so, with that, I will say, hold your head high, happy warrior. Go out there and try to make a difference, make positive changes in the world. Stay curious. And I'll see you for the next one. I'll say it one more time. Heads held high, happy warriors. Later, y'all.